Oh fuck, that's not what I meant to do. We'll do that, and then we'll do I think this. Mm, maybe maybe we just go back to that, and then we'll do. That'll be fine. It's legible. All right. What's up, Key? How you doing? Is the background readable? I feel like it should be. Cool means cool means. I was gonna go earlier today, but I swear it's like people know when I'm finna go, and they fuck with me during the sleep period. Um, my dad's on a boat back from Japan right now. Small typo to happen. Uh, oh, you sure right, and I would fix that. I certainly would, but it would not be worth the effort. So we just gonna happen to pretend like I know what I'm talking about. What's up, D? How you doing, buddy? But yeah, my dad called me at fucking 2 o'clock in the morning or some shit. Just completely woke me up out of my sleep, and I was like, "Fuck, man!" I tried to take a nice nap, get back into it. Mm-mm-mm. That's a good thing though, D. I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it. Spelling kind of does matter because I be getting on to people a little bit. I mean, I just it's not the greatest, but whatever. Do that, and we'll do one of these bad boys. Thank you, because I feel intellectually inferior having such a horrible, horrible mistake on display. It's as though I were an actual idiot. Oh yeah, Key, I ain't tripping off of it. Shit happens. I'll fix it for the next time. Shit happens. I don't know about y'all, but I've been looking at this. My For You page has been full of the uh, Henson situation. Good morning, Jay. And man, it was just I don't know, man. Something about seeing that man walk into that room and not be intimidated by the entire fucking police department showing up. And in the face of all that, him just being like, "Yeah, I'm standing on business, bro. Fuck y'all." I guess it's just I know that's why they kicked his brother out because they ain't want him to feel like he had support. They wanted him to feel afraid and alone. That shit, that's just not how it works. That's just not how it works. I agree, Constant. I think that's some real shit. And you know, I don't know. It's a lot of people that are like, oh, he didn't get the right guy. Like, yeah, okay, sure, sure. You say that. You say that. But how many times do we have to see a story where they enter a home that they had no business being in and take the lives of people that had, nothing to do with what they were there for. You know what I mean? Like when that shit happens, it's accidents happen. So mm. I don't know. I've also seen this. I think I'm gonna do a duet to one of his videos, but this is Black Cop on TikTok talking about how talking about how people need to change their perception of cops. And it's like, I don't think you understand exactly what's going on here. I know that you feel like, cops are cool people and they're just some bad people in the mix, but it's a system dedicated to protecting them, right? Like that's the whole reason they're trying to get rid of a qualified immunity so that cops can, operate with impunity. And they already think they're above the law. So to tell them that they're immune to it, what do you think is going to happen? And constant, honestly, that'd be probably the only time that I'm just like, yeah, fuck it, let's do it, because it's just senseless, man. It makes no sense that like uh, the needle doesn't move no matter what. I agree, Key. Taylor, are you a Christian? What's up, Jen? How you doing? Morning. Taylor, are you a Christian? Yay, no, maybe so. Morning, Casey. How you doing? That's no fucking lie, Casey. Excuse me, Key. That's no fucking lie, Casey. Excuse me, Key. Uh, you know, there's a reason why they got rid of the DEI. The equity thing is a no go. Samantha Capricorn. Good morning, lovely people. How are y'all? Is Taylor even still here? Did you ask? Okay, I ain't gonna worry about it. Oh shit. I appreciate y'all with the likes and stuff. If we could get the shares up a little bit more, I'd be appreciative. I hear that, Casey. I hear that. Can't be mad at it. Mhm. What you think, fat boy? He said, I think you need to leave me alone. He laying down next to me. He currently sleep. I'm gonna bother him in a little bit. Good morning. You know what, Wani? Do it. Work it. Work it. Jimmy Scott. Are you a Christian?
Also, I did not mean to come up.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just want to listen.
Okay, no worries, man. You have a good one. We'll see you in the comments.
Cool.
Or we'll see. Batman,
Let's
are you a Christian?
I'll follow Christ. Yeah,
Okay, okay, okay. What's your age for TikTok?
24.
Doable, doable. Okay, okay. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing good.
Okay, okay, okay. Also doable. Go ahead and pick a topic that you want to talk about.
Uh, is it just the second one? Okay, two.
Mhm.
Yes, yes, it's very just to allow evil.
Okay. What's your definition of the word just? Hey, Octavius.
Justice. So for just to be just, there must be a reason that it is just. So there must be unjust for there to be just.
Um, I'm sorry. What's your definition of the word just?
Justice, anything that is justice. Without justice, anything that is just, if something is bad done, you can make it can be just, and you can do things that make just to that person. Like you, if they do something bad and they go to jail, it was just that they went to jail for the bad things they did.
So your definition of just is people go to jail if they do bad things?
No, no, no. My definition of justice, anything bad has a consequence behind that, and that is just.
Um, so just the definition of just is based on or behaving according to what is morally right and fair.
And if you do not hold up to that, and something is and you're punished for it, that is just for the bad things you did.
Okay. So if you are innocent, why should evil happen to you? Because that would not be fair,
Well, what evil are you talking about?
in general.
Uh, so if you're poor, is it just that evil has happened to you? There is no just or unjust. You chose to be poor.
You chose to be poor?
Yes, if you choose to sit on a street and be homeless, you choose that. Yes, no one chooses that for you. I promise you that.
You think homeless people are homeless by choice?
Nah. I just feel like one day they had a home and all that. No, no. I feel like yes. I feel like yes. I feel like there's one day saw a street or whatever they saw where they wanted to plot and plotted.
You don't actually think that, though.
What, that homeless people choose to be homeless? Yeah, I do believe that.
Do you support our military?
Well, it protects us, so yes.
What do you think happens to those people when they come back?
They, uh, Nothing much. Nothing at
Nothing
all.
much.
Most of the time. Sometimes they're just kicked to the side like they're nothing.
And in those cases, what do you think happens to them?
So after they serve for 1 or 4 years because they chose to quit from a job, they become homeless because they chose to quit what was securing them from being homeless. Yeah, because they chose that.
They chose to be homeless. It's not that they
Yeah,
got
yes.
ostracized by society. They have problems that they don't exactly know how to deal with. They don't have the funding or support to get them the resources that they need. And thus it further divides them from the general population. Of course,
How
there's
did that
mental health
happen?
and PTSD things. Yeah, this is related
Yeah.
from their time in the military.
Yeah, because they chose to go into the military because they chose their direction, they chose their path. From
What
their
is it? Was it
choices
was
have
it a
consequences.
was it a good thing for them to sign up to protect the country?
Was it? I don't know.
I'm
What were they
asking you.
protecting the country from?
I'm asking you.
Oh, well,
You
most of the
said you support
time,
the
no.
military.
I support the military when it comes down to protecting us. That's it.
Okay. So the people that sign up to go and fight wars to protect the country from foreign threats and foreign occupation, and then they
Yep.
come back and they're treated like that. Do you think that that was just? You think it's just that they're
Well,
stripping the VA of every sort
oh
resource it
well, no,
has?
no. Well, people are unjust, and when you're gonna blame the world for being unjust, it's not nothing to do with God. So I mean, cool.
But is God all powerful?
Is all God? Is God all? And God is also just.
Is he all powerful though?
He's also just, meaning by he must punish sin.
Hey,
So you are to be
is he
punished.
all powerful?
Doesn't matter. He's just.
I just need to know whether or not your God is all powerful. Is he or no?
Uh, he's all powerful in the justice way. Yeah,
Why can't you say your God is all powerful?
I just did. He's all powerful in a justice way.
No, that's putting a limit on it. You're saying he's all
A
powerful in a
limit.
justice way. That's not saying he's all powerful.
Okay, so then if you think he's all powerful in every way, no, I don't believe God can do illogical things. So then no, he's not all powerful.
Interesting. God is not all powerful.
Yeah, he can't do illogical things. No one can. It's illogical.
It's an interesting theory there, champ. Uh, so in the case that God is only powerful when it comes to justice or not, when we look at
Yep.
situations wherein we have people who are innocent that endure harsh evils, would it not be just to protect them from that if they have not done nothing to uh, garner that?
So God protects every all of his people, and maybe he don't protect flesh. Yeah, I mean that's not his people. Flesh isn't his or anything. It will rot in the ground. So if you're asking if he protects flesh, no, he does not care for your flesh. He only cares for your spirit, what will last eternally.
So God doesn't protect human bodies?
No, we are to protect our own temple. So if person harms your temple, they will be punished by God in the end. That's why God says not to harm any of my people or any children, especially children.
Dr. Joshua, I feel like there's something in the Bible that would go against God saying, protect the kids. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so hypothetically, like if you had a group of people, or let's just say you had a mother and father, and they were doing some really bad stuff by your lights, and they had some kids, um, and the kids were, you know, infants. Um, so it would be just for God to punish those kids for what the parents were doing, right?
Punish the kids. Oh no. Well, if they are kids, not of consent of knowing good or bad, like the Bible says, there's an age of consent. Then no, but they will
Okay.
not be held accountable for the parents' sin. They will go directly to heaven.
Right, but I mean here on Earth, right? Like God's not gonna like do something to those infants, like cause them physical harm or something because of something that their parents did.
Huh? What? No, God is not going to cause one individual harm. If He causes the world, if you're talking about the flood,
I'm not
He flooded them. Also, no, He's not going to punish one individual without punishing everyone. So He can't punish one without punishing all.
I don't know what that means. So
What?
if you have like a group, if you have like a group, let's say you have five families, and these five families, their parents are like really doing bad stuff, then all these parents have infants. So then if there's five of them, then God can be like, oh, okay, well, we got five families here now. That meets my quota. I can punish the infants for what the parents are doing.
No, the infants won't be punished. Like I said, there's age of consent in the Bible. The sins will not fall upon the child. If any kid does sin, the sins will fall upon the parent for not leading them the correct way.
Okay. So what are your thoughts on like First Samuel 15?
For oh goodness, hold on. Oh, goodness.
I have to
Flipping through
say, I
this.
just want to, I appreciate hearing that the actual Bible flip. It's like not something I hear anymore. It's always like swiping out of the app or something. And so
You got a
First,
point.
I just want to
wait,
say it's like music to my ears. Seriously. I mean that. That's not
First
sarcasm.
Samuel what? Hold on, wait. First
15,
Samuel what?
15.
15. And Hannah answered and said, No, my lord, I am a woman of a sorrowful spirit. I have drunk neither
That's
wine
first.
nor strong.
Sorry. That's First Samuel 1:15. That's First Samuel chapter 15, verses
Oh,
1 to 3.
Oh my gosh, my bad, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good.
Thinker doesn't go live on Wednesday nights and Friday, Saturday nights.
So chapter 15, verse what again?
1 to 3.
1 to 3. Samuel also said unto Saul, The Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel,
Amalekites.
how he laid wait for him in the way when he came up from Egypt. Now go and smite Amalekites, and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and donkey.
So do you know that story?
Yes, Saul rejects for disobedience. Yeah,
I mean,
Saul.
I know that's what the heading says, but like, do you know that story?
Yes, fully. Yeah.
Okay, so what is it that the Amalekites did?
They were attacking the Israelites.
When?
When? When did the Amalekites? So what is Samuel about? I don't really read the Old Testament. I'm gonna lie.
Oh, come on, man! You can't say you know the story really well and then
I never
not.
said I know the story really well. I never
You
said I knew
just
the story.
did. You just did.
You literally just did. That's crazy. You literally just did.
That I know the story real well. What story?
The one that
First
we're
Samuel.
talking about.
What?
I never
I
said
may
I
have
knew
just
any story.
I may have just misunderstood you. I said, but do you know this story? And I could have sworn you said, yeah, I know it
Oh
really
yes, I
well.
said I know of it. I know of it. Doesn't mean I know like
Oh, okay.
No, that's not what you said.
yeah.
That might be what you thought you said, but that's not what you said. You said, "Yeah, I know it really
Oh well,
well."
that's what I meant. Yes,
Okay. All right.
I
That's
meant
cool.
like
That's
I
cool.
know.
That's
Yes,
cool.
I know of it very well. Yes, I know of the story. I know of it
Okay.
very
All
well.
right.
I heard
That's
of it.
cool. Okay. It's
More
cool. It's
more than
cool.
y'all.
I get that. So, okay. So I'll just, if you want, I'll give you the quick background to it. So, you know, the story of the Exodus and, Moses delivers the people from Pharaoh and brings them, through the Red Sea and then brings them up. So when they're wandering around in the wilderness, there's a sort of a perennial enemy of Israel called the Amalekites, and they're kind of like a nomadic group down in the south. And in Exodus 17, the text talks about how they ambushed the nation of Israel as they were coming up out of Egypt, and they attacked them from behind. Right? And so, there's a big battle there. But God says there in Exodus 17 that the Amalekites will be like essentially his cosmic enemy, right? Throughout time, he's never going to forget what the Amalekites have done. So, according to the internal frame of reference of the narrative, this passage in First Samuel 15 is several centuries later, right? So, like you've got this group of Amalekites centuries before that did this thing to Israel, and this is centuries later, and God is like saying, I remember what the Amalekites did. All right, now look, because of what they did back in the period of the Exodus and coming up out of Egypt, Saul, I want you to take the Israelites, take the army, and go and wipe them out, right? And men, women, children, infants, cattle, sheep, donkeys, camels, everything. So you have a group of people that did something, and the text is saying because of what they did centuries before, I
Thanks,
want you to
guys.
go do this. So, given that context, like, what do you think about, from a justice standpoint, those infants and sucklings? Like, is this now just that God is exacting this punishment, and why? What's different?
So So it was to destroy anyone that was to disobey God. That is why later on in Samuel, and the Lord sent thee on a journey and said, "Go utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed." So the children are called Canaanites, not Amalekites. And Saul says unto the Canaanites, "Go depart, get ye down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them."
Okay, so
So
the Kenites are a different group of people.
Also, it's
no,
Um,
pronounced
they're
Amalekites.
and
I'm
uh,
talking the Ken.
the yeah, the
Yes, I know about
Kenites.
the Amalekites. The
So
Kenites, go depart, get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them. For
right,
ye shewed kindness to all the children of
right,
Israel, so
right.
when they came out of Egypt. So be
Batman,
Kenites, depart
Batman,
from among.
Batman. The Kenites. It's like I don't know if I don't know if we were if there was some sort of a war that was going to be waged against, I don't know, Virginia, the state of Virginia or something, and you had people that were from Maryland that were working down in Virginia, right? And the general went in and said, "Hey, we're getting ready to attack Virginia. All ye Marylanders, get ye out, for you were, you were nice to us," or something. The Marylanders and the Virginians are different people. So the Kenites are a subgroup. They're like a group of people that are living among the Amalekites, like geographically. They're living in that same area, and Saul's getting ready to come in. The whole point of that is to say that this was going to be total. So look, if you're here when you know it goes down, like you're going to be caught up in this. So go, because we don't. Our beef is not with you, right? Is the point.
Yes, because they were filled with sin. Even the children, infant, suckling, all were filled with sin.
Well, why do you, I see, I don't understand. That sounds different from what you were saying before. Are you saying that
Yes,
because of like
because I just
original
read that.
sin or
Oh, no, no, no. It says, "For the rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, stubbornness, and iniquity, and idolatry, because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord." They all rejected the Lord, and that is why they were utterly destroyed. Well, not at first, because Saul rejected it and disobeyed God.
what did
But
the,
yes,
sorry, I'm just curious, trying to understand your position. So what is it that the infants did and the sucklings, what is it that they did?
it doesn't say what they did. Well, it says that for rebellion as the sin of witchcraft, stubbornness, and iniquity, idolatry, because thou hast rejected the word of the God.
Right, but
He hath
isn't that
also.
to Saul, not to the Amalekites?
Oh wait, you're right. Never mind. I got to read more of that. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know anything about.
it's cool.
I can't speak on this because I don't know anything about Samuel or the Amalekites.
No, and that actually, I really,
Oh, okay.
so I'm
Never
so
mind. Never
sorry.
mind. So Saul's kingdom. If we go into chapter 14, and smote the Amalekites and deliver Israel out of the hands of them that spoiled them. Now the sons of Saul, yes, because Amalekites were causing them to turn from God. They were very wicked people. They were turning. They were delivered. Yes, Amalekites delivered Israel out of the hands of them that spoiled them. The
Right, I
Amalekites were
don't.
just evil people.
Yeah, I don't. Sorry, just to be clear as to what I'm saying, I don't think the argument here, or the interpretive crux here, is that the Bible is, you know, positioning the Amalekites as this perennial enemy. That's really bad. What about the question here is from your light. I mean, not sorry. Maybe I should ask this. I mean, you think this actually happened? Is that like, do you think this is representing historical? This is a historical reality. What's being presented here in First Samuel 15? Like this
What
happened
about
in
it?
history. Now I'm asking you, do you like is that you think like First Samuel 15 is representing an accurate depiction of history?
Uh, I don't know. I don't see much people writing about God, knowing that the Roman soldiers would unalive them. So no, I don't see anyone doing that besides the ones that were devoted to him.
Um, I I probably just wasn't clear in my. So, like when you read the story of the Exodus in the first part of the book of Exodus, you would say like this happened historically, just like this.
I won't say what happened just like this, but I would say a lot of this happened historically, yes.
Right.
But maybe not just like this.
Okay, and I may just have to. I'm so sorry. Oh, so I feel like I just took
No,
over
no,
here. That
no,
was
no,
not
no.
my intent.
Please, 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 please.
Do you? I don't want to attack a straw man, I guess is what I'm saying. So like do you think that the Bible is like God's word, it's divinely inspired, it's inerrant, that sort of thing?
Of course, yes.
Okay. So when it says like Moses went down to Egypt and did X, Y, and Z, that's what happened.
Uh, yeah.
Okay, so
If it says so in the Bible, then it has happened. Yes.
I got you. Okay, good. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. So I guess my question is like if you think that this story in First Samuel 15 happened like this, um, then it seems like you would have to think that there were actual infants that were unalived at the edge of a sword
Well,
for.
no, I don't. I don't think that because Saul disobeyed his commandment. Saul did not do that. He disobeyed.
Well, yeah, but do you know what his like? Do you know what he did? Again, you may not, because if you need time to read the story, that's absolutely fine. But I'll tell you, and you can check me if you want. But so Saul, he does unalive everybody except the king, whose name was Agag,
No, it
and then
says, but
he.
Saul and the people. No, it says, but Saul and the people spared Agag and the best of the sheep
That's
and the oxen and the
and
fatalings and the lambs and all that was good. All that
yeah,
was good.
yeah, no,
And will not utterly
it's talk
destroy them, but everything that was vile and refused that they destroyed utterly. Anything
right.
that
It's that's
refused
the
them.
no, it's that's talking about the animals.
No, it says, but Saul and the people spared Agag. So that's talking
Yeah,
about animals. And it
no,
says,
no.
and it also says, and it says
Hey,
all that was good.
Batman, can I ask you a question? Do I sound like I'm getting like super worked up or something?
But it says they destroyed everything that was vile,
Batman,
refused, that was just.
am I getting like worked up here? Like, do you
It
think I'm
says
pressing you real hard or something? Am I being
but
a dick to you?
everything
Batman,
that was.
take a breath, dude. Take a breath.
Okay, I don't.
I'm not here trying to be a jackass to you. I feel like I'm actually being really like kind and really understanding.
That's why I
I've
stopped
said
talking.
several times.
You
Did he
gonna be nicer than
leave?
I was. Yeah.
God, I don't understand. I don't know that I could have been any nicer there.
That's why I just act
So,
mean, because fuck him.
what in the world? Uh,
Yeah, I don't know.
so I just wanted to let you know. I, I am sorry if I've been trolling you too hard in the comments, man. Like
Absolutely not.
you are my favorite, don't you know?
Mm-mm. You can even go harder. At the end of
That's
the
what you
day,
said.
if it's
Okay.
funny. Dr. Michael Scott, everyone.
I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious.
Yeah, just a skosh. That was good. Dugal the Amelia Kite, thank you so much for being here. Um, yeah, no, that was weird. But honestly, I don't expect people to kind of stay together when their definition of justice is bad people commit a crime and go to jail. How are you talking on mute?
Yeah.
Doc? Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Um, my signal's not amazing. I mean, to be fair to him, like he did say, I haven't read the story, so I don't know if I can comment on it, which is great. Like I really did appreciate that. But I mean, if he hasn't thought about definitions or something before, like I doubt I'd be able to come up with a good definition on the fly of a word, like a concept like that. But I think you just say that, be like, oh, I haven't actually thought about that. I don't know let me look it up, or what's your definition or something. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, and that's fine, but like when we're talking about the idea of what is just and the justice just being fair, right? Like uh it's hard for me to reconcile justice with the amount of just blatant children killings. And like you brought up the story of the Amalekites, where in several generations after the offense took place, they were just like wipe them all out. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't sound like justice to me. So I'm trying to figure out how do they square that, but I guess they would rather run. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, after saying people choose to be unhoused, like
Yeah,
people choose to be poor. I mean,
yeah,
that sounds like if we follow that logic, I think he would have to say that if somebody says, "Man, it's a beautiful day today. I'm going to go for a walk." And they go out for a walk and like a tree branch falls and hits them on the head and they become paralyzed or something. Like, well, you chose to be paralyzed.
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah,
Anyway.
yeah, yeah. And that's why I was asking him if he even supports, like even supports those people. Because I mean, it would have been dumb to ask him if he's just like, fuck him, But if you say that you rock with him, you feel like it's just that like the shit that happens to them happens to them. Like, they may or may not be innocent, but I don't feel like they would have had like they don't. I don't know. I don't feel like they would have deserved to be treated like that and ostracized from society and not given access to mental health resources and things of that nature. Like I'm not for the imperialism that is spread by America, but we do have to take care of people. We do have to do that. Morning, TT.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Vaughn.
Good morning.
I'm just up here, you know, giving some more support for my boy. And I'm gonna be real quiet. Just want to let everybody to know. Good morning, chat. Can you all tap them screens and share the live? Let's get us pushed out to the For You page. Get the algorithm going. Um, also, did you reset your goal? Did somebody just? Okay, you did.
Uh,
Okay. Help the host reach his gift goal right there. Those pretty little shells. Subscribe, especially for more perks. And make sure y'all are tapping. I need y'all to get to at least 50K by the top of the hour. Thank you so much. All right, I'm done.
thanks, TT. Oh, dang. We'll assume that guy was a friendly. But yeah, if you're a Christian or believer in the God of the Christian Bible, come on up. Um, we have a few questions for you. You can either do what does Satan actually do? I'm very curious because I know a lot of people like to attribute things to Satan. But I'm wondering if maybe we can establish like a MO for the guy. You know what I mean?
I
What does
feel
he
like
like to do?
he's, in my opinion, particularly responsible for making it so that when I go to pair my socks together, there's often one missing. That's his big thing.
Mm, Satan is the little compartment underneath the dryer. That makes sense. What would Satan do is crazy. I think it was Dugard, right? I think he sent you the subject. Um, but yeah, we got that one. We also got this one. There is a little bit of a typo here. But what I am hoping is that because believers don't necessarily like to read, maybe they won't notice.
That's a good one.
You know what I'm saying? Hmm. Maybe they'll look at it and say, is it just to allow evil to happen to Amelia Kite's innocent?
That was the other thing that was, I don't know, I try not to take offense to this stuff, but like, I don't know the story. I'm like live reading it. But and you're sitting here telling me all about the story and its background. But I'm like, oh no, what it says here, you're wrong. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's not offensive.
I thought it was cute how he went from absolutely, I know this story thoroughly to no, I've only heard of this story to I've never heard of this story while actively reading it.
Land on that. I have heard of it thoroughly. Is that
Hmm.
what it was? I
No,
have
no, no.
heard of
He
it
landed on
thoroughly.
I've never read this before. I've never heard this before.
Oh, oh
One of the few
damn.
things he muttered
Well,
before he
yeah.
left was, I've never heard this before. So, like, well, then, motherfucker, you lied twice. Right. I don't know. But me personally, I'm gonna say, hey, I'm not entirely sure about that. If I don't know, you know, but maybe I'm just different. Maybe I'm just not like the other girls. Know what I'm saying? Y'all want to see the star of the show? What's
Is
up,
it
Six?
me?
How you doing, buddy?
What's up,
Hell
man?
no. How could you be the star of the show? It's my fat boy.
I came to try to answer number one. Uh,
Oh, okay, what you got?
so yeah, so Satan actually does a lot of walking according to Job. So that's what he actually does. I think he
Mm,
finds pleasure in just roaming and shit. He doesn't really do much of anything else other than just walking around. Actually, so
he's a Forrest Gump, if you will.
yeah, he's like, where the wind takes me, I'll just be there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they say, he just takes leisurely jogs sometimes, walks, or if you will, he's just out there, just taking care of his health, man. Leg day, he never skips leg day. That's what he does. Doesn't skip, Cardio is his thing. So just to help
Satan
us
does
on the.
cardio. He's three.
And to bring it into like modern parlance, like maybe we could say that every day he's hustling, Satan got head on a swivel or something.
He said to bring it into our day and then references a song from like 15 years ago.
All right, look, Oso, look, there's only so much I can do.
Well, time is relative, so it's like
Yeah.
You know what, Oso, that's the last time I tried. What was it? You just knocked it at me.
it was good though. It was good.
But that was so just, man, yeah, I was dated and so, but that was good. No, but it was a good try. That was a good try.
It was horrible, but funny.
Make the effort.
Just gonna go cry now.
That's what Pressure's doing. Oh. Mm, he's my baby. He's my baby. I wish I could show y'all his big round belly when he sits like this, but unfortunately, he has a member that just would not be hideable. And I don't know how TikTok feels about dog peeing.
We gotta ask Satan to see if he's okay with the dog peeing. because
I
Satan
just
runs the world and all that. So we gotta get gotta ask the king, bro. You gotta ask him or
he
something.
right, he right. I'm gonna call him tonight or today or
Yeah,
tomorrow.
we gotta
Today,
figure that
today.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he should be like walking past your house in like a few minutes, so it takes him a bit,
Uh,
to get there.
Tight shit on God. Hey everybody. Yes, I will be bringing pressure to Atlanta with me next weekend. He won't be able to get into the club, as it were, seeing as how he's not a service animal, uh, and he's just so rambunctious. No one would buy it. But if we end up having some after party situations, yeah, I thought so, Mac. I don't think they want to see the Red Rocket on Tic Tac. But I will say, for those of y'all who are curious, well endowed like his father.
I don't think anyone in the chat was curious.
Nah,
I don't I don't know if anyone was really thinking about that.
There's got to be at least one of y'all, right? One of y'all was like, "Oh, I wonder if he's like his
Yeah,
dad in
I
that
bet not
regard."
see none of y'all say yeah.
early.
Don't nobody say yeah. Don't hype it up. Yeah, keep it that way.
Not one of y'all was thinking about it, like what the genetics was talking about.
I smell lies.
No, oh so no.
I smell lies.
Yeah, he telling think.
Ooh, I'm telling.
You know what? Don't peace. Okay, well, you know what? I know it's somebody in the comments that feels that way. They just don't want to say it because of the persecution they see in the comments. You guys are not as supportive as I thought you were. I'm going to be honest with you. But to the person or persons that I helped quell their curiosity, you're welcome. No matter what those naysayers in the comments say, I got your back. What are you going to do with that information? You know, if I ever have some puppies, you'll know they came from good stock. I'll tell you. Damn, that would make me a grandparent. Too young, too beautiful. Look at how beautiful I am. We're not going to talk about how your dog got your genes. um, Life happens.
Like that
And
part up.
also it finds a way. And life finds a way. That's like that one movie. Must have been an accident. Life don't find that way. How do you know? How do you know? How do you know? Hmm? How do you know I didn't pay a scientist or a group of scientists somewhere in the neighborhood of $25 million to reverse engineer my genetic code so that it would be compatible with a dog so that I could have my first dog son? How do you know that's not what happened?
Any Christian in the comments, please come rescue us from this conversation, please. Thank you. We have never wanted Jesus more badly.
Is that ethical? Probably not. How so, man? We're just talking about genetics and stuff. I don't know if he's coming like that.
His backup,
Um,
Dugard.
who? No, I think that's his main. Yeah, that's his main. Oh, eugenics is a strong word. Strong word.
Okay, I don't see his. You know how I am also. I don't see his mind badge. No
Oh,
caps, Dugard. No caps. I don't want to have to mute you, Betty.
what even our ethics? Nobody knows. I don't know if you meant to put our instead of our, but I think that makes the question a lot funnier. Oh, okay. Well, that answers that. I think it'd have been funnier is what is our or what our. I think that's funny. But ethics are basically just if you do a bad thing, you go to jail. Ethics are kind of like justice in that sense. Prove me wrong. Every morning should be a wake and bake morning. I agree with you. Full support.
that.
I was gonna wake and bake this morning, but you can't enter the holy of holies high. Or actually,
Holy of holies.
Dr. Bowen, didn't they find like Mary Jane and other kinds of, or maybe it was a different type of like hallucinogen and like the uh little smoker things that they used to use? Or am I thinking about something else?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could make a really strong argument that there at the beginning of Leviticus 10 that when Nadav and Abihu went in and burned strange fire before Yahweh, that was a puff puff give. So,
Hmm, interesting.
Puff give, I like it. Not puff puff pass, but puff puff give.
I don't want to be fucking up the rotation. So,
Wow. What a fucking chill ass dude, man. Fuck.
but look, the movies
I
and the
love
music
Dr.
that I was
Bowen. I
exposed
swear
to,
I do.
it's fucking frozen in time, right? You ask me for a song, I'm gonna quote like Green Day or Friday. Or that's what's gonna happen. I wear jeans and t-shirts. What I was wearing in 1989, that's what I'm wearing today. So
I hear that. Good morning, Fee. I hear
Morning,
that. That's funny.
see.
I feel like would you ever do like the Joe Rogan experience?
um, not if I want to stay married.
Mm, that's fair.
Yeah, I think Megan would. Um, she would not allow that, and for good reason.
Makes
Mhm.
So, I
sense.
think so.
I think it'd be really funny to have just a smart person go on there and just kind of shit on him for being spineless. That being said, I'd never make it onto that podcast. I don't have the critical acclaim, so I was just trying to live vicariously through someone that has a chance.
Oh,
Um, you know, nah, because he was pushing all that right wing bullshit up until the election happened, and then after the motherfucker got elected, and it's just like all of a sudden no more right wing talking points. Like, well, okay. And I can't tell you how many people just say the dumbest fucking shit and they'll be like, "Well, I saw it on Joe Rogan podcast."
I mean, it's one of the reasons that um, I'm still having to do responses to this student Wes Huff, because everybody thinks that Wes Huff is he's some acclaimed scholar in the fields of New Testament and Old Testament and ancient Near East, because he comments on just whatever pops into his head. He's a fucking New Testament PhD student, early Christianity at Toronto. Like, he doesn't have his degree yet, but like the way that he's marketed himself, which is brilliant. I'm not trying to knock that.
Yeah.
Um, but God, like people, oh man, Scholar Wes Huff, and oh my God, this Dr. Wes Huff. Not yet, but job
Damn. So
security for
I
me,
can
I
just call
guess.
myself doctor. People will just go with it. Yeah, I might do that. Guys, from here on out, call me Dr. Oso.
If you want, I've got a diploma template. I can write something up from like Dr. Bowen's School of Awesomeness.
Hell
Get it
yeah.
CEO or something, make it look all legit.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. And then that way I can like hang a picture of it behind me when I go live. And I could be like, well, if you refer to the placard here behind me.
Look at Matt. Look at Matt in the comments trying to mess with me. Come on, Matt. Please don't tell me you think Wes Huff is brilliant. Man. I mean, look, to be fair to Matt, like obviously he doesn't say some of the silly stuff that others do, and I mean he does have some training, but the problem that I have with him is that somebody with that level of training should know better than to go on and allow himself to be cast as like an expert in like in Sumerian. Like
Mhm.
he made comments on the Sumerian text, the Enuma Elish, which is not a Sumerian text; it's an Akkadian text. Um, but I mean, people just ate it up because that's the way people presented him. So that's the big thing is I hold him to a higher standard because he's had the opportunity to have that training that a lot of people haven't had. So
Mm.
anyway,
How do you use Dr. Josh Bowen as a source against atheists? How do you do that? Hmm? And Dr. Joshua Bowen, why are you out here with anti-atheist propaganda?
that's the I think that's the interesting bit, and I will say like Matt and I go way back. We've known each other for years,
Mm.
and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I think the first time I met him was on uh, the Atheist Network group. Moderated a debate maybe between him and somebody else. It was something like that. But I mean, to be fair, like Matt's read my work, um, and I mean, I do think a lot of what he says in its steps is correct. I think, and I think Matt, you would agree with me on this. Like I don't see things connecting in the same way. Maybe that's the way to say that. Um, but yeah. Anyway,
Mm. I think what Max says is accurate. I think. I don't know though for sure. I've never seen you quote Dr. Josh's works, but it's interesting. It's interesting, especially when talking about like the Amalekite situation. Um, I don't know that that's a justifiable situation. I mean, I guess you would assume it is, or you would say that it is due to your loyalty to your God. But I think that's kind of fucked, to be honest with you. And I'll tell you why I know that you think it'd be fucked, because if for whatever reason now, hundreds of years later, a certain group of people in America decided to get their get back in a similar fashion, even though they went through more than the Amalekites did to Israel, you wouldn't think that'd be fair. Would you? Probably not.
So
I'm just asking.
I hate to do this to you, man. I've got to drop. 'Cause I gotta get in here and get something done. But thank you for letting me come up and
Yeah,
yap on with Mr. Batman there for a while. Hopefully he'll come back. Um,
he may. Maybe his phone died. Maybe.
yeah, you know what? It's all a journey.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I appreciate you coming up. You're
Oh
welcome
man,
anytime.
thank you. Appreciate it. So, and you're
Yeah,
my
man.
favorite. Just want to let you know. Just the next time I
Yeah,
troll you
I
hard in the comments,
Heart to
just keep that in the back of your
bones.
mind. Thank you very much, DT. I appreciate it. Take care, guys.
have a good one, man. Dr. Bowen in the chat, please and thank you. Always a pleasure to have him up. I think he's a really funny guy, very knowledgeable. He reminds me of me if I were younger, but also older and living a different life in a different body. No, his name was literally Batman, Mac. Yeah, shouts out to Dr. Bowen. Yeah, we went to some different schools together. Exactly. Exactly. Bowen was the Riddler to Batman. Honestly, yeah, yeah. But
It's not bad, actually.
I guess, yeah. But the thing is, Batman usually figures shit out. He doesn't necessarily run away from the problem. So, it might not be one to
I
one,
guess
but I
that's
get
the difference.
it. You know what I mean? Batman was justice is crazy. Nah, he did fuck him up. But I mean, it's just a simple. It's like the point of the conversation isn't to paint you into a corner, but to like follow the line of logic, right? Like, okay, you said that God is all powerful, but only in justice. Well, you've limited your God to have power in a very specific circumstance. And so let's talk about that circumstance. So when we're talking about people that are innocent, I was gonna eventually get two children, but I wanted to see like the varying degrees of what innocence looks like and how much he'd be willing to throw those people under the bus. But when we're talking about, what is fair, what is just, it's hard to, I don't know. I don't
I
think
see you
that
making typos.
it's okay, Mac. I've just stopped reading your comments altogether because I don't want to become dumber. JK, obviously typos happen. Anyways, um,
Hilarious.
um, yeah, no, I just wanted to walk through the line of logic, right? Because if you'll say that, justice is just when bad things happen to people, then bad things happen to people that don't necessarily bring that type of energy to themselves, then what happens? Read this, Jaguar. Thank you so much, Mac. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mac.
Words don't mean words anymore, Matt.
Oh, well, I mean, I figured since he's having such a hard time with spelling words, he probably meant to say Jaguar. Anyways,
Okay.
oh man. LT, Gar, my beloved child. How are you guys doing? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Um, but yeah, no, he lacked a certain how do I put this? He lacked the ability to like to think it through. You know what I mean? He didn't want to think it through. I am not abusing it. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you. Uh, what is my specialty?
Okay. Don't forget to update it.
Hmm. I don't know. What do you think my specialty would be, TT, if I were a doctor?
T would be hmm, maybe the reverse of you know how some people like the psychologists help people get their mental straight. You probably would be the reverse of that, fucking up the mental. You know, yeah.
Hey there,
Thank you,
good
my
morning.
beloved child. User, can I get an actual name, please?
See?
Yeah, you can call me Joe.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Joe, can I get your age for TikTok?
Yeah, 33.
Perfect. And are you a Christian?
Yes.
Excellent. Which topic did you want to talk about?
Sure. Okay. Well, either of those two, if you want.
Yeah, you pick.
Um, I guess number one.
Alrighty then. What does Satan actually do? Could you tell us?
Yeah, he's a tempter. He basically is like a legal expert in spiritual domain, right? In the Bible. And then he tries to his objective is to go against God's plans. It seems like he hates humanity, but he'll basically just work the background.
Okay. He's a legal expert, works the background. Okay. So would you say from that he works for somebody or?
For himself, for his purposes, something he wants. He could say he's working towards something higher than himself, which is
Mhm.
destruction, basically.
Interesting. So in the Bible, can we see him doing things that kind of bolster that position?
Sure. Well, the temptation in the garden. So here's something that you might not know, but after he was like, okay, God's like, you're cursed to the ground. You'll eat the dust of the earth all of your days, and the seed of the woman will crush your head, and you're gonna bite his heel, basically, right? You're gonna bite his heel. He's gonna crush your head with it. Then the other part is that so as soon as God says that the seed of the woman will crush your head, guess what happens? He tempts a third of the angels to come to the earth to intermingle with women so that he can basically erase the odds of that happening, right? So that there wouldn't be a man born that would accomplish that prophecy. So
Hold
that's
on, hold on.
another thing,
Hold on.
right? Yeah.
Who caused the angels to do that?
Satan tempted them, but the angels are also like at fault.
I thought, okay, is that supported in the Bible? Because I thought God just put them on earth to like watch over the humans, and then they decided themselves to do that.
Yeah, they were basically they're set as rulers over the nations, right? But then the rulers of the nations started departing from God and wanted to be worshipped as God. And then you have the legends of like Zeus, for example, marrying a woman, and then there are these heroic champion Hercules type people. This is a legend, yeah.
Morning, Des.
That's yeah. Um, Also with Job, right? Sorry, kind of going back to the main point was
So
so.
hold on. Are you saying that Zeus and Hercules are an example of, or are you saying that like actually happened?
Yeah, I'm saying example of because
Okay, okay.
there's other gods, right? So I
Yeah,
haven't
yeah, for
seen
sure.
Zeus, right?
I get you. Go
Okay,
ahead.
okay. And then again in the book of Daniel, when the Prince of Persia, which is one of those angels, tries to resist the angel Gabriel coming to Daniel to give him a revelation, basically. So there's a war. Yeah.
So going back to the first part, so I'm gonna look at it. I think it would have to be like Genesis 6. to see where the devil tempted the angels to do that, right? To
Yeah, well,
to
it it doesn't say that, but basically he's made the Lord over the dead. That's what it means by God saying you'll eat the dust of the earth, because he tells Adam basically you're going to return to dust. So uh yeah, then that's where the legend of him being king over the dead, or Sheol, comes from, because that's the rulership established. That's deep, like biblical stuff, right? If you want to talk about biblical stuff.
the
um
Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals." Is Satan an
mhm.
animal?
Yes, so animals use interchangeably. I mean, can snakes talk? And right, like, so
Yeah, but are
it's
angels
because God,
animals?
they can be. Yeah, sometimes it's referenced, not all the time, but sometimes it's referenced, like the beasts, right? The eagle, the covering cherubs and God's throne, right? So yes and no. It's a contradiction, but that's Bible stuff. It's kind of interesting, right? Yeah, I mean that's a deep study. I don't.
Well, no good answer ends with yes and no. What are the how do you differentiate between when an angel is not an animal and when an angel is an animal? What's the deciding
Um.
factor?
Yeah, I mean that's a subject of study. I mean, you're going to try to read context, right? What's the overall point, right? I mean, Satan being a snake, he was talking to snake. He never said Satan. We know it's about Satan, so we distill it, and I know it's
How do we know that?
contradicting. Sure, the ancient serpent of old, the dragon in the Book of Revelations, or the beast in books of in the Book of Daniel. Those aren't animals; those are governments and angels.
So I hate to be a little meta, but I have
Yeah,
to
that's cool.
ask
That's
you,
okay. Sure.
in Revelation, they do attribute um the Satan character to the serpent in the Bible or in Genesis. I get that.
Mhm.
But in Genesis chapter 2, when they talk about the serpent, it doesn't read as a Satan character. God created the serpent. The serpent was more subtle than any other beast of the field, right? Like the more
Yep.
cunning,
More
more
cunning.
intelligent than any of the other beasts that God had created of the
Yep.
field.
Yep.
But he would not have been a beast that God had created of the field if it were Satan. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. See, and that's the encoding, right? I mean, you can't tell me that the Bible isn't encoded with stuff and messages, especially prophetic literature, right? So it does, even says the prince and rulers, or even says stars, right? Even says the stars shall rule over the light, and the lesser light over those rulers are known as stars. Stars are definitely
Wait, where is that?
angels. Sure, that's the beginning of forget. I'm sorry. I have like how do I like to say the Bible in my heart, not in my head. I can't call verses, but in the book of Genesis, on the first day, he created the lights to rule over the day and the night. Right. I mean, it wasn't being clever about like ruling just because it shines light. It means basically that those are angels created on the first day.
Is this
The
going to be the
wandering
first
stars.
account
You
or the
can find
second
that
account?
in Psalms. Huh?
Is this the first account or the second account that you're talking about?
First account, second
Ooh.
account. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
you know, there's
confused.
two different creation stories in Genesis. The first one is in chapter one, the second one, well, technically the first one is in chapter two, and the second one is in chapter one, but
Oh, sure. I think then maybe that's the second one. Here, I have I have a children's standard Bible. Sorry, it's because I have my little kid. God said, let there be light, and there was light. God saw the light was good, so he divided the light from the darkness. God named the light day and darkness night. Evening passed, morning came. This was the first day. That's the first account, right?
and this was God creating angels, you said?
Yes, it's an allegory for angels too. He also obviously made that, but then you see he makes the sun in a different day, right? So, I mean, we're going Bible. I'm not going to try to go into physics, right? Um, but yeah. So, yeah, I
So
mean,
angels
that's
are called day.
the angels are what?
So angels are actually called day.
Oh, maybe call them day and lizard day, right?
And then, well, what's the darkness?
Yeah, that's nothingness. That's like the void. So God created, there is a basically the darkness and chaotic abyss, right? And that's nothing. That's without form. That's chaos, and that's carries an allegory for a place where God's basically order and providence isn't ruling. So you could say that hell is an abyss because there's no basically there's no order. It's like going to a Minecraft server with no rules, and you see what comes out of that, right? Like all these blocks are everywhere, and I'm just making an allegory, but that's what it means basically.
Can we? I hear that. I just want to ask you a question real quick. Do you think it's
Sure.
weird that the Bible doesn't say that God created water?
Says it created, yeah, separated the oceans and created the oceans because the oceans is also an allegory for the chaotic stuff,
Um,
right?
I said, isn't it weird that God didn't create water in the book?
I don't think it's weird, but I mean, if you want to talk about that, we can
Well,
talk
it
about it.
says, and God let there be a dome in the midst of the waters and separate it from the waters,
Yeah,
separate the waters from the waters.
yeah,
This is in verse 6. That everything up to that has been nothing about him creating that. So it's just weird that water was here and darkness.
yeah. Sure, sure. I mean, so you're talking about primordial, nothing. Yeah, that's. I believe that's true. Primordial nothing.
It's just dark
Yeah,
water
but
everywhere.
yeah, they call it waters. So the Genesis authors use that oceans as a way of describing nothingness and maybe even space and dominions, because it says he created the lights in the sky, then he created the sky with the birds, and then the ocean with the fish, and then men and crawling creatures on the earth. He's creating different dominions, and that's
Well,
often
yeah, but I mean, like we can create a
mhm.
lake. That doesn't mean that we created water, right?
uh I mean, he did, right?
The book doesn't say that.
I know what you mean. So, I mean, did he create water? I'd say, yeah, he did create water. Does it say that? No. But also doesn't
It just seems
describe.
weird in the list of things that he said that he created. He doesn't include one of the things that he talks about. But that's just a side note. I was just curious what you thought about it.
Hmm.
But going back to the actual topic, I'm looking for something that just screams not a terrestrial being. Do you think that the serpent crawls on
Yeah,
its
so
that
I'm gonna drop
that
down since Mac is up. I'm sorry.
Hmm?
I'm gonna drop down.
word, you
Mac
good.
is here. He got you. All right, bye.
For sure, TC. Appreciate you. What's up, Mac? How you doing?
Good, man. Just, getting some breakfast.
Oh, nice. Are those
Oh, I
Mulberries.
just
blueberries?
had some blackberries. That's funny.
No.
Those are good.
Mulberries, not blackberries.
Mulberries, cool.
Nice.
Blackberries grow on a vine. I do have blackberries, but this is my mulberry tree.
Nice.
So,
You wait till August rolls around and I can pick pears off my fucking tree. Huh?
buddy, I got 2 pear trees.
Okay, well, that's 4 trees, motherfucker. I could do math. Um,
I have 23 trees. Fruit trees.
damn.
Yeah.
He said, "Ho, is you Adam?" That's funny. That's why he came up here. He said garden.
We're different kinds of horticulturists, twin. I think yours
Emphasis
is
on the
probably.
whore.
I think yours is probably. You're probably more popular.
I'm trying to look and see.
All right, let me feed these dogs.
Yeah, for sure. Let the earth bring forth living creatures of every kind, cattle and creeping things, and wild animals of every kind. So was Satan's curse to like slither on his stomach for the rest of the time, or no?
Yeah, exactly. No, he was forced to rule over the dead.
Right, but he said that he's going to remove his legs and force him to slither.
Yeah, he's not a covering cherub anymore. Still a cherub, but he's falling basically.
So removing his legs means what?
He's falling. That he's descending to earth, and yeah, like that's the main very high level kind of abstract, but basically he's being cursed to he can't he has to dwell on the earth. He has to be earth, like the dirt. He has to be on the ground or the earth, not in God's court, basically. You were a covering cherub, you were walking amongst the fiery stones, and you were cast out. I saw you fall like a lightning bolt. Yeah.
So,
So
so
I
he
see some
says,
of the
because you
so
have done this, cursed are you among all animals and
mhm,
among all wild creatures. Upon
yes.
your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. That's what
Yeah. Yeah,
he was saying.
he hungers and desires like things of the dead over the death of men, because now men is mortal. Men are mortal.
And
So
you
so when
said
he says
that
it's like
eating
that,
dust is him eating death, or what'd you say that was?
yeah, like his desire, his missions, right? Like he told Adam, like you'll what was so Eve was, for example, she's gonna bring forth children, but you're going your pains, right? And you'll desire for your husband, and the husband's like, yeah, you'll be able to work and provide and build, but the earth will reject you and form thorns for you. So it's like your desire now is to do this, and that's that you're cursed to this task now, but it's hard, it's hardship, and you're going to yeah.
So you're saying Satan was cursed to remain on the earth, like he was locked to earth.
Uh yeah, yes, he's supposed to, but then there's a part in Job where he's with God and around his core, and he's like, "Hey," God's like, "Hey, what do you think of Job?" Oh no, he says, "Satan, from where do you come from?" He's like, "Oh, I'm going through and from the earth."
I thought you said he was
Right?
walking back and forth.
I mean, yeah, but we're talking about spiritual stuff, right? Like, so it's like we're using walking and crawling and snakes and stuff to talk about spiritual beings, right?
Well, not necessarily, because I think that you're adding an
Well, I
interpretation
was.
of Satan to Genesis, when it's clearly talking about him removing the legs off of snakes and
Well, that's
cursing the entire population of snakes.
well, yeah, you could read it that way, but it is talking about spiritual things. It's not talking about snakes, you know? I mean, if you're not Christian, right? I mean, I understand, but you're asking the Christian in the Bible, right?
Why
So,
doesn't the Bible say Satan?
Sure. Because well, Satan was given that name Job because basically he was doing that role. Because Satan means adversary. So Job was trying to live a good life, and then God's like, "Hey, look at this guy. He's my guy. He's doing so well." And Satan's like, "Well, yeah, he's doing so well because you bless him. He's working the system. He's an adversary against Job. He's an
Was the
adversary
serpent not
against
an adversary in the garden?
men." Well, he definitely was, but that's where whoever wrote Job wrote Satan. Used the word Satan. I mean, you can
Correct me if
say
I'm wrong,
what's
but isn't the first 5 books of the Bible attributed to Moses?
Yes.
He had a change in theology halfway through, or what?
No, Job was before the Torah. It might have been around the time of Abraham. Job's
Oh yeah,
story.
Job isn't in. Yeah, Job isn't in the first 5. You got me there. But did so because I don't see a Satan character pop up for a long time actually in the Bible. So was he just not like did God give all this revelation to Moses and fail to mention the serpent or what or the devil or Satan?
I mean, if Moses had the entire interpretation of the Bible and the Torah, we wouldn't have the rest of the Bible.
That's not what I
Even
asked
he.
you. Did God
Yeah,
not
I
reveal
know.
the identity of the serpent or of Satan?
Yeah, well, that's because he says in Deuteronomy that when he saw the Tower of Babel fall, he also sees that angels were partitioned to the different nations,
He
and
says
those
that
were
in Deuteronomy.
stars. Yeah, I'll try to find it. Yeah.
The
Also,
Tower of
the
Babel
tower
happened in like
fell
Genesis.
in Genesis 12, yeah. But it also didn't fall, unless it
Yeah,
says somewhere else that it fell.
Looking for certain facts, which I if you're trying to understand the Bible, I'm here to do that. I want to help with that. But let me.
Yeah, the only mentions of Babel are in 11,
Genesis 11.
Genesis 10
Yeah.
and 11. Maybe it's tower. There's no mention of a tower in Deuteronomy.
Yeah, no, I don't see it. It's a spiritual tower.
I mean, the tower should still be there.
I mean, it never fell.
Like, what was it? Miles high, right? It was getting pretty close.
Does it say how high it got?
I don't think so.
Good morning, Lex.
So that's kind of the lore, right, of all the different gods out there are in rebellion against
Were
Yahweh.
you talking that whole time? Because
Oh, sorry, you didn't hear me?
no.
No one can hear
Uh,
you if you're off app.
it's
If you can't see us, we
Deuteronomy-
can't hear you.
the scriptures, Deuteronomy 32:8.
That was when when El Elyon separated the nations and gave Yahweh his portion, Israel. What does that have to do with Babel?
No, there was no Israel at that point. That's why it's sons of God.
Deuteronomy
When the
32:8.
Most High
Yeah.
apportioned the nations, am I in the right translation? I am. I've never seen it that way. When the Most High apportioned the nations, when he divided humankind, he fixed the boundaries of the peoples according to the number of the gods. The Lord's own portion was his people, Jacob his allotted share.
Yeah.
Who's Jacob?
That's
Ishmael.
the Israel. Yeah.
Right. So when I said Israel,
Oh, yeah. Well, what I meant was that Israel wasn't there. Abraham wasn't even there. So this is Moses talking about that part and saying that we're his partition, this nation that he made in the wilderness.
What does that have to
So
do with the
he's
tower
saying
falling?
Yahweh's our God.
What does that have to do with
so
the tower falling?
Well, you are asking about where like the sons of God was mentioned, partitioned, right, when the Tower of Babel.
No,
No,
no.
Oh, sorry, I might have missed something. Can you kind of help me track what we were talking about?
you were talking about how the tower fell and something happened after that in Deuteronomy, and we asked you where does it say that the tower fell?
Oh no, the languages separated the people. Sorry, I misspoke.
Common blunder. So when the dragon in Revelation, right,
Mm-hmm.
was cast down,
Mm-hmm.
you're saying that was Satan?
Yes.
And what did he do right after he was cast down?
Well, he was angry at the church, so he starts chasing after the woman to
So,
persecute her.
so he didn't go up to the garden?
No. In the garden, he was in his state where he was walking amongst fiery stones in the Garden of Eden. I mean, Garden of Eden is a sacred place.
There were fiery stones in the Garden of Eden?
Yeah, that's in Ezekiel.
Ezekiel what?
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go mute. Hold on.
Fiery stones in the Garden of
Ezekiel
Eden.
or Isaiah?
Isaiah sounds, well, Isaiah was a forward-thinking guy. Fuck the past. I guess Ezekiel was too, though. I don't know. I've never heard fiery
Ezekiel.
stones and
Sorry, 28:13 to 16.
28
I see
proclamation
fiery
against the king
stones.
of Tyre.
I see precious stones.
You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering. And then it lists a bunch of different stones, turquoise and emerald, and worked in gold were your settings and engravings. On the day that you were created, they were prepared. You were a cherub. I placed you on the holy mountain of God. You walked amongst the stones of fire. The garden wasn't on the mountain of God, though.
Yeah, often the garden or the mountain's an allegory to Eden. Holy mountain always is. Yep. I mean, if you guys aren't into that
I
and
think if you're
it's
desperate to make
confusing,
connections, it makes sense.
that's okay. I'm trying to share. You don't have to accept this. I'm just trying to
It says
be
the holy
that
mountain of God
person
was
to
Mount
talk
Sinai, though,
the Christian point of view. Yeah.
or Mount Hermon. Are either one of those or is it Mount Zion that's in the garden?
I mean, there's also the Mount of Transfiguration, right? So Moses was on Mount Sinai and Elijah was on a different mountain, and then Jesus was on the Mount Transfiguration. It's spiritual. It's not like the actual mountain, right? It's a holy presence.
So
Eden's a
he
holy
walked up.
presence.
Moses walked up and down, not a mountain.
Oh, sorry?
So Moses walked up and down, not a mountain, and the people made their camp at the base of not a mountain.
No, yeah. I think you're missing the point was that the allegories of mountains. I mean, he was on a literal mountain, right? When we talk about Satan, a fiery cherub covered in rocks on a mountain, we're talking about spiritual things.
It says in verse 11, moreover, the word of the Lord came to me, mortal, raise a lamentation over the king of Tyre and say to him, thus says the Lord, you were the signet of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God. This is what Ezekiel received a word from the Lord to tell to the king of Tyre.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is for some
How is it
reason
Satan?
for some reason
Yeah,
being
well,
in the garden is not
I
a
mean,
metaphor.
the king of Tyre wasn't in Eden because he wasn't born yet. So that's encoding of like he's talking about the spiritual power behind the king of Tyre. the sons of God given over to the nations, right? The spiritual being ruling over a nation, like the Prince of Persia.
So let's go through this line by line and we'll see what's real and what's metaphor. You were the signet of perfection. Real or metaphor?
Yeah, I mean, real. I mean, signet is like you're saying you're looking like a little badge of honor. So that's an allegory too, but he's trying to express that you were perfect. You were like, if people were looking for perfection, they would look at you.
Okay. Next line. Full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. Real or metaphor?
I think that would be real.
Okay. You were in Eden, the garden of God.
Yeah, it's probably real.
How is that
Every
real?
precious, that's real?
Yeah, I mean, he was,
How?
wasn't he?
No, that's if you assume.
That Eden was real.
No, if you assume that this is about Satan, which also Satan wasn't in the garden, but we could talk about that.
Well, this is him talking to the king of Tyre. We established that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
spiritual power. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about spiritual things.
See, but you're bouncing back and forth between metaphor and literal in the same, like one line to the next to make it fit what you're trying to say.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the Bible. I mean, if you don't, I'm pretty sure you think that the Bible's entirely allegory or metaphor. So I'm not.
I don't think that, because I think it contains laws and it contains supposed history.
Yeah, but you don't believe God exists?
So what? Is
So-
the entire Bible talking about God's existence?
Well, I'm just not convinced that you're trying to understand the Bible. It's
Well,
a
that's
spiritual
good for
book.
you to think. That concerns me, not a.
Well, I can't answer your questions then.
Well, no, I'm concerned about. I'm more concerned about your logic and how it's applied.
Well, I'm sharing it.
I know, and that's raising more concerns.
But I can't. We don't think alike. I mean, I'm not saying
Agreed.
you're a bad person. I'm saying that you don't understand this Bible scripture. That's why you're asking me. But then you're going to contend with me
No, I
about
see. I don't
how to
look,
understand scripture.
I don't look for
that's
things to convince myself into.
It's sour
to
grapes.
confirm my suspicion.
There's nothing I can do about that. So I can't help you.
What's sour grapes?
Where you're like, hey, well, give me the interpretation of the Bible. It's like, no, that's not what I wanted. Like, you can't do that.
And that's sour grapes. How?
Well, I mean, it's bad for you, right?
That's what sour grapes means.
It's a logical fallacy that every
What
time
is
you
it?
come
What
across
does it
something
mean?
that's difficult, you start saying, it's not actually worth it.
And
That's what it
you
means.
think that's what's happening here?
Yes.
Is it this is too difficult? So I'm like, no, it's not worth it.
Well, you keep asking me to bounce between what's literal and allegory.
No, you're doing that.
You're doing that, so we want to establish what part is and which part is not.
Well, if you're asking me, I'm telling you what parts are and aren't. And
okay. Earlier in the conversation, you said that earlier in the conversation, you said that him being in the garden was a metaphor. And then when we went back over it, you said it was literal. So we were confused on how you switched that.
Yeah,
Does
I
that
mean,
make
he's
sense?
literally not a serpent. He was an angel beyond description because he's a spiritual being. And he was on a holy mountain. You were in Eden. I mean, is Eden a garden or a mountain? Can it be both? Well, yeah, it can be both. But you're asking me for
how many times was he cast down from heaven?
It seems like once.
Okay, so the one time he was cast down, there were people on the earth.
Yes.
And a woman was pregnant?
Yeah, with the Son of God. Mm-hmm.
And that woman was not Eve?
No.
But how was he on earth at that time?
Good question. So basically, Satan is still this spiritual being, and there are 3 heavens. And basically, when he's no longer a covering cherub, right? Like around the throne, right? And now he's allocated to a job of dealing with the dead. Then next is that he is still in heaven because he rules over the nations. Remember when Jesus was like being tempted in the desert, and then Satan's like, I can give you all these nations because I'm the God of this world. And then finally, Jesus goes up to Calvary to be crucified. He says, now the ruler of this world stands condemned. And when he was crucified and resurrected, Satan lost his place and he descended even further, because now he's found that all these ways that he's trying to be an adversary against humanity, now here was a perfect man who's now risen to the right hand of God, and now he's lost his case. Does that make sense?
No.
Well, then you need to study your Bible. I mean,
No,
You can't break it
what I
down
don't
any
need to do
further.
is what I don't need to do is make shit up.
Well, I mean,
Like,
we're talking
you
about
got
the
your red
Bible.
string out, and
You
you're drawing
already
these
think
connections that are not
it's made
justified.
up. I mean, are you a spiritual person?
No,
Well, then why are you asking these questions?
because I'm you people concern me.
Oh, because we're like schizo and stuff, and
No,
that.
because you believe in fucking
What?
made up stories and you make laws.
I mean, you also think that the universe began and there is nothing.
Oh, thank you
Did I
for
say
defending
that?
your side.
When did I say that?
Well, what do you believe?
Oh no, you know what I believe.
Yeah,
So tell me when I said that.
you don't believe in God. You don't
You
believe in
seem
any
to know
God.
what
You're
I
not
believe.
spiritual. You're an atheist.
You seem to know what I believe.
I do. Am I right?
What do I believe?
You're an atheist.
That's not a belief.
You don't believe that there is a God.
That's
Yeah, I
not a
reject the
belief
claim of
by
your God.
definition.
Yeah,
That's
well, you
by
believe
definition
that.
not a belief.
What does that have to do with the universe?
Yeah, so the universe began, right?
You tell me. You know my beliefs.
So you don't want to answer my question. I know it's
No,
a
I
scary,
want you to
it's
keep
a
on
slippery
pretending like you
slope
know
from there.
something.
I mean, well, then just answer the question.
No, I don't believe the universe began.
Well, that goes against science.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it's affirmed
How?
by science. What are you talking about?
How does it go against science, user?
Sure. So general relativity, redshifting, cosmic background radiation, the
What does
CMPD
general
model.
relativity say about the beginning of the universe?
Sure. So if you're deriving from time dilation from the light around the world, you can find the cosmic background radiation. And with that, you can tell the age of the universe.
And how old is the
13.8
universe?
billion years. Yeah, 13.8 billion years. So you do believe the universe began?
So
Do I?
no, I don't.
Okay.
Seems
Well,
weird.
Because
I think
according to another
we're in
law,
a
oh well, hold on. According to
I
another
think we're
law,
in a corner that
hold
I
on,
don't think
hold
we can
on,
get
hold on,
past
hold
anymore.
on, hold on. According to another law in science, matter can't be created or destroyed, or energy
Well,
can't be created or destroyed.
I mean, neither can space or time, but it did.
I mean,
Right.
I
Right.
said
So
energy.
then
I meant
where's
energy.
creation in that?
Well, what was the cause of the Big Bang?
Who's talking about the Big Bang?
We're talking about it.
The Big Bang wasn't the creation of the universe. You know that, right?
Yeah, it was the beginning of
It's
space and time.
the Big Bang is a theory of expansion of the universe, right? Like not like the creation. You know that, right?
Yeah, and an infinitesimal point that everything came from. That literally time and space began. Where and when began then? That's I don't think you guys. I'm an engineer. I love electromagneticism and
Yeah.
and going
So
through that
you
stuff.
do
So
you think something we can't measure beyond means that that's when it began?
yeah, because literally time began. If you're going to the north,
Where do you see that time began?
friend,
How can time begin?
yeah. I mean, if you want to go into mathematical models, like we can start deep diving into the Wikipedias and all that. This is the consensus of the scientific community. That's what's
No, it's
taught in
not.
schools. Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Well, you're not part of that consensus, but that's
No,
academia.
the consensus is not
That's
that
what's taught
the
in
consensus
schools.
is not
That's
that it's the
what.
beginning.
Yes. No. Well,
It's the
you don't
expansion.
you
It's the
don't
local
believe
presentation
it.
of the universe.
That's the difference. Is you
It's
don't
the
believe
local
it.
presentation of the universe.
That's
Then
why I
we
say
can't
that you
measure
do
beyond
believe in
that. But
something.
how can you create? How can time be created?
Oh, I mean, ask God,
What
right?
is time?
Yeah, sure. That's a spatial dimension that allows 3D things to change. It causes change. It's a sequence of
Yeah,
events.
it's a measurement between changes. So if there's a change, as in something coming into existence, then there was a state before it where it was not in existence.
Where?
That would be time. Time is required for something to be created.
Well,
Time
that's
itself can't be created.
well, that's the paradox. I mean, don't you
It's not a
look at
paradox. It's a
quantum?
paradox for you because you're claiming creation.
Wait. Do you like quantum physics?
Not particularly.
So, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about time
Well, if you don't like quantum physics, how are you talking about time?
because I'm talking about
What?
time.
I mean, if you want to talk about how time slows down to infinity when you go into the speed of light, you don't care about those things?
No, it's not related to what I'm talking about.
Well, it is, because we're talking about the origins of the universe.
And we're talking about the local presentation. We're talking about the expansion, right? But you don't know that the
You
expansion
talking
was the
about
beginning.
expansion. I'm talking about the beginning of the universe.
Well,
You don't know
more
the beginning of
specifically,
the
you're talking
universe.
about the Big Bang.
Okay. Well, it's sad.
You're talking about the
No, it's
expansion of the
sad.
universe.
It's
You're an
sad that you
atheist
believe in a
that
book that says the Earth is 6,000 years old and that the Earth is flat and that there's a dome over it. But what you have to do is you have to deny all that shit to make it make sense.
well, you have to be an atheist that doesn't like science. So I see how you do that too. I guess we're both.
I don't know what does that mean. I don't like science. What does that mean?
Don't you
First of
care
all, there's
about?
nothing scientific about atheism. It's a rejection of a claim.
We don't believe in God.
I could know absolutely dick about science and still reject your claim.
With what?
A startling lack of evidence.
You don't have any evidence.
I don't need evidence.
You
don't
do
even
need
understand basic epistemology.
Sure, you.
I don't need it. What evidence
have,
do I need to reject your claim?
You don't believe in God.
What evidence do I need to reject your claim of a God?
Yeah, you do, because you can't explain anything. Then
I don't need
Can
to
you-
explain
what
anything. You have
evidence
to
does
make
he-
a case. Like, are you all right?
yeah, I'm all right, friend. You're an atheist that doesn't.
Yeah, does a defense
understand
attorney have to
science
tell? Does a defense attorney have to
explain-
give?
but-
Does a
okay,
defense attorney have
you're
to tell you who
observing-
actually
you're
did the
observing
Dude,
thing?
sir, calm down, dude. Damn.
You're
Does a
observing the
defense-
world,
All right, I
but
got
you don't
buddy.
care about
That's
science.
it. Yeah, I
You're an
got you,
atheist that
buddy.
doesn't
Don't
care
worry about it. So, does a defense attorney have to tell you who actually did the crime to get their client acquitted?
And do me a favor, actually answer the question being asked. Oh, you're on mute. Unmute yourself.
Do you want to talk about Satan, or what do you want to do?
You want to answer the question that Mac just asked you?
What was the question?
Does a defense attorney have to provide who actually committed a crime to get their client acquitted?
I'm not a lawyer. I would guess no.
Right. Doesn't take a lawyer to guess no. So when you tell me that I can't reject your claim because I don't have an alternate explanation, which there are plenty of, but it doesn't matter because I don't have to have one, I could still reject that claim. And I'm justified in rejecting it because there's no evidence behind the claim.
Well, if you want evidence, we can talk about evidence.
Mac, this is your rodeo, buddy. Do
No,
what you
I
want.
thought I was about to defer to you.
This is your rodeo, buddy. Go ahead.
But yeah, go ahead and just give your evidence for the God.
Okay.
Or
Well,
Jesus.
what is your criteria for supernatural God? Like evidence of a supernatural God?
your God would know.
No. What's your criteria? If you're asking me for this stuff.
No, you are presenting it. I'm not setting the rules for you.
Well, I can't give you. I don't know your criteria. I could talk about a lot of things. How about we start with something that is valuable to you?
Evidence.
Like what? What's your criteria?
I
Do
mean,
you
if
have
you have
evidence?
evidence, can you present it?
Yes. But yeah, I can
Okay,
share some.
so then present evidence.
What's your criteria? Do you need physical evidence?
I need whatever evidence will convince me.
Yeah, so you're going in a circle now. I'm not gonna entertain that.
No, you pray to
I'm
your
sorry.
God and ask.
I can't. I
See,
can't sell.
I get that
I
you're not
can't
a
sell to
lawyer.
somebody who's not.
I get that
binding.
you're not a lawyer, but you don't even understand the basic concepts of evidence.
What's your criteria for evidence?
What lawyer is going to say to a jury, what would it take for me to get a conviction?
Oh, because the court already has criteria for evidence. So we're in your court. What's your criteria?
Facts.
Facts. Okay, what kind of facts? Begin somewhere.
True ones.
True facts. I don't know any false ones. Let's keep going.
So what are you asking? What kind of evidence do you have? How's that?
All right. Well, you're not answering. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I don't need to answer your question.
Well, God bless you guys. I would.
I would too.
I'll let you guys alone. I know you're just going to banter my character and say I'm not trying to help.
I'm not
you
going to
and-
think
and
about you
answer
for
your
a second
questions.
when you're
That's-
gone.
That's typically. I
Trust
appreciate
me,
it,
I will not think about you for a second.
conversation. Well, that's sad.
Don't worry, your character is safe, user.
Go.
Okay. All right. Well, bye, guys.
That was sad.
Yeah.
You know, like how are you gonna bring this? You bring this up talking about I can prove it. I have the evidence. Okay, do that. Well, what do you want to see? The shit that you just talked about.
What's going to convince
Well,
you?
like, what do you want me to say, bro? You said you have the evidence. That's like pulling up to court and saying, I have evidence that this person did it. Oh, cool. Show it. Well, what do you consider evidence? Sir. That don't make no damn sense. But what do I know? I'm just a spiritual lawyer. I
Just a simple spiritual country lawyer.
humble by every stretch of the imagination. Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of the pretendathon we were having there. Jumping around from like verse to verse, claiming everything.
Like literally in the same passage, we went back and forth between literal and metaphor. Like, and it's not even like you can do that, but you know when that's happening. Like you don't just have to. It just can't be based on your assertion that that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's just weird.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And the fact that like he flip flopped on the same line, like, bro.
Yeah.
Why do you know what I mean? Like,
no. Yeah, I guess it must.
It was a mountain. It wasn't a mountain. He was there. He wasn't there, but he was. This is literally an address to the king of Tyre, but it's actually Satan. But also not Satan.
The first time he fell, there were people, but those people weren't Adam and Eve.
Right. But he also
he was also
fell in the first part. Yeah. In the literal first part of creation, he also fell. It doesn't make sense. And for him to sit there and, well, it's all metaphor. It still doesn't make sense. Because you said that he was the guy that was talked about when they were in Genesis 3. But whatever. Logical, are you a Christian? Are you up here on purpose? Yay, nay, maybe so.
What is your purpose?
All right. What's up, Sid? How you doing, buddies?
I'm good, gentlemen. How are you?
Chilling,
Good.
chilling.
Can't read the whole
Cool.
name.
I have a
Y'all
question
ready?
about false facts.
Okay.
Mhm.
The last gentleman ended, and I know we don't continue over conversations, but we ended that last one with Max says he wants facts as evidence, and I agree. And he says,
Mhm.
what kind of facts? And we want true facts. And then the gentleman says, I don't know any false facts. This is a conversation. This is like a thing I've been working through the last year or two as our country has shown more and more than ever that we can't communicate with one another very well. But like, there are, in my opinion, the way I learned this in 5th grade, and I'm interested in your guys' opinions, but there are true facts and there are false facts. And the difference is or the thing with a fact is it's demonstrable one way or the other. So a true fact would be that there are 50 states in the United States of America. A false fact would be that there are 51 states in the United States of America. It's verifiable. You can research. What do you think, Mac?
I disagree.
Yeah, tell me about that.
I think, well, I mean, I just Googled the definition.
Would it just be a
of fact.
lie?
I Googled the definition of fact. It's just a thing that is known or proved to be true. I get what you're saying, but what you're talking about are claims.
Sure. Okay.
Right? I think a claim has to rise to the level of being a fact.
Okay.
Interesting. I don't disagree with that.
And I think that what I'm basing all of this off of is probably as I learned as we were like getting into taking like true false quizzes. And the idea that whenever you're looking at that, an opinion is, like an opinion looks a certain way. But whenever someone makes a claim, and I do agree with Mac that would just be a claim. I think that the way it was taught to us has sort of confused me in the long run, because the way that you come away is when you mark a claim false, you might refer to that as a false fact.
I think.
But either,
so, I think I can see where that comes in, because like if the dichotomy you're presented with is fact or opinion, that could take you away from, that could lead you to believe that like any claim would be factual in nature, and that claim could be true or false, but it would still be a fact. I could see that kind of the origin of that, but
well,
I think they did you a disservice.
Yeah, maybe, but like the part for me is like, is there a firmament? There's a firmament. That's a claim, but it's not an opinion.
Right.
So like
that's
like
the thing.
that
They
would
should have
be,
said said like opinions and claims, or opinions and truth claims, right?
Right.
So if you're making a claim about something being factual, that claim can be true or false.
Sure.
But the fact of the matter is the fact. It's the truth, like whatever that comes out to be.
Could you interchangeably use the word claim and assertion in that state?
Yeah, I think even there it gets muddied, because like an opinion could be an assertion, right?
Sure.
I mean, a claim, I guess, could be too, but claim I think is a little bit closer to the mark.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out like logic through all of this, and I just don't know that I'm smart enough, or I've had the right conversations. But we've just got the real problem of like thinking that facts equal truth, but like you need to just keep adding facts, right? All the facts contribute to truth, not just some of the facts. The more facts we have, the closer we get to truth. And they do have to be verified, because like so much of our ecosystem is mis or disinformation. Like you're constantly sorting through claims, or part of this country is not, and they're just taking all the claims as fact because they're presented as fact.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's a digression. I just wanted to, for me, it was like, that's interesting, because the Bible, in my opinion, again, the way I was learned, and I'm certainly open to trying to.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you. I'll change my mind on that. But people just walk around all day being like, well, the Bible says so. It's like, damn it to hell. Like, you're not thinking. You're like, it's just, you're taking the word for it, and people have for 2,000 years, and they're all just claims, and claims that we know to be factually untrue. So it's all very interesting to me.
Yeah, I think truth is where you'll find more ambiguity in the meaning, right? Like the definition you were giving for truth. Well, I agree with it. I think it's one of many usable definitions of truth. Truth is a weird one. Like truth and
It
fact, I
is.
think. Right? So facts, either something's factual or it's not. It's more binary. But the truth could be like the truth of a thing, or it could be like you were talking about, like a greater truth, right? So, yeah, I think
Yeah.
there's more wiggle room in there.
And then you get into the whole my truth of it all.
Well, and that's
Yeah, I
like
don't
where
like my truth.
I was really working through this leading up to last year's election, obviously. I mean, I've been working through this literally for more than a year and just trying to like rationalize through why people can't have reasonable conversations. And it is because so much of the truth at the core of person, and once you start to get from I think or I know to I believe and I feel, like there's now you're dealing into, what you guys said with my truth. And I definitely get all of that. But like I was even talking to other friends of mine that are more on the left side of the spectrum, and it was like, well, what do you call it when someone says to you this thing that they believe to be true, but it's not true? And they were like, it's a lie. I'm like, yeah, when's the last time you had a lot of success talking to somebody, walking up to them and just calling them a liar? Like just trying to figure out how to have those better conversations. I'm learning a lot here on TikTok. So it's just interesting to me how we can get closer to, and I agree with that ambiguity. You have to really talk to the point of what the truth is. Like, are you trying to get to the point of the thing or the bigger thing? It's just
I think
so
there's
hard
an
with.
important distinction between a lie and a falsehood,
Mm-hmm.
and that's intent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And that'd be the difference
definitely
between
calling someone a liar is going to put them on their heels, on the defensive, right? They're going to dig in or whatever. But pointing out something they believe is false, well, it's still going to do that. I think it does it to like a lesser degree.
Yeah.
Right. Nobody likes to be shown that they're wrong.
Right.
I mean,
yeah. Because I mean, calling someone a liar
but it's
is attacking them, and then saying it's a falsehood is attacking the position.
Well, and I think even if you say that is a lie, right? You're not attacking them still. You're still attacking the thing. So
it's the connotation of the word.
Yeah.
I love that word. We got to call people what it is. We got to call it what it is. But I get it. Like it gets in the way of conversations. It's just so frustrating to hear. I didn't even hear all that last conversation, and I was frustrated as hell.
If Oso told me that we're going to lunch tomorrow, and the three of us, right?
Tap the screen, folks.
And he was lying to me, but I conveyed to you that the three of us are going to lunch tomorrow based on what he told me. Did I lie to you?
No, because he spread misinformation or even disinformation.
But what I told
you were spreading misinformation. Yeah.
Right. What I told you was unknowingly.
Lie. True.
But,
yeah.
But
in the grander context.
But if you said you lied to me, you wouldn't be justified, right?
No, I think that's right. Yeah, I can agree with that.
That's what I'm saying. Like the distinction is someone might be earnestly conveying that information or claim or whatever, but it doesn't mean that. Yeah. So I mean, they wouldn't be lying. They're not trying to deceive you. They're just passing on a falsehood.
Right.
Speaking of liars.
Just don't let him do you like that.
Oh.
I was just wanting you to reset your goal, please.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I was in the middle of trying to put that in the comment section before they got turned off.
Ooh. Yeah, TT don't play about that shit. Whatever she said, do it.
Yeah, what's the number?
100,000.
Is it?
Yeah.
100K. Yep.
Okay. It's 100K.
Hey.
Okay.
Because I was right there
That's
too.
Doable.
That's
doable.
Get to tapping.
I've been live for like 2 hours already.
I've been taking it too easy for too long.
100.
That thing you sent me was the affiliate thing, right? Or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It says I need more.
Yeah, it says you have to go live. I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's okay because
that makes sense.
You gotta do it. Yeah. I sent the same thing to
live. I'm waiting.
They happen very rarely, but they're always good. Mac used to do this background about what did Jesus like? What was the sacrifice actually for?
Yeah.
Or what did the sacrifice actually do? What was the topic? Something in that vein.
I think it said. Did I say it was an upgrade, or did I just the picture say that? I
Yeah, yeah, it was. Jesus got an upgrade. It wasn't a sacrifice, and he was sitting like first class on the airplane.
Looking very
But
fresh
yeah,
and very
no,
clean.
it was interesting. The only thing that kind of sucked about it was uh, people were not prepared for that conversation. So yeah, you
Yeah.
know, get a whole lot of good
So just
conversation
normal
out of
shit
that.
then.
Yeah, basically, although actually, no, I mean, sometimes you get people that like engage with it and they give you some thought-provoking things, whether it's true or not. You can at least be like, oh, I never considered that. Like that's an interesting angle. Let's look at that.
Yeah,
But
but most of the time they just went in a loop, right?
yeah,
Because it's like, what's the sacrifice? He died. Okay, so he's still dead? No.
Oh.
Yeah, it was basically that loop, and then like also the sacrifice they would say was like coming down to earth, and I would say, okay, so this is an eternal being. What is 30 years compared to eternity?
literally nothing.
Yeah, you can't even measure it, right?
It does not have a percentage. That is true. Yeah, but they were good, albeit infrequent. That's
Yeah,
okay.
some are saying it's the most missed live on TikTok.
Certainly top five. Certainly top five.
I think
We're gonna get them back.
I don't know. I've had a couple opportunities that I passed on. Like I really could have jumped in yesterday, but then Thinker said she was going. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
But like, because like I don't know, I work a normal ass job, but some days I have like 0 meetings, or like I have my morning meetings and that's it. And then so I could do it then, but then I get like these little impromptu calls and shit.
Yeah.
So I'd have to like pass. Which I mean that happens. Other people get those same things.
Terrence, are you up here on purpose? You're on mute if you are.
Oh, was that him crashing around?
Yeah, when you're singing.
Me, I'm way more respectful.
Hi, sorry guys. I pocket requested up, but I
Gotcha.
have
All
been
good,
following
Terrence.
along. I have been following along probably for the last hour or 2 hours. It's pretty funny how some of these believers they do flip flop from these
Yeah.
from literal to was it metaphorical. So yeah, it's very frustrating. Seeing how they just kind of make, in my opinion, just make up things. So
Yeah.
to fit their narrative.
Yeah.
My wife
I agree.
actually has just kind of what was it, born again. So she's fully into it, and she's right at the very beginning of her journey, and I can already see the indoctrination just seeping in. She's looking now for everything's demonic, and this, that, and the other. We lived very, comfortable, like successful lifestyle, achieving all of our goals without looking for all of these other, meanings where there isn't. So it's
Yeah, but your
very
goals are worldly.
Yeah, I mean, she's a public speaker. She's a public speaker, and we do a lot of good for the community here in the UK. And we've been very successful without it. So it's
Yeah.
just funny now her attributing these other things to this other entity, and it's really killing me that she's on that path. So I like coming to these lives to see different perspectives and from former Christians and very knowledgeable people what their views are on these things as well. So it's a good conversation to be listening in. But yeah, sorry for jumping up when I should have.
Yeah, no, you're good, man. You're good. No problem. I
Block that
appreciate
guy.
you coming up
Block
and
him.
sharing with us, man.
Okay, keep it up.
For sure, man. You have a good day.
Cheers,
Have
you
a good
too.
one, Terrence.
Thanks.
All right. I do think that it's isn't the UK like on a huge decline in terms of Christianity or religion in general?
Whole world
I
is
mean,
really.
they've always been
Well,
lower
Africa
than that.
isn't.
Yeah, Africa's growing,
Right.
but like so I think part of the reason for that is they have a state religion, and like I mean Europe in general was kind of over it,
Hmm.
but like I think at least what I've heard is that part of like the reason that there's not that enthusiasm for it there is because they have it as a state religion. Like the Church of England is the official religion.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think another factor that could be considered is that since it was such a useful tool in colonialism, and there's not like a whole lot of other places in the world that you could colonize, it's kind of lost its functionality.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, a lot of factors go into that. Theo, what's up, man?
Just changing clothes after bathing, and yeah, this life didn't go and what I expected. We had a boring crash out from a Christian was stating who was stating the same who was repeating the same piece of shit again and again, and well, that does not progress the conversation.
Um, yeah, I think he ultimately fell back on the same argument. I mean, he did give us different things. Granted, they were not correct or logical, but
I mean, you could
they
like
moved places.
see where he was getting the things, but
Hmm.
you could also see the stretching that was needed, and
Absolutely.
he did not see that part.
Absolutely. And I think it's crazy because he was, Mr. Science Man, but could not identify the cognitive dissonance that he was going through when, you ask him about a position and he says it's one thing, and then you go back and ask him about that same position, and then he says it's another thing. Like you're
He was,
holding two different beliefs.
he was trying to say that I was having it,
Right.
which is absolutely insane. Like,
And even
because I
even
refused to accept what he was saying.
Right.
there are a lot of theories about world creation. Some might say a person dreamt us into this world. God made this world. The Big Bang made this world, and there are a lot of crazy theories that say that try to explain how the world was formed.
You deconstructing yet, Theo? Sorry,
what'd you say?
you cut off. Yeah, what did you say?
He's getting electrocuted.
Take the toaster out the tub, Theo.
Yeah, what
didn't
time
hear
is
you,
it
Theo.
for you, Theo? What time is
It's
it?
like 12 hours difference.
8:13 p.m.
13 hours for me.
What time is it for you again, Theo?
8:13 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Did you guys hear if he said he was deconstructing or not?
I have no idea.
No, but he said it on Other Lives.
Deconstructing. I am deconstructing.
Wonderful,
What is
I
it?
said wonderful, proud of you.
Okay, thanks. So, I haven't seen a topic that the morals. I would want to do a live questioning Christians' morals about Bible verses, since to test if they really read the Bible, if they really read the Bible. Because if they haven't, they would spew random facts, and they might spew random shit, and even berate me for reading that part of the Bible. And that would be funny as hell to see people crashing out over their own morals.
Every day, Theo.
Yes. I mean, if you even ask about the first chapter of the Bible, number 2, is it just to allow evil to happen to innocent people? Let's see. Genesis 19, Genesis 20, Deuteronomy, the Deuteronomy grape law, the calling of a woman, the B word, the dog B word, and well, a lot of fuck ups, basically fuck ups. Yes, you heard it right, Christians. Your Bible is not perfect. He has these so-called fuck ups. So
Why did you
why
say
believe?
fuck ups and then say also the B word?
That was in reference. That was in
No, I'm just
reference
saying,
to.
like, you censored bitch.
I
You
thought
said
that was.
you censored bitch, but you said fuck ups.
B.
That's a great question, Lex. I do want to do that. Um, Lex asked, "What are your thoughts on Islam?"
It's more about control. Have you seen the women wearing hijabs, and they are restricted in eating meat? No thanks. No thanks. That sounds more like control, like the
Hijab.
Christian religion. But I can't say more about the text, the Quran, since I am not a Muslim, and why would I care about others' religion if I haven't experienced it yet? So I abstain from criticizing others' religions, unless of course the customs. The customs are I I criticize their customs, but not their Bibles or the Quran, since I haven't read the Quran after all. So why would I have a say in their book? But all I know is the Bible.
Interesting. So that stuff yesterday that you were doing with Islam, what was that about?
Stay out of the comments, Theo. You're on the panel now. Oso can tell you which live.
Yeah, since somebody asked me if I was a Muslim, and then um I was wondering whichever live was that, because I did not say I am a Muslim, and I did not say I am a Muslim.
Yeah, no. What live were you talking about Islam in yesterday?
No, I don't know. I mean, I joined a lot of you guys. You guys are here always live, and I know that I can come up to some panel. I am allowed on certain panels, but I don't know which live are you live, or I did not say I was a Muslim.
You talk about Islam a lot?
Huh?
Do you talk about Islam a lot?
Oh, I'm confused because I don't know. I haven't said I haven't said anything about being a Muslim, because I am not one.
Times you prayed today, Theo.
Oh, it's
I
the end of
mean,
the
like,
day.
All right. It checks out so far.
zero. I would pray. Why would I pray if I know that I'm responsible for my actions? If I die by road accidents, that was on me, not God. Why would I pray to a God who won't give me protection? Who wouldn't
Theo,
give me
have you read Mein Kampf?
no.
Do you know that it's full of propaganda and full of untruths and full of nastiness?
Yes.
Okay, so what if I told you the Quran is full of similar type of nastiness? Not the same, but similar, and you don't need to read it to know that other people have read it and can tell you. So
Chris captured for
I'm just
mods.
like, that's just an example there to show you that like you can ask around. You don't have to read this thing in full. And to that point, like the Bible is sort of the same way. I mean, you've read this, but don't be afraid to take a stance on something. You don't have to be vitriolic about it, but you can take a stance to say, well, this isn't my thing. I don't line up with the few things that are in there that I know I don't align with. So don't be too afraid to come out against Islam.
But I still need to read about it, and I have stated 2 claims that are against Islam as well, the hijab thing and the meat one. I don't know, but since the meat one meat, we all need meat in our bodies. It's one of the essential nutrients, but why a religion that bans eating that, and eating meat for a certain day, for only a certain day?
So
That's
what you're saying is I could pull up on a good looking young individual and say, you trying to get your essential nutrients, and then lick my lips seductively? Can I do that?
oh my gosh. You're literally not serious.
That's what he said. I just, me, shoot or shoot.
You
Come
had
on
it like
now.
that.
It's essential, baby. Nah, go ahead, Theo. What was you saying?
The only thing I know that about the Muslims, that they wear hijab so that men won't lust over the women, and the meat is connected to certain parts in the Quran, I think. It's spiritual. It's a spiritual thing in Islam to do that.
It's not all meat. It's certain meats, but yeah.
All of them wear hijabs to cover their whole bodies, and the only thing you can see from them is the eyes. I mean, whenever I
I mean,
go
that's also
to
not quite accurate. There are different degrees of cover, and there are Muslim women who don't
necessarily
just
do
wear
that.
like a head. They'll just wear like a head cloth or something. They won't do like a full burqa or anything like that.
not all of them. We can't group all people just based on one belief, or we can't generalize all people. And the same can be applied to Christians. Not all Christians are gonna crash out like some of the people did in these types of lives. And for example, we had the pastor and the old guy on Tinker's Live talking pretty straight, and a sense of gentleness comes out of them, and that makes people like you more easier to understand them, rather than just cussing the fuck out of you, saying, excuse me, sir, you are not an infant, and you were one, but no need to act like an infant now. You can be like those 2 guys that came up during Tinker's Live, and just be respectful and keep the conversation going, or else we gonna kick the fuck out of your ass, saying, bye bye bitch, you're not welcome here, get out.
I've always wanted a parrot. Look at how he purchased so gracefully.
Put him on your
So
shoulder.
I am just trying to figure out why we still have 224 people in here,
Great question.
and we have
It's my bazooka.
and we barely have got these likes up. I'm gonna need y'all to start tapping the screen. Oh, pressure. Because what are we doing in here?
I even
We
Like,
came in
get
tip,
on my
these
backup
likes
to
up.
help.
tip Miss Jess, or what should I prefer to call you, Miss Jess?
Yes.
Miss Jess, the
Good
Holy
morning,
Spirit.
thinker.
Also, good morning, Miss Tinker. Also, Miss Jess, the Holy Spirit ain't sending the people, the Christians, to come up and request, because it has maybe later, when the Holy Spirit wants to come down upon us and bestow us with the people with no common sense, they might come.
PT, how are you using your hands? Just a question. Also, Thinker, I thought you said you were going to be back tomorrow or today.
Yeah, she said it was like 1 o'clock tomorrow. That was yesterday,
Right.
right? And that
They
was on
extended
the
it
that
after
was
the
on the
backup went down.
what?
They want to
Huh?
ruin. They want to ruin us. They want to ruin us.
Wow. So there's like that's crazy. They did like a band evasion.
Yeah, that is crazy. I don't know what
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
they
do
definitely
without
know when your accounts are
thinker.
connected.
You know what's more crazier? The
They
Christians
probably use
who
different
who
email
are,
addresses.
yeah. You know, these Christians sometimes they obsess, they overtly obsess over us, and that's weird, because like, why do you obsess over us? We ain't doing nothing but educate. So why the hell are you ranting like it's some Reddit post? This is not Reddit. This is TikTok, and we your opinions are shit. Your opinions are sublime, and whatever happens,
Dude,
whatever
I think if
happens.
you use it on the same device, they can tell. Like I don't.
Yeah. Although
Tell
she
her the
uses
MAC
her main
address.
for her main, or
Huh?
yeah. I mean, she uses her main in TikTok Studio, and then she uses her backup on the phone. So that would technically be, but I guess if you still use your phone for your main, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, like I think just having the account there, or like what Stoic said, like it could just be like looking at IP or MAC address or whatever.
Yeah. Where you going?
I want to
You
talk
want
about
that
some
one?
stuff offline with about these ways to potentially work forward in this. So I'm going to message you on the side also later and see what all has been tried in terms of this nonsense, this censorship. It's ridiculous. But yeah, there's got to be, geez, that's crazy that they went back and extended the ban on the original.
Yeah. After, because it was originally just for uh like a week, and then it got brought down to a day, and then it got pushed back out to a week. That sounds dumb.
She already had an appeal response at that time.
Yeah, I thought so,
Oh,
right? I thought she appealed it down to a day.
I thought it just was a day because I've gotten those.
It was originally a day, then they extended it. Damn, you got reverse appeal? That's insane. That's insane. I mean,
Appeal
this
it,
is
and they'll give you a month.
right, right. Actually, I don't think you need to be live for a year. Damn, that sucks. I mean, what are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Well, I guess are you gonna still be going live from like a different page or something, Thinker?
Yeah, but
I wouldn't say I'm the
Well,
main
you
character.
can't like
Maybe
get the same
YouTube.
guests on YouTube. I mean, you can definitely go on and just like do Bible study or whatever. But
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could do like the call in for like the Discord and
oh yeah, still got
the
that.
other thing. Yeah, okay. It won't be the exact same. It'll be like that one time when TikTok shut down, but it'd be something. Is there a way to reverse engineer a YouTube live to TikTok though?
Have someone hold up their phone to the screen.
Or I wonder if, like, if I gave Thinker, or if Thinker had like a different account, she could like stream like the YouTube
Well, I
to.
was because Zena mentioned like letting her use an account, but like, well, it's just gonna get caught up in that. Like, it seems like that's on the radar now.
You just might as well go ahead and make a Thinker University account. I mean, because we are learning at Thinkers University, so.
Yeah. We'll see what life brings us. And of course, we don't have to make any uh, determinations until we see whether or not TikTok does us right. But in the meantime, in between time, we have a fan favorite on panel, Jael.
Good, broski.
A fan
How
for
far
who?
out though? It's one of those things where I lie.
Okay, I thought so. I was just making
No,
sure.
no, no. I'm definitely a fan favorite. Definitely, 100%. Y'all don't have to lie. 100%.
Put a one in the comments if Jaquel is a fan favorite of yours. Put a 2 if you don't. Let's see what the people say.
You know how everybody didn't like Dennis Rodman, but everybody loved Dennis Rodman?
Always loved Dennis Rodman, sir.
Right. That's me. Yeah, that's definitely me, bro. Look, see, don't start with me today because I'm gonna come at you, bro. Today,
I don't care.
You already know.
I couldn't give a
You already
shit
know,
if you
so
came at me.
just stop it. Just keep it smooth. Just keep it smooth.
Do you think you coming at me affects me?
Okay.
Dude, it's genuinely hilarious to me.
It's a lot of 2s in the chat.
You're right, boy.
Oh no! Don't call me boy.
Yeah, but don't call me boy because I got you on record.
Boy, don't be doing Mac like that, because I'll call you a boy all day, every day. Don't do him like that.
You can call me a boy all you want to. I like that.
Okay,
No,
but
okay,
sir, you are
absolutely
a
not.
grown-ass man and you want to be called a boy.
Oh my God, bro! I don't even know you. All right, so
I should have. That's on me. I should have.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yo, so I got for number one, your first joint. What did Satan actually do? So I'm here to inform y'all. Satan is just God's other side. Y'all never seen Satan and God in the same room. You never heard them say, yo, let's go attack Satan. Let's go team up and start a war against Satan. Like, these are common sense situations that people don't even get. Like, Satan is God's other side. His duality. So that's what he actually does. And I know y'all heard that people call
Jaquel. I'm already stretching to have you up here. You're not finna sit here and smack the whole entire time. It's just, we can't.
My bad. I'm eating my breakfast. My bad.
I feel you, but we got to be considerate of other people.
Yeah, but my fault. So I believe that Satan is his other side. The devil is God's duality. If you change the word devil around, the word is lived, right? The God who lived, right? And I think that when they said the biggest the devil is the biggest liar, it could be true, right? Because you got to understand. Y'all have never seen God and the devil in the same room. You never heard no prophecies. You never heard that they was going to be together. You never heard none of
Except
that.
in Job.
When
Satan appeared before God.
So you saw God, and so you saying Job actually seen the face of God?
No.
Okay,
You
so
didn't
that
say
means they
Job.
was never together.
You didn't say Job. You said you've never seen them together.
You never seen God and how can you write a story and say God and Satan is together? Which one of those told you the story? Satan or God then, bro?
Oh, so you're just throwing out the whole Bible then?
No, I'm just saying if you're going to bring up that story, who told you who was giving that the story to the writer? Right? Was it Satan who gave the story to the writer or God? And then you leaving the privilege to only letting God get the story out. So
again,
Satan
you're
don't
throwing out the
hold
whole
on. So
Bible.
Satan don't get a chance to tell his side of the story. So look, see that's the crazy
Satan
thing
wrote
about
Job?
no. That's the crazy thing about it, is, right? That's
Hold
the
on,
crazy thing
Jackwell.
about it.
Hold on. Are you saying that Satan is the author of the story of Job?
No, I'm just saying, does Satan ever get a chance to speak? Like when does Satan get his chance to tell his side of the story? Like where the story all about God, right?
Literal devil's advocate.
Who, me?
And that's like it's funny because people say like they're playing devil's advocate all the time. You're literally advocating for it. It's just kind of funny. But I don't understand, like, what is the point? Like, do you think that Satan's misunderstood? Like, what are you getting at?
No, I literally said God is Satan and Satan is God. This is just this duality. Like the reason why Satan or God was together is because they probably got mad and he probably had to show his side. Because I think the book of Job is when he unalived his kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so wouldn't that be like some Satan type stuff? Wouldn't that be some evil type things that he has done?
So do you think it's like a Fight Club situation where he was just
No, I
talking
feel
to
like it's
himself?
just like you got a nickname. Like I have a nickname, or I have a different name when I'm in trouble. Like you ever? I don't know.
But they had a
Hold on.
But they had a conversation.
I don't know if your parents did it, but I know black people parents when they call your name a certain way, you know you in trouble, right? Like when they say a certain name, when they call you a certain name, and it's your name, but if they say that name, you're in trouble.
I knew I was in trouble when I got a certified letter.
Okay, bro, we're not talking about that because obviously y'all didn't get in trouble. That's why y'all do school shootings and shit. But
you know you can't say that shit on TikTok, right?
Oh, my fault, bro.
It's been a minute since my last one, but yeah, he's absolutely right.
You get what I'm saying?
No, because they're having a conversation in this book.
And VH1 stop with that shit because there may not be school pew pews, but don't act like the block won't get pepper sprayed. So it may not be in the school, but the neighborhood kids do get pew pew when an angry black man
you know,
Jacquel, let her finish. Jacquel, let her finish. You know this, bro.
It just manifests in different ways. It may not be a school, but when I was at work, because a black man couldn't get his shit together, a 2-month-old got it in a car. Okay? It wasn't a school, but the street got it. So let's stop it. Okay? And go on mute because don't nobody want to hear you chewing them chips for breakfast.
Exactly.
Okay, y'all can continue. I just wanted, I don't like when they do that shit. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Matt. Go ahead.
My mic was muted. Sorry. I don't understand how, if it's not like a Fight Club situation where one of the characters is just the imagination of the other, then how are they having a conversation and still being the same entity?
Never talked to yourself before, bro? Like y'all act like y'all can't do these things in real life. You act like you can't have a conversation with yourself. Like these situations, oh no, this is magically can't happen now. Like magically I can't talk to myself. Like come on, bro.
Yeah, I've never presented myself before myself.
Okay, so you have never talked in the first person, bro?
Is that what I said?
No, I'm just saying you have never talked in the first person.
I'm talking in the first person right now.
Okay, you never talked in the third person?
Yeah, of course. Like what? What?
You haven't said Jacquel, or you haven't said Mac. Mac, I don't know how you would talk, but at the end of the day, it's possible, bro. Yes, you're able to talk to yourself. Like as a human, you can do that. It's not a godly power to talk to yourself, bro.
So again, I've never presented myself before myself.
You don't. You're not God, bro.
That's how
But
the
you're not
book
God.
starts.
You don't have
Wait,
to,
so
bro.
wait,
Jaquel, let people
wait a minute.
finish they fucking sentence, bro. Calm down.
But
All right,
wouldn't
but
that
don't
mean?
don't
But
do
wait a
all that
minute.
stuff, bro.
Wait a minute. But
It's
wouldn't
too
that
early in
mean
the day to be
someone?
crashing out like this.
Wouldn't that mean someone would have had to been there to hear him talking to himself and write it down?
I'm telling to Mac, who heard
No,
Mac?
no,
No,
sir.
no, 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 no.
I'm
If we're
no,
gonna go
no.
with
I
that,
am asking you. First of all, stop interrupting me, bitch. I'm not these hoes. Okay.
Lord,
I'm
come on,
like
don't do
you.
that.
I'm on one early in the fucking morning, so
And
don't
Lord
do it.
Farrar gotta be a hoe. He
I'm
wasn't
just saying.
interrupting
I'm just saying.
nobody.
Listen,
For all
I'm
y'all
on
that
100.
look,
we're
for
all
all y'all that
hoes
be
in
bitching
Lord's
in the
stable.
comments, everybody can get it from Lawrence. Everybody.
All I'm saying is,
Everybody can get it.
who was there to hear him talking to himself and write it down as a story? Who was
Exactly
there?
what I said before
He's
you came
saying
up
the
here,
same thing.
Lord.
I don't know what the point it's
No,
making, but
no,
he
but I'm
said the same
asking who
thing.
is it? Then who is it then?
That's what
Because
I
you
said.
no, no, sir, because you're talking to
Look,
who's who's by you when you talk to yourself to write it down.
Lord,
No,
I literally
no,
using that as a
Jaquel, you're
defense.
not
I
answering my
literally use that
question.
as the defense. You're coming up
Jaquel,
here and saying something. I'm
no,
using as a defense.
Jaquel,
Come
you're
on,
not
bro.
answering my
You gotta pay
question.
attention, bro. Like,
No,
come on,
you're,
yo. I'm
sir,
literally using that as a
sir,
defense.
sir, you're just saying anything, right? So I'm asking if that is the case, because I heard what you said. If that is the case, who's there to write down the conversations you have with yourself? Since you're coming from the premise that this was a conversation he had with himself that somebody else heard, right? Because most conversations people, talk to themselves. They're like, man, they don't talk out loud. Maybe you do. So I'm asking, who's there to record your out loud conversations with yourself?
Lord, you're still not making
No,
sense because
Jaquel. No,
because
you're not
nobody's
making
recording my
sense.
stuff. Nobody's recording me. Nobody's ever.
Okay,
I
so
never said anybody recorded me. You're just making up.
okay,
That was my
so
defense.
so so
That
I'm
was my
asking
whole
you.
defense.
So I'm asking you, who was there to record this conversation?
And that's my point. Who was there? Like that's my point. Who was there? If you didn't see God or you didn't see the Satan, then who was there to know that both of them was there at the same time? That is my point.
Are you
Like I
saying
don't
that
know why you're
so
trying to
no, no,
make an
no,
argument that I just
because your
explained.
point
That's
because
my
your point
point.
doesn't make
No, because you're
because
going
your point
backwards.
Can
doesn't
you
make any
have a
I'm
sense.
sorry, Lord.
conversation?
You be
Fuck,
on one,
dude.
but
Like,
you're
have
Jaquel,
a
I'm gonna need
conversation.
you to lower your
Have
blood
a
pressure and
fucking
that
conversation.
volume.
Your point doesn't make any sense. Your point does
makes
not make
sense.
it. No, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. Your point doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense at all, right? Because
You can
usually,
say I don't make sense, but you came in and repeated the things that I said.
see, this is how I know you. This is how I know. Usually people have internal conversations with themselves. I've never. I mean, I have seen people talking to themselves, right? I have seen people talking to themselves. I've never seen anybody answer themselves, which is what you posit. He would have to be talking to himself and answering himself. And then the third party would have to be standing there like it's normal, writing this conversation down. Are you saying that God is not in the best mental state?
See, and you just lied. You said you never heard nobody answering themselves. So when you're talking to yourself, right?
No, no. I
When a
said I've
question
never
comes
heard
up, you don't be
anybody.
like, "Oh yeah, I
No,
remember." You don't say,
I said I've never heard anybody answer. I've never heard anybody answer themselves. That's what I said. I said I've never heard anybody answer themselves. So what?
"Oh yeah."
So I've never heard
Down, buddy.
anyone answer themselves out loud. I grew up with a woman.
Somebody say, "Oh
I
yeah, I remember." Come on,
I grew up with a woman who no, but
I mean,
that's
definitely
not
not
what
anyone
you're
who's
talking
mentally
about.
you on one,
well.
you on.
That's not what you're talking about. You're talking about
This is
someone having a whole conversation with themselves. an entire conversation pretending to be themselves and the other person, and someone is just standing there with a tablet or some papyrus or some other shit writing it down. This is what you're positing.
And the
You're
only time you see somebody, Lord's, having a conversation with themselves and answering is usually they're in a mental institution.
That's what I mean. So that's what I'm saying. Are you saying that God is not in the best mental space?
What you want to say? Yo, God, look, God, you're not in the look. Forgive me for I have sinned, but you're not in the right mental space because the Lord said that you're not in the right mental space because Lord won't let me talk and say how I want to really say it. So yeah, God, you're not in the right mental space. Yes,
You're
okay,
not
that's
in the
what you
right
want to
mental
say.
space. What the fuck is wrong
You see
with
how I
you?
did that? You
What
see how I
the
did
hell
that? You
that
see
just
how
came
my
out your
ability?
mouth?
You see how my ability to do that is? You don't think God can do that?
No, you didn't answer
No,
yourself.
no,
You
I did.
didn't
I
know.
did. Okay, Jacquel, what is 2 plus 2? Jacquel, the answer is 4. Thank you. I just did it. How about that?
Who's writing it down?
I just wrote it down too.
Oh, so God wrote this. So God
See,
wrote
no,
this.
He's so desperate to get a point across, just make shit up like
you know what? Fee
crazy.
said it back on Chris. See, Fee said it best on Christina's live in the
Huh?
Discord. She said Jacquel makes the most sense when he's on mute, and that's a line for your ass. It's in Christina's Discord if y'all ever want to look that up.
That's fair.
He makes the most sense when
Jacquel,
he's on mute.
here's
I
the thing.
mean,
Do you believe that the story of Job is real?
I believe that it's a story that is real in its own sense, right?
What?
Like it's a story where it's like I don't think that he lost his kids. I don't think the kids was perished, but I believe like you know how like baby mamas keep your kids away from you. Like I feel like
Something's
it's a story
happening.
like that. Like he lost his 7 kids. Like he wasn't able to contact them no more. You know what I'm saying? Like stories
He
like
lost
that.
his 7 kids?
No, he lost his first 7 kids, right?
It's 10, but I get it because the 7 were boys, so that's who matters.
That's so sexist.
That's your.
I didn't say that. So
That's the
don't
ones
put
you
words in my
counted.
mouth.
There were 7 boys.
I never said that though, but that's what you said.
You said 7 kids.
I said 7 kids.
Yeah, you were counting the boys.
No, from my knowledge, it was 7 kids. He lost his first 7.
Yeah, I'm giving insight into how that number came to be.
I mean, how do you know? You wrote it?
Yeah.
Okay then. So since you wrote it, you would know, right?
Isn't it
Yeah.
10 kids?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
7 sons, 3 daughters.
so y'all believe that? You
No, my profile
do
pic
you
is what I
believe it was
actually
10
do in
kids?
real life.
Do you believe it was 10 kids?
I just want y'all to know my profile pic is what I'm actually doing in real life. This is my actual face. The more he talks, okay, that's it. That's just what I want y'all to show. Okay, I'm sorry, Jacquel. Go ahead.
can't wait to see you tomorrow.
I can't wait to see you.
I just did FYI. I'm so excited.
Either you believe a number is true. So
Jacquel, you have to come off mute.
I'm mute him for a second. I'm sorry. I just needed to take a mental break. I'm sorry, Jacquel. Go ahead.
me,
I didn't mute you.
No.
just let me know when y'all
The
done
thing
so I can
is,
speak.
you heard them talking and you just started talking.
I want to read something and I want to get your interpretation of what this means, Jacquel. I hope that you can help me out because I am genuinely lost now. One day, when his sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in the eldest brother's house, a messenger came to Job and said, the oxen were plowing and the donkeys were feeding beside them, and the Sabins fell on them and carried them off and killed the servants with the edge of the sword. I alone have escaped to tell you. While he was still speaking, another came and said, the fire of God fell from heaven and burned up the sheep and the servants and consumed them. I alone have escaped to tell you. While he was still speaking, another came and said, the Chaldeans formed 3 columns, made a raid on the camels, and carried them off, and killed the servants. Uh, or
So
whatever.
That's
Hold on,
textbook baby mama drama.
yeah. While he was still, I alone escaped to tell you. While he was still speaking, another came and said, your sons and daughters were eating and drinking wine in their eldest brother's house, and suddenly a great wind came across the desert, struck the 4 corners of the house, and it fell on the young people, and they are dead. I alone have escaped to tell you. What does that mean?
what is that? What book is that in? First of all, like which one? Like which one is it? The Old Test? Is it the King James version? What version?
Which book did servants come up and talk to
No,
Job?
no. What version are you? Or is that reading it?
What translation?
What version? As I said, like don't try to change my words. Like what
Yeah, man. What are
version?
you, God? NRSVUE.
So as I would say, the sword will be the tongue, right? Because didn't they say the tongue, the tongue will be the sword? Has that ever been said in the Bible?
Has
Yes, it has, right? So when they're speaking, it's cutting down and crushing the house. Yeah, yeah.
but specifically the house part, it says, and suddenly a great wind came across the desert,
Your
struck the
hot
four
breath.
corners of the house. Let me
Your
finish
hot
reading it,
breath.
Joshua. The struck the 4 corners of the house, and it fell on the young people, and they are dead.
Yes. So like so like you know how like our society right now with our young generation and how our generation is right now. So they hear stuff and they follow it, and it could kill a generation of children or unalive, I should say, a generation.
So you're saying this book of Rome is talking about the kids reading something that's dangerous and then spreading that impurity to others. So in fact, it's unaliving a whole generation. Is that what you're saying, VH1?
Pretty much. I didn't say reading, speaking. That's one
Speaking,
thing.
okay, so speaking false claims in the book of Rome,
Right.
and then
Because who
speaking
wrote?
death into, okay.
Who wrote that? Who was there to write that story of that and to since the writer was already there, he didn't see people unalive themselves, right? So y'all know exactly what he meant by that, right? Since the writer was there, right?
In the book of Rome, that's what Oso was reading from, right? Oso, the book of Rome,
Who
right?
wrote the book of Rome?
Who wrote it?
The book of Rome? Who knows?
I mean, did the
Do you?
writer did the writer see it happen? Now,
Do you think
like
the
when
writer
y'all
saw it
speak of
happen?
this stuff, did the writer see it happen?
Hold on, was it Melchizedek that wrote the book of Rome?
Was the writer in Rome?
Right? Was the writer in Rome? I'm asking. Like, did the writer see it happen? So for you to tell me, oh, that's not how the story went, I wonder how the writer know how it went.
Right, like were they even in Rome when it happened?
Like, did the writer, like, who makes the writer's story more than mine? Like, the writer knows just as much as I do.
Who makes the writer's story more than mine?
Who makes the writer's story more right than mine? Like, if I'm looking at it and I'm seeing how the story could be played out, right? And the writer wasn't there, and then the writer didn't talk to God. The writer didn't talk to Job. How what makes the writer more correct than me unless that never happened, right? And then if it never happened, how can you tell me what that story meant if it never happened? You're
Are you
just
disputing the Bible at this point?
You said what?
Are you disputing the Bible at this point?
Did I speed it?
Are you disputing it?
No, I'm disputing. How can you say my answers are wrong when you don't even know his answers are correct? Like you don't know if that
You
side
don't,
is.
so you don't go by the Bible at all, even the Book of Rome.
I go by how Jaquel feels that I need to go by. Like if you never heard me talk, this is how I speak. Like I go by my own opinion, my own interpretations. I don't go by everybody else's interpretations. If I feel like something is not correct, I speak it. And it's not because of God. I'm not going against God. Like that's one thing I'm not. I'm going against the human beings that wrote the story and told his story wrong. That is what I'm going against. I'm not going against God. I'm going against what you telling that God did. That's my journey because I know I'm the person that God sent to tell to tell the story that y'all got this shit messed up.
No way.
If you can't tell, I don't agree with everything that the Bible say or how it's written or how it's interpreted.
You were sent to fix the word.
No, I'm not. I wasn't fixed to fix anything. I was here to speak it, to speak however I feel.
But you said you were sent to say it's not right.
I didn't say I didn't say it not right. I'm here to interpret it the best way I'm able to interpret it. How about that?
I mean, that's way less impactful than what you originally said. So I'm not interested anymore.
All right, that's cool.
You piqued my interest when you said you were here to fix the word.
That's cool. Just I'm not here to please you, Mr.
I know,
Mac Miller.
I know. Get in your feelings.
Oh, okay, Mac Miller.
Get back in your feelings. Oh, good one, man. You fucking got me.
You think calling somebody Mac Miller is an insult?
Nigga, Mac Miller. Do you know who Mac Miller is?
No, who is he?
Yeah, he's a white rapper. It's not a bad thing. Like Mac Miller is actually a good rapper. Like,
which is why I asked if you thought it was an insult.
No, I actually like Mac Miller.
What's your favorite Mac Miller song?
Do That.
Fake fan.
But yeah.
Clearly the answer is Blue Slide Park. Nah, 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 nah.
But yeah, it's not fair that people can say they're interpret like pastors and preachers and Catholic priests does this all the time. They change the interpretation for their narrative, and it's not fair for people to change their interpretation because obviously you don't have record of these people's death. You don't have a death certificate. You don't.
Why is it fair
Hold on,
for
bitch.
you?
If it's their interpretation, they're not. Is there what? How can you change what?
What do you mean?
Why is it fair for you to do
They
it?
changed their interpretation. If it's their interpretation, it's not a change. Okay, never mind.
You said what? It's not a change. How would it be a change? If one pastor, if one preacher is preaching one thing,
don't wrestle with that concept. I don't think that's going to get across clearly. Max asked a question that I think you can handle, and that is, why is it fair for you to do it, but not them?
Because I'm chosen. Like if you haven't noticed, I'm the most difficult person that y'all come across. Period, and it's a reason why. It's a reason. I'm totally different. I'm totally different. Like my energy totally different.
There is a reason why.
Huh?
There is a reason why. I agree with that.
I
think we disagree on what that reason is.
I mean, that's cool. You can take it how you want to, but at the end of the day, I'm still very, very different and like my logic is so different. It's like you won't understand God and why God do his certain situations. Why wouldn't that be me? Like, why wouldn't you put that level of thinking? Like, yo, I cannot understand this kid. Why is this kid speaking the way he's speaking? Then you wonder why, like, yo, why is God unaliving whoever he's so-called unaliving for no reason, right? You don't understand the meaning, right? Like, I don't know.
So not understanding two things makes those two things related?
No, but at the end of the day, I can debunk anything you say too. Like, I can show you the other side of the story. And you can't tell me the other side of the story is wrong. Like, you cannot.
VH, that doesn't make any sense because if you don't believe, do you believe anything in the Bible?
I believe
That'll work
that I'm
too.
forgiven if I don't believe anything in the Bible because Jesus saved me for all my
Oh my
sins.
God! Can you fucking answer the question? Do you
No,
believe
I
anything
don't
in
have.
the
I don't have
Bible?
to believe. I don't have to believe not one thing in the Bible. The only thing I need to
I'm
believe
not
is
saying
Jesus
do
died
you.
for my
I'm
sins.
not saying if you
See, you
have
see
to
how
or
I
not.
did that?
I'm
You see how I
asking,
did
do
that? You
you?
see how I did that? Even if I sin, I'm
Oh my God, there
forgiven.
was a reason
I'm
for my
forgiven.
VH1. Can you
I'm
stop?
forgiven. It doesn't matter.
VH1, please, please,
Jackwell,
please.
calm your ass down, bro.
I'm trying to engage with you. I need you to answer a simple yes or no. Do you believe anything in the Bible? There's a reason for me asking that.
No.
Okay, okay. Thank you. God damn it. Now, if you believe things in the Bible, that's how you know about this God. So I am confused of how you can parse out this God. Like, what do you believe in the Bible? Can we narrow down what you actually believe in the Bible, and then we can kind of have a converse with you about this God based on what you actually believe in this Bible? Can you give us a little snippet of what you actually believe in the Bible?
Yes, ma'am. And the one thing I do believe in the Bible is, and the only thing I need to believe is, I am forgiven for my sins. So if I don't believe anything else in the Bible, I know Jesus got my back because I am forgiven.
Believe Jesus and forgiveness. Now,
I believe that I'm forgiven for my sins regardless.
okay. So so you believe the character excuse me, you believe Jesus.
I believe Jesus. Yes. No,
Okay.
I believe. No. I believe Jesus died for our sins. I believe that. I believe that last part. Jesus died for our sins. That's, you know why? Because that's the last thing that could have happened that anybody could remember. That's the closest to the last thing that anybody could remember.
So
Like that's the last thing. Like that's the last thing, right?
okay. I understand you know the word last. So is Jesus God?
I'm God. You're goddess.
No,
Lord is
don't
a
tell me that.
goddess.
I'm not. Don't tell me what I am. I'm
You're a
telling you I'm
goddess.
not. Jack Will, I just told you I am not. Don't
Okay.
pick on me where
I
I said
believe. Okay. I
I'm not.
believe humans are goddesses and gods. How
You
about
can
that?
believe whatever the fuck you want.
Okay, that's cool.
I'm telling you what I am.
All right. And
Okay?
what are you?
The only thing I am is a lesbian.
All
Don't
right.
know nothing about nobody else. Okay,
Same.
that's all I can agree
Yeah.
and say with. That is all I can say.
Fellow lesbian
I
here.
am not. Look, I am not nothing but a lesbian. That's it.
I,
Period.
I'm not telling you what you are. I'm asking you what you believe Jesus is.
A god. How about that? A god. How about that?
Okay, so how when I ask you, so I got to ask you indirect questions for
I
you
asked
to
you. I
actually
said
ask the question
everybody's a
that I
god.
want you to ask directly. God damn it, Jack.
Everybody's a god. Every man is a god. How about that? You can do better things, better than I can.
I will say that you are giving me a creative way of talking to you because now I got to ask adjacent questions to get my
To get
direct
to the answer
question.
that,
Like,
yeah. You got to ask around the answer to get to get the answer.
Something like what God would do, right?
because when I asked him if Jesus is a God, he said we are gods. But when I asked him if you are God, he said Jesus is a God. I got
Oh no. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? Thank y'all for being here
So
this
did
morning.
you die for our sins?
Yes, I did. Once,
Damn it,
one time in the
Jackwell,
life.
that's not how you were supposed to do it. You're supposed to say Jesus did. Now you fucking up the game now.
No, because if you was here the other day, you would know I was Jesus. I said I was Jesus.
Negro, you ain't nobody. But let me just shut up.
You see? And how do you know?
So are
Hold on,
you?
hold
Hold
on. You
on,
know
hold
what's
on, hold on.
crazy?
No, hold on, Jacqueline. Hold on, Jacqueline. You're so are you here as like the second coming?
Yeah. So you know what's crazy? That
You here to
you would
usher
say
in
Jesus.
the end
I said
times?
yeah. I did say yeah. I did say yeah. I did say yeah.
What do you have to do?
You know what's crazy is that you would say Jesus not real, and then I say I'm Jesus, and then you will say, "Oh, you're not Jesus. Why can't I be Jesus if you don't believe he's real?"
That's
Like
fine. That's
that's the
cool.
crazy
What are
thing
you here
about
to
it,
do, Jacqueline? As
huh?
Jesus, what are you here to do? What's your mission?
I'm here. You know what? I'm here to reclaim my kingdom, man.
He's here to,
You know
his
what?
Negro is here to
You
get
know
on our
what? In an
everlasting
odd way,
nerves. That's
also,
all.
Oh
you
shit!
know what,
He's here
Jess?
for Nignaw talk,
You
okay?
know what? But in an odd way, this is why he has to fucking deny half the Bible, because if he Jesus, he can't go by that shit, because he'll
Right.
disprove everything that he is. He'll disprove
And
it
you know
because he
what?
can't go by that shit.
That's absolutely a fact, though. Like, if we want to keep it
I
100,
know. I don't need you to confirm what I already know.
no, because
Go
you're
by
talking
that
about
shit.
me.
You don't
You're
even
talking
read
about
it.
the instance of me, right?
Sir,
So that
where's
you
the
don't
book
know
of
that. You
Rome?
don't know. You
Sir,
don't absolutely know how I
I know
am
you don't, sir. I don't need you to confirm what I already know.
about me.
Where's the book of Rome found in your text?
I don't have. That's not my text. Like,
I
but
know
Jesus
because you
didn't
don't
write
know what it's
nothing in the
at.
Bible. Like, I don't know why y'all keep on saying Jesus wrote nothing in the Bible. That means Jesus. See, when y'all talk about Jesus, then you gotta talk about the Quran, right? Like, y'all love talking about the Bible, but let's talk about that Quran. Like, let's get in that and let's talk about how special Jesus is in that Quran, right?
No.
But you can't, and you don't want to,
You know why?
Right. If we don't
because you
want to,
don't
we don't
want to.
have to.
Nah, because you don't want to. If I'm speaking in
Right.
Jesus, if I'm talking about
I
I
don't
I'll
want
tell
to
you.
do
I'll tell you
something. I
why.
don't
I'll
have
tell
to
you why.
do it.
I'll tell you why, Jacquel. I'll tell you why. Because regardless of what the Quran says, I will never be in support of a fucking pity diddler, and that is in the Quran. I do not fuck with that, so I won't be talking about it because they're going to come in here, they're going to act an ass. I'm going to retaliate with the same type of energy, and TikTok's going to fuck with me about it. When I am simply saying that I don't think grown men should touch children. So no, I don't want to talk about the Quran because it brings them motherfuckers in here, and then I'm gonna have to show my ass in and let them know that I don't fuck with that shit. So no, Jacquel, we won't be talking
what that
about that.
is. I don't know what that is. I don't preferably know like everything that's in the Quran, but
Oh,
I
okay.
know
So
that
then why do you
Jesus
want to
Then
said
talk
shut
about
Jesus.
it?
up talking about it.
No, 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 no. I don't have to shut up talking about it. It's a point that
Hey,
I'm
you don't
making.
know what's in the Bible
No,
either, but you
I know
talk
what they
about
say
that.
about
What the
Jesus in the
fuck?
Quran. But I said I know what they say about Jesus in the Quran. That's what I
You don't
said.
know what they say about Jesus in the
I do know
Bible.
what they say about Jesus in the
No, you
Quran. What are
don't.
you
What they
talking
say
about?
about
You
Jesus?
That
better
he's
take
not the
that
last
bass out
prophet,
of
that
your voice. I
Muhammad
don't
is.
know who the fuck you think you talking to like that, but I'm gonna need you to pipe
I no
down
no no. I
and go
said
from
you
a
cuss at me. I
10
don't
to
care
a
about none of
two,
that. I don't care
motherfucker, because
about
I
none of
don't
that.
know who that
Just
bass
like
came out of your
look.
voice. You better stop it,
You
I mean,
Negro.
not a God. You
to
not
be
a
fair,
God.
Spice. To be fair, there's no bass in his
Neither
voice.
are
God on the
you.
stage. It's all
I mean, the octave went higher, but there was no bass.
That's fair. That's
Only
fair.
I
one
mean, that's
God on
true,
the
but it's
stage.
just the fact that I don't like that he came at you like that to begin with. Take it down a notch.
Yeah, it's not very Jesus-like.
Not
at the
very
end of the day, I'm gonna
Jesus.
speak how I speak. Like at the end of the day,
I think
I
Jesus
control
is
my
very
narrative.
soft spoken. I think that's why he's trying to redefine Jesus, because he can't really be the one in the Bible because he don't read the Bible. But
Well, I'm just curious because if he's Jesus, then that means that he knows what happened to Job, right?
So each story is a different. I believe that it's still. It's still. I believe it's still the same person, right? In different lives, like not different lives. Like you know how like when you're like 5 and you see a storm, right? Like Noah or Ham, and it's like a big flood, and you was like, "Yo, man, the flood took over everything," right? Like it's just a perspective how or on how you seen things during that time. Because it hasn't
I hope you know that's not
nobody.
answering my question.
What you mean?
I said if you're Jesus, then that means you know what actually happened in the book of Job, right?
No, because actually people change the story all the time. Change the
So
narratives.
you don't know?
No, I don't know. Why would I
Jesus
know?
doesn't know what happened?
Why would I know if literally say I don't have to believe nothing in the Bible. All I have to do is believe that Jesus saved us for our sins. That's all I have to do.
Was it
I know I'm
were you
forgiven.
not hold on. Hold on. Do you know anything from before you were born?
What you mean? Do you
Sir,
know anything before you was born?
let me tell you something. You's a nasty motherfucker. I don't know if anybody ever told you that. You's a nasty, dirty bitch. You are. I'm just telling you, just in case nobody has ever told you. I know your fucking mama ain't teach you no motherfucking manners, bitch. But you's a nasty, dirty fucking bitch.
Why I
I
gotta be
just
all
want you
that?
to know. Cause what the fuck is you making all the noise for, you funky hoe?
Because I'm over here trying to think about you.
Man, shut the fuck up. You trifling bitch.
And I
Shut
can
the
be
fuck.
trifling.
See, all I'm saying is this is not my page. This is not my page, bitch.
I love to
That's
be your
all.
little bitch. I love to.
That's all I'm
Oh my
saying.
God, when
No,
you say that,
you
every
probably your
time,
mama bitch.
every time I
That's your
get hit,
fucking problem. You your mother's concubine, hoe.
love
Your
that shit.
mama
I
made
love
you
when
her
you talk dirty
concubine.
to
That's
me.
why you so fucking crazy.
I love when you talk dirty to me.
You so busy licking your mama fucking nah bitch. You
Dang, so you
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 over here.
believe in that? That's how you believe?
Believe in that. What?
That's what you
You your mama's concubine. That's why something is wrong with you. You
you
your
can
mama's man. That hoe so busy making you her fucking man, bitch. That's why you out here done lost your
be my
mind.
mama. You wanna be my mama? I'll be your bad boy.
No, bitch, if you was my child, you would never be the crazy motherfucker because I'd have been sent you to see somebody. Ben,
And then you know what?
Ben,
We
Ben, we know.
would have been right.
We know.
You would have been there too.
hmm
You know I love that shit. You know I love when you talk dirty.
I know you love your mama. I know you love that hoe in
I,
ways
I,
that's
I know you.
illegal.
I know I love me a Don mommy. You know I love that shit.
I know you love your
You
mama
know
in
I
ways
love that
that's
shit. You
illegal.
know I love that.
That's
You know I
that's
love
what's
it.
that is what's wrong with
You
most of
know
y'all black men. Your mama ain't got no man, and so she makes y'all her concubine. That's what black women do. That's what boy moms do. They make y'all they fucking concubine. And this is how y'all turn out. And this is how y'all turn out. And this is how y'all turn out. Crazy.
and I come
Crazy.
and I come to women.
Instead of being a little boy, you have to protect your mama because you your mama concubine. And this how you turn out. This how you turn out.
And the thing about it is,
You become the imperial noble consort of your fucking mama. And
you
this is
know,
how you turn out. And this is how you turn out. You turn out like Jacquel. No
you see how
mental
you say
health
my name?
help.
Let's say
No nothing. That's how you turn out. You turn out just like him.
my name again.
You turn out just like him, thinking
Mhm.
he's Jesus. He has no mental health help or protection.
Say my
Or
name.
protection. His mama got a new man, so now he don't know what to do with his dick. You know, that kind of stuff.
Say my name again.
You know?
That's understandable. Jay, are you a Christian?
Yo, nah, I'm not a Christian, bro. I'm listening
Are
to
you a
this,
believer in the
man.
God of the Bible?
Nah, I don't know, bro. It ain't no God in the Bible.
Or
Jesus is not real, bro.
He was about to have a conversation.
hey, you know what's even funnier though?
Now that was hilarious.
That was even funnier. Yeah, Christian's request up. Here's the thing about Jacquel. I kind of feel bad for him because he's trying to make it make sense. And the unfortunate part is you have to lean into heavy delusion, heavy delusion to get where he's at. And I don't know if it's like a deficiency mentally. Yeah, that's fine, Jay, but literally it says Christian's request. So I don't know if you didn't read that or you didn't care, but it's there for a reason. Anyways, um, I, I feel bad for him because I feel like in a different circumstance, he'd probably be a pretty cool person. But he's oh, that's what you were doing. He do got kind of a that name, yeah, yeah, Mac, you going to something, boy. No offense. But yeah, no, he's no Theo, you came up already, man. Not that's fine. I'm just saying, if you gave a fuck, you'd you know. Anyways, if you are a Christian, believer in the God of the Christian Bible, um, we can have the conversation. I have two different topics. What does Satan actually do? According to Jacquel, Satan is just a shadow personality of God. his shadow uncle since he's Jesus?
He's the Batman to God's Bruce Wayne.
I could see that. Were you here when Batman was on stage?
Yes, that was funny as hell. And
How
Dr.
that black
Dolan,
Batman go?
Riddler, the mess out of him. He had him so confused when he was like the Millie case. I was like, a Millie. I couldn't get that shit out of my
Oh
head.
yeah, you were here. You sure as fuck was.
The Millie cakes.
Amelia.
The Millie cakes. The Millie cakes.
It's the fact that like I would like tell him, hey, just so you know, it's called Amalekites, and he'd be like, yeah, no, Amelia kites. It's like,
To play that song so bad because I was like, I wish I was
look,
that would have been
you
so
see how TikTok moving these days. I don't know. I got my eye on you, Jay Quellen.
my thing is like at some point you gotta realize you're on the bullshit. I don't want to put his name in my mouth, but that guy, if he was Jesus, why not like that? Stop it. If he was Jesus, why did he keep saying, oh yeah, Jesus? Why didn't he say me? But, oh my god, I can't. Um, why wasn't he saying me? He kept saying Jesus. So
You're
you're
right
not
about
Jesus.
that, and that's because he like Jacquel is just he just says shit, and he says it like I don't know how I don't even like. It's hard to say whether or not he actually believes what he says. I think that he thinks that he's guarding like a central truth, and it doesn't matter how he says it, it will go back to that. But the problem is the way that you like the way that he was presenting that truth of his, it makes it look like none of this shit is credible. Because if we're going to question the authenticity of the Bible, why not question it all the way through? Why say I
Sure.
only believe this one verse?
Right. Or there's one thing that one time that I read, but not really, but kind of listened to, and I was like, I want to be that. I just want to say that everybody on the party to hell, you included. Also, I love to see your face when when he co-signed that the Book of Rome is that's where you were reading from, and Abimelech wrote it. I
Absolutely.
love
I
you
didn't even
guys.
realize that part.
Your face was priceless, and I couldn't hold it in. I had to go on mute because I was
I
laughing
was
so
like,
hard.
Rome. Oh yeah, totally. That one.
Yeah, yeah. The Book of Rome does does exist. The Romans wrote it. Abimelech is a Roman. Yeah, all
Of
that.
course, naturally. All that. All that and then some. I I just I feel bad. I feel bad for him. I really do. And not in a sense that like
We don't
I'm
feel
gonna
bad
do
for your
something about it.
delusions.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not in the sense that like I'm just gonna be like, oh, it's our queen. But it's just like, damn, bro, like you fucked up, ain't it? Like that's tough, man. That's
You think
tough.
you think that's real life though, or you think that's TikTok life?
No, I think Jacquel is like that in real life. I think
Oh
that,
damn, damn.
yeah, I think that he, I don't know, because it's like it's almost as if he's trying to get to the truth of a thing, but he's just reinforcing what he thinks with, you know what I mean, abstract beliefs. And that's why I don't think he's actually trying to get to the truth, but he's trying to figure out how to best like portray it as truth. But when your whole thing is, I don't believe anything in the Bible but this one part, but you believe all the characters exist, like you believe they have goals and missions that were laid out in the book. Like it just it's a horrible position to take to say that All of this is real, but you can't read any of it and trust it to be true.
Don't see. Okay, so I don't like to go too deep in that because when you say, because if you put it that way, and if that's real life VH1, then the fact it makes sense because from what I know in Christianity, they're not going to hear that fucking nonsense. And to try to find community and people, because we do let him on our panel and he do get to talk. And even if he's sitting on mute, you know, there is a sense of camaraderie, and we do laugh and joke. You know, if he's having his I don't I don't want to say that. I can't diagnose because I'm not a professional. But if he's having his days where he is more calm. Like today, he seemed a little bit agitated. But if he's
Hmm.
calmer, on the days that he's calm and he's sitting on a panel and he's muted and he's just have that sense of, you know, people are there, and he may come off a mute and then he's, you know, engaging and he's not as bad.
Hmm.
Then, you know, some people are alone, you know, and when he's off of TikTok, you know, he's so, oh shit. Now I can see your point. Like it's sad because some people don't have anybody, and
Yeah.
it I can understand why he's hanging around and just, you know, just in the background on mute, for that sense of fellowship and community, and just for that socialization that people are craving. God damn it! Don't. Why did you have
I
to
get
make
it.
my brain go there, also? But yeah,
Well, I mean, as lost as he is, maybe hearing a different perspective is beneficial if he's around anyway.
yeah.
You know, I don't know. Because I don't, like I said, I don't necessarily hate Jockwell. As shitty as he is to Mac, I don't think Mac hates Jockwell. I think Mac thinks it's funny.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Like, cause yeah, I thought, you know what, I did think of that. Like today, I think he was irritated. He was agitated.
Hmm.
But like that day, he was on Christina's live and he was on mute, and he was just like literally on mute, chilling. Like he came off mute and he said some things, but he was like on mute, just like in the background. I think like he, you know, like if I'm looking at it from, like I said, I'm not a professional therapist or anything like that, so I don't want to ever think that I'm diagnosing anyone. But I feel like he was there just to have a sense of, like I said, just to be there, just to have a connection. And he was just on mute, hanging out to feel like he was, you know, a part of something. I really do.
Yeah.
So yeah, but
I I mean, it is what it is, you know.
yeah, you never
You
know what
know,
people are going through. Yeah,
and that's facts. That's facts. That being said, there are better ways to fix problems than to go on TikTok and tell people that you're Jesus and not to read the Bible.
yeah. But you know, that's an attention grab. Some people don't know how to do it in a positive manner, so they'll do it anyway to get. You know, it's just like a kid acting out. You know, if they're
Yeah.
not getting that positive attention, they'll do it for, even if it's negative attention, it's still that attention that
Just
they
yeah,
crave.
whatever gets them. Yeah, I
Yep.
agree with that.
Yep.
I agree with that. What the fuck? Did I do it? Okay. Okay. I thought I received some news. Turns out it was a spam. But yeah, the second topic that we have is a good one. Is it just to allow evil to happen to innocent people? The reason why I say happen is because in my hastiness this morning in putting that background together, I may or may not have forgotten one P. Um, and that's what happened there. But I think it's an interesting question. We had one guy come up and say that God is all powerful in justice, which seems as though there should be perfect justice in the world if that was the case. Because he wouldn't say he's all powerful, but he is all powerful in regards to justice. uh, which 3 seconds of thinking would allow you to say, well, that can't be the case because unjust things happen all the time. Hmm. What you think, baby?
So in that case, I think Christians would be biased in their prayers. Why aren't they? Why didn't they think? Why don't they thank God for their hardships? Do you think Christians thank God for their hardships in their prayers?
I think some do actually.
Hmm.
Because I know Thinker is talking about, maybe it was Thinker, I think it was Thinker, talking about how uh, you weren't really walking with God unless you were being faced down with hella challenges
Face down, ass up. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What
type
would you say?
shit though, for real. For real.
Yeah. Hmm. Really?
Rejoice in all things, yeah.
Well, I guess I'll. Did I thank God when I was a Christian of my hardship? No. Well. Hmm. Hmm. That's a mind fuck. Because there is a scriptures that count it all joy when you fall into what is it, divers trials and tribulations or whatever, or all
Something like
things
that, yeah.
work out for the good for those who love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. But what I didn't see was when they did like the community prayer, brothers um get up there and be thankful that their car got a flat. They were thankful when it got
Hmm.
fixed, but they wasn't thankful that they didn't have enough to eat that day. I didn't hear a community prayer to be thankful that they actually got the cancer.
Hmm. Yeah, you right
There
about
was
that.
prayer to be thankful for the medicine, but I didn't hear a prayer for to be thankful for the actual cancer.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? There's I don't
Yeah.
hear a prayer that's thankful for the flood that wiped people out. I don't hear a prayer that's thankful for the mass unalivings. I haven't heard those prayers out loud.
It was silent.
those those are the silent prayers. Those are the
Right.
prayers you don't say out loud. But I mean, but technically, if it's just if he's sovereign, aren't you supposed to be thankful for those things too?
Right. I mean, everything that happens is a just response to your life. So you're right. You should. It should. Every single thing should be,
Right,
like I say, counted all joy.
right.
Because to your point, I've never heard anybody say they were thankful for having cancer or anything like that, debilitating disease or sickness or something like that. Now they'll say, I'm thankful I was a testimony if they get over it,
Mm-hmm.
or I'm, thankful I was able to reach such and such in the hospital while they're going through it.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I'd be
Definitely not
damned
while
if.
they're actually actively in that state. I haven't heard
Mm-mm.
anyone say thankful that I am being tested at this. I haven't personally heard anyone say out loud that they are thankful that they are in the state that they're in.
Yeah.
But there are radical Christians that I do know of, not personally, but stories where people do I don't know if I could say this on TikTok, but self scarification,
Hmm.
but with the M word,
Hmm.
because you being doing that in order to show their resilience for the Lord or whatever.
Yeah. Well,
I
shit,
don't
that's
know.
what circumcision is really. Except for it's not like a conscious choice that the person makes most of the time.
Yeah.
Salvation. Hey, stinky butt. Oh, find a comfortable position. There you go.
Hmm.
There you
Yeah.
go. Oh, big squiggly baby. Oh, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. You need to wake
Yeah,
up. It's
are they
almost 10
all
o'clock.
friendly? I see 3 people in your guest box, but are they all friendly or?
I don't know. Are you guys all Christians?
I see one is a subscriber. I see John, J Pure, and Christine. I don't know.
If you're in there and you're a Christian, let us know. We'll be happy to bring you up. I didn't think that they were, because usually a Christian will be like, I'm waiting.
What would they say?
I'm waiting. It's like that dude from earlier. Do you want a conversation or not? Can you respect God's time? Fuck. Yo, he's spoiled rotten. He's spoiled rotten. He's finally gotten over his fear of jumping up on couches. Uh, which I don't know if that's a good thing yet. But yeah, now there's nowhere I can go where he doesn't want to follow me. The couch used to be my safe haven. If I didn't want to be bothered by him, yeah, let me just lay on the couch. He won't come up here and bother me. Not no more.
He got you. That way he can throw up on you on the couch and not just on the
Yeah,
floor.
you're right. He can run me down. Now I don't think he can. I don't know if he can jump up on my bed, but if he could, I think he lacks the confidence to do so. So I guess that's my last safe space. He doesn't like my bed anyway. It's too soft for him. He likes a hard floor. What can I say? He's a baby. He's my baby. Mm. I got started at 9 this or no, not 9. I'm tripping. I got started at 6 this morning. I had planned on going live by time of 4 o'clock in the morning. But for whatever reason, my dad is trying to sabotage me. He called me at like almost 2 o'clock in the morning. And of course, it woke me up out of my sleep. And I was just like, well, so I had to take a little nap. Got cracking a little later. Oh, you good? You good? You good? We've been chilling. We've had a couple of different little conversations here and there, you know. Um, I'm go ahead and clear the box. I don't see any Christians commenting Christian things. So I'm gonna assume you guys are Christians or not Christians. But yeah, a Christian story. Uh, sure.
Jesus save G spot. G spot's like hashtag Jesus saves.
Well, you know, G spot on the fence. She's still deconstructing, but she's closer to Christian
I used to straddle
agnostic.
Jesus every Sunday. I did.
You use the what? What, G?
Straddle Jesus every Sunday. Shit. If I could listen, if I swallow him every Sunday, I should be able to straddle him. What the hell?
Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know you knew Jacquel like that.
First of all, nigga, don't no. He don't even know
Exactly.
him like that. He can't
No,
even use his name.
listen,
He can't
G.
even use himself in the first person.
He doesn't even know him like that.
G spot. I hate to tell you this. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm gonna make a picture about you and Jacquel.
You, you
Not
should have
Oso.
known. You should have known.
Oso, if you have any affection for
Please.
me at all, you would do
G
me this
spot.
kind
You know,
mercy.
anybody, as far as Oso is concerned, anybody could get it. If he made a
No,
picture
as far as you
about,
concerned, Lord
I'm
said
sorry.
you
You
can't
know
call
what?
everybody a hoe.
You know what? I call
First
people at
thing
my
that came
job.
out of your mouth, everybody a hoe.
But you know what? I did that in a meeting one time at my job. I'm like, these hoes don't know. No, because I'm
And
the
see, and that
facilitator.
right there lets me know all I need to know, Tommy.
Hey, Kathy.
No, this the thing. It was people I've been knowing, right? And I was in the meeting with them, and I'm like, I was talking to one of them, and they was like, well, and I'm like, them hoes don't know what they talking about. Cause like, why not? Why? What is with all of this?
That was the
What do you
last
call it?
day Lord
What's
said
with
she had a
all of this
job.
code switching? Fuck
That was
it.
the very last day Lord said she had a job.
Fuck it. What is with all of this? What's with all of this code switching? You asked me to do high kick Fridays, bitch, and I do it. So you think I'm not gonna come in there cussing? I'm just saying.
Lawrence,
I used to go in
you're
there
not.
and they used to be like, "Hey, do the high kick," and I used to do a fucking high kick. And
I
so you think
can't.
I ain't gonna come in that bitch
Mm-mm.
cussing?
I can't with you. I can't with you, Lord.
Why did they want you to do a high kick?
Because I used to have a
Didn't
friend.
Lord say that she was getting it in with her boo in his office?
She
No,
did
I
say
didn't
she was
She
say.
doing
was
wall
doing high
twerks.
kicks at
She
work.
said she was
Listen,
doing wall
She was
twerks.
doing
You're
high
right.
kicks and low kicks at work.
this is exactly, Christina. I've been employed a month, 4 months running.
I think you mean panhandler of the year. Chico, are you a
Four
Christian?
months running. Y'all
Hashtag
are
panhandler
so
of the year,
annoying.
guys.
Y'all are so annoying.
I'm just saying. Chico, are you a Christian? Maybe I have to call him by his legal name. Joe Budden, are you a Christian?
I hate you also.
Are you ready to
Exactly,
pump it up?
Genora. Future CEO. Okay.
Wow.
Of the office twerk?
I'm just imagine me being a CEO of someplace like, say, Amazon.
And you busted and your first meeting, everybody a hoe? Ho, let me
Yeah,
tell you something.
listen. You know they
All
used to
y'all
no,
all your mamas
they
pussy
used
smell
they
like
used to
ammonia. Like
they used to
you
see
can't even no. Mm-mm.
they used to CEOs disrespecting them. They
Mm-mm.
used to CEOs disrespecting them. You find out
The
Mm-mm.
the CEO
bootlickers and
been
stuff.
done all kind of shit after he got fired. Yeah,
Mm-mm.
remember? And he used to do this, and they gave him a $47 million severance package after
You're
he
right.
fucked everybody on the 10th floor.
Can I ask you though, is it possible to go from no work experience for 25 plus
Yeah.
years to CEO? I guess it is possible. It'd just be unlikely. Hey, but if anybody can do it, it's Lord. Am I right?
I mean, won't he
Oh,
do
that's
it? Won't he do it? Hashtag won't he do it?
you know what, Lex? You got a point. Lorch is the atheist Donald J.
All I'm saying is,
Yo,
if Lauren Sanchez can go from being one of the baseball players' wives to being his face, then I could be a motherfucking CEO. Okay? If Lauren Sanchez, see, Christina says she is in possession of my W-2 for the last 4 years. I know listen, you got a friend in me. I know I got a friend out there in the world.
That's nice that you got a piece of paper that says W-2 and you ain't even got her government on it. Her real name ain't Lawrence, Christina. You ain't even got her government on it. Just because you got pieces of papers that say W-2 on it, don't make it a
All I'm
real
saying
W-2.
is Lawrence Thompson. That's what it says.
Oh my goodness.
All
All
I'm
right,
saying
guys.
is,
All right.
It
What
says
if I
Ria
told you
Senior.
the devil's fake?
Hey,
He's just in your
are you a
imagination.
Christian? Are you a Christian?
No, I'm not, sir.
oh,
Are
okay.
you a believer in the God of the Christian Bible?
It doesn't have to do with anything that your prompt says.
Are you a believer in the God of
Actually,
the Christian
it
Bible?
actually says Christian's request, sir. It says that. So if you're not a Christian,
Oh, okay. I guess you can title me. I guess. Are you a
no,
Satanist?
no.
Do you believe
I
in
don't believe we don't believe in God or Satan. We don't believe in
the
God or
devil of the
Satan.
Bible,
Satan
or
belongs to you. Satan belongs to you, sweetheart.
mystery? I'm not even speaking to you. I'm speaking to El Oso. Can you shut up for once? Hey, El
Your mama
Oso.
shut up, bitch.
Are you a
Tell your
Satanist
mama
or
shut up, hoe.
atheist?
Tell your mama shut
A
up, bitch.
Protestant? What are you, man?
I ain't that hoe. I ain't I'm not that
Mystery,
bitch.
shut your
Tell
boo
that
boo hole,
tortilla eating
please.
motherfucker to shut up. Tell that
Please.
tortilla
God said
bacon
if you don't
bitch
have
to
anything
shut up.
to speak correct, then
Tell
just
that
don't speak at
tortilla
all. Be
bacon bitch
quiet.
to shut up. Tell that
So
hoe.
maybe you
Tell
should
that
go and
tortilla
read what
bacon
God
bitch to
talks
shut up.
about.
Okay? Thank you. Tell
You're a
that bitch
grown ass
shut up.
woman though on fucking TikTok. Shut
Tell
your
that
ass up.
fajita eating hoe to shut up. Don't
I
play with
have
me,
more money
bitch.
than you, and
Don't play.
I
I
don't
don't give
work
a
today.
fuck. I don't give a
Go
fuck. You
work.
sure?
I had my
You
day off.
sure?
Go work. Let me
Go
have
get
a
your
good day
motherfucking
off.
uncle
Come
off
on.
that border there, bitch, if you got more money than me. Go
Let
do
me
it.
have a good day off. Yo, El
You
Oso
got more money
Ray.
than me if you talk about a day off, bitch.
Hey, El Oso Ray.
You
What are
if
your
you talk
pronouns,
about a
man?
day off, I know you ain't got more money than me, bitch.
Oh, I got more money than you.
You talk about not if you talk about a day off.
Yeah, I do, and I work. My job pays better than
Not
what
if
you
you
work,
talk
and
about a
I can
day
already
off,
say.
bitch, because I don't have them.
Okay, well, I'm
Not
not
if
in
you
poverty,
not if you
so
talk
good
not if
luck
you
to
talk
you.
about a day off, bitch.
Good luck to you. You're probably on live at work. Yo, man, can we finally speak, man? I didn't mean
Man,
to get her that
you
triggered.
no,
I'm just telling her to
you
shut
came
her
in here
boo
with
boo
you
hole.
came in here with the shit. You came in here with the shit, Julio. Don't fucking play with me, bitch. You came in here with the fucking shit. You know how these
So I
lives
can
go.
speak and ask
You
some
bitches gonna act
questions.
like you won't get up here and don't know how the fuck they go.
So I'll answer then. What does Satan actually
No, are
do?
you a Christian?
He
Because
lies.
are
He's a
you a
liar, a
Christian?
deceiver.
Are you a Christian? Because you said you were not.
Well, I said if you want to title me that, you can go ahead and
Okay,
title me
so do
that.
you believe
Throw
in
me
the God of the
in the box.
do you believe in the God of the Christian Bible? Do you believe in the God
Well,
of the Christian Bible?
it doesn't have to be a Christian Bible. It can be other Bibles.
No, bitch. I asked you the Christian Bible. It's a reason I'm
Okay,
asking you
yeah.
about the Christian Bible. Do you believe in the God of the Christian Bible? Because if not, I'm gonna drop you.
Yeah, I agree with it. Yep.
No, I said, do you believe in it?
Yes, I do. I just said.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, Satan just deceives. He's a deceiver. He's a liar.
No, what does he actually do? What did Satan actually do in
I
the
just
Bible?
told you he's a
No,
liar. He's
no,
a
I
deceiver. He's
asked
the
no.
god of deceiving.
No, sir. I didn't ask you what Jesus said Satan did. I asked you what did Satan actually
I
do
just told
in the
you.
Bible? No, that's what the Bible says he does. What did he actually do in the Bible?
Oh, to me personally, do you want a personal story,
Sir,
background story? What
I'm
do you want?
asking you, what did he actually do in the Bible? What
He
wrong did
SA'd me.
Satan do in
He
the
SA'd
Bible?
me, bruh.
I'm undoing some
Satan?
braids.
Satan SA'd me. He lied to me.
Mm.
He
When did
touched me
Satan lie? When did Satan lie to you? What did Satan tell you?
every
When did
day.
you
He
talk
lies
to
to me
Satan?
every
No,
day.
sir,
He's
I
literally
asked
lying
you
to me every
sir,
day.
when did you talk to Satan? This how I know you don't have more money than me because you can't control your fucking self. When did you talk to Satan?
Man,
When did
Satan.
you talk to
Man, you don't
Satan?
even know your own Satan.
He's not my Satan. I don't believe in God or Satan. Satan belongs to you, bitch. Satan belongs to believers. He's not my
Uh,
Satan. Satan doesn't belong
yeah,
to me.
I believe in him. I
I don't
just don't
believe in
respect
I
him.
know. I don't believe in God or Satan. So he
Do you
belongs
believe
to
in
you.
yourself? What do you believe in?
Nothing.
Oh, you're just miserably living?
No, I just don't
What
believe in
What are you
shit.
here to do then? Are you gonna be fruitful and divide, or what are you here to
No,
do?
no, I'm here to cuss motherfuckers like you
All
out.
right,
That's the only
multiply.
reason why I was. That's the only reason why I was Cynthia. That's the only reason why I was born.
So you're not. You don't have a family tree. You didn't build a family.
No, for what? The fuck?
What do you mean for
What's
what?
that for?
You don't want
Yes.
your bloodline to keep going on in
No,
generations.
for what? For what?
Okay, okay, I say you. Okay,
No, well, no. I'm asking why. Let me ask you a
that's how you're
question. This is
here, honey.
no,
That's
sir.
how you're
You
here.
can't have a conversation. That's how I know you something is wrong with you. Listen, what good is your bloodline going on? What yours specifically? What have
Nine.
you done? What has anyone in your
I've done more than you.
bloodline
That's
done?
what I
No,
know.
sir. Stop interrupting me, you stupid motherfucker. Let me finish. What has anyone in your bloodline done
Hmm.
for the greater good of humanity? That
It's
it
like
should keep
me
going.
asking you,
No, no,
what's
listen.
your
What? No,
third
sir. What has your
third
blood? No.
generation family's
What
name?
has anyone in your bloodline done for the greater good of
Okay, yeah.
humanity that you think it should keep going? That you think your bloodline
They
should
did
keep going?
everything. They sacrificed themselves. They worked hard. They showed
No,
empathy.
no, no. I
They
asked you
they
what have they
learned.
done? What have they done for
They didn't
greater?
kill themselves like
What
some
have they done,
idiots.
sir? What have they done for the greater good of humanity? And if you say that again, if you say that again, I'm
Shut
going
your
to
bitch
drop.
ass up. Go
I'm
get a
going.
job. Go get a job.
Thank you, Lord.
This is why I'm. But see, this is why I'm not politically correct. I mean, because I don't have time for it. I don't have time for it. I don't give a fuck what's wrong with you. I don't care. I really don't. Because most people are terrible. Most people are terrible,
Hmm.
no matter what's happening. They're just terrible. And most of those terrible people are Christians. I mean, that's just,
Yeah,
can we
and I
talk
think
about it?
that it's weird how somebody will come up on panel, disrespect the entire fuck out of women, and then want to switch over to let me talk to the dude. Because they do that on Thinkers panel too. And then you know what I mean? Like, and it's just like, do you think I'm gonna offer you any kindness, any respect?
I
I'm not
mean,
even gonna offer you words. I'm gonna let Lord handle your ass. The fuck?
I mean, a lot of people, I just, motherfucker just, listen, people not damn it. I don't trust them hoes. Nobody. I do trust people, but
You can only trust them up to a certain point, and especially those that you don't necessarily have a whole lot of dealings with in particular situations. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. The energy that he came up with was incredibly hostile for no reason at all. Like
I mean,
none. It could have been a productive conversation.
all I'm saying is, I love everybody. I just don't like most of you hoes.
Damn, that's even stronger than I would have said.
Really?
But what do Christian have to be with the topics on the panel? Like, what the fuck? How you come up with?
Yes.
It
Like,
literally
what is
says Christian's
and
request.
and
But
now
what does
he's like,
Christian have to be with
you all
meeting
need
Jesus?
Jesus. The thing is, you have Jesus, and look how you act. I don't want any parts of anything that makes me act like you. Like, why would I want Jesus? You have Jesus,
Please
and
come tell us, Essence.
this is how you act. This is how you act. You already have this motherfucker.
Please, Essence, come tell us how much Jesus loves us and how we have to swallow him every Sunday to keep the devil away. Essence, please come tell us. Please. Come tell us how
Essence
much
don't come up.
Jesus loves us.
Essence is a comment capper.
I mean, it's the thing is whether Jesus loves me or not. I mean, that's neither
Let's
here
all
nor
sing the
there.
songs together. Hold on, let's all sing the songs. Oh, she did. She requested also. She requested.
Good, pull up.
We can all sing the song. Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so.
That's all you, G
Yay,
Spot. Go ahead.
Essence. Oh, I was gonna mute. Actually, all right. I got 10 minutes before I have to go to work
I'll
because
yeah, I'll
I
take it
ain't
from
Good
yeah.
reading.
morning,
G spot.
everybody.
Listen,
Hello.
listen. Don't do it, G spot. Okay, I'm sorry because Christina got the W-2s with Lord's name on it because that's
Exactly.
a
Lord Thompson.
Allegedly, we ain't seen it though.
we
Listen,
ain't seen it.
listen, let Elizabeth Thompson. That's it. That's my initials. Lord Elizabeth Thompson.
Okay. Okay. You listen, I do. I'm sorry, Miss Essence. Give me 1 second. I wholeheartedly believe that Christina has 4 pieces of paper that have W-2 on it with Lord's name on it. I
Listen,
wholeheartedly believe that she
they
has that.
they say Lord Elizabeth Thompson.
And I
Let
do
me
believe they
down.
have W-2 on it as
That's
well. I don't
exactly.
believe they
Also,
have anything else on
let
it.
me down, Lord Elizabeth Thompson. Let me down.
Damn, it's raining like a
And
motherfucker
whole,
out here.
I think they got whole numbers on the word whole number. I don't think they actually have numbers, but anyway. Hi, Miss Essence. How are you?
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for inviting me.
Yes. So there's 2 topics on the board there. Would you like to pick one of the two?
Um, uh, no,
I'm
whatever you
sorry. I don't mean
have.
to
I'll
interrupt
just
you, but
try and
before
answer
we
whatever you
continue,
want to ask.
I'm sorry. 1 second before we continue. If your profile picture is you, I just want to make sure. Are you 21 and over or
Yes,
older?
very much so.
Okay, and you are a Christian, correct?
Yes, absolutely. I love Jesus.
Okay, that's great. Can you pick one of the 2 topics?
Let me see. I guess I don't know. I don't know. What do you want to talk about? It doesn't matter to me.
Well,
Okay.
G Spot, didn't you give her a prompt for her to come up?
Well,
Is
she
that why
said
you
that
came
she
up,
loved.
Essence?
Well,
Well,
she
yeah,
said in the
I
comments that
said,
she loved
why should
Jesus.
she go to church and every week and listen?
Well, she
And
said that she loved Jesus. So, well, come on. Well, let's go with 2. Is it just to allow evil to happen to innocent people? So you're talking about Jesus's love. So do you feel that Jesus is God?
yes,
Do you hold the position that God is sovereign?
oh yes.
So, as a sovereign God, do you feel that it's just that evil happens to innocent people if
Well,
God demands it or allows it? Excuse me.
well, things happen. I mean, some things are coincidental, just happen. Sometimes you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But God made laws against evil. It's just that man does not follow God's laws. If we follow
So,
God's laws, God says these things will stop happening to you and happening in your communities if you just follow his laws. For instance, if somebody was to take the life of an innocent person and lie and wait and purely evil just to harm that person and take his life and unalive him, then God said he should be unalived. He should there's certain words I can't say. He should be unalived, and once he's unalived, okay, throughout court system, okay, he will go to God because we have 2 bodies. The flesh body goes into the grave, but the spirit immediately returns to the Lord. So he will return to the Lord, and that's when his true trial will begin because God is the ultimate judge. And also the victim will be there in front of God too, and God will do the judging. But we don't follow God's laws. We leave them on death row for years and years and years and let them have appeals after appeal and instead of following God's law. And God said, if you What follow is
Mhm.
my law, God's then these law? things will cease to happen to you and you will have peace in your
Hold on.
communities. But essence, no. But she just said something. She said
Oh,
we
go
let
ahead. I'm
them.
sorry.
She said we let them stay on death row
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
have I wasn't supposed to say that appeals. word. I'm No. sorry. Let me finish and have appeals and appeals and appeals. What does that mean? What does that have to do with following God's law? Because God says if somebody does alive someone else and is lie and wait pure evil, okay?
Mm-hmm.
then that person's life should be taken as well. And he will immediately return to God so God can do the judging. Because you can't con God. He can read your thoughts. He knows exactly what you're going to do and think before you even do it, really, or say what you're
Okay,
going to say.
so
Okay.
And
okay, so
so
Miss Essence, pause
he
with
knows the
that.
person's true heart.
Oh, okay, Miss Essence, so pause with that. So if so basically, you know, eye for eye and so forth and so there are laws that God set forth that if you do, there's certain things that you do that you are supposed to unalive a person. And you're saying that because we don't unalive a person, we are breaking God's law. So they're sitting
Exactly.
on.
So if you're not sticking to God's
Oh,
laws, you can't blame
okay.
him for the things that go wrong in your communities.
I understand that, Miss Essence. So, what if God reneges on His own law? Then what will happen at that point?
Well, he
Is it
is
okay for
still
God
the
to do?
judge. He's still the judge. Okay, so
So it's okay for God to
are you
do, but
speaking of
not for.
David? Are you speaking of the situation with David and Bathsheba and Uriah the Hittite with David?
That's one situation, but there are others. Yes, I was going to go there. So are you saying that it's okay for God to do, but not for humans?
No, I'm saying God is the ultimate
So
judge.
then,
If he wants to
so
forgive
you are saying
somebody,
it's okay if you're going to turn around and then fall back on God's sovereignty, then you are saying that it's okay for God. So that will say that it's okay for God to be hypocritical. And I'm just following your line of logic. So in essence, you're saying it's okay for God to be hypocritical, but not for humans. And if that's the case, following your logic, then why should we follow this God that is hypocritical?
he's not hypocritical.
But
Okay, he
okay,
made the
so
law. He made
so
the,
now let's go. Okay, so if you're going to say no at the end of all of what I just said, you're going to say no. Now let's go down this road. Okay, so going back to what you just stated, if a man unalive, there are laws that certain things that you do you are supposed to be unalive for, i.e., if you take someone's life, you're supposed to unalive. We just talked about this example of David and Bathsheba. He committed adultery. He and Bathsheba are supposed to be unalive. What God did was take the baby. He did not unalive David. Now I said that God took the baby. God did not unalive David. Are you saying that God was is God being hypocritical at that moment? Yes or no?
no. Mm-mm.
So if you're saying God is not being hypocritical, you're saying God can go against his own law, correct?
I don't think he actually went against this law because
How did he not?
well, for one thing, he had already made a covenant with David to bring forth Jesus Christ. So he could not
What?
unalive David when he
Whoa,
already
whoa,
made a
that's a
covenant
weird
to bring
pivot.
Jesus Christ through David's
Hold on,
seed
Miss
line.
Essence, that's a real pivot. Where are you getting that from?
Special pleading like a mug.
What? That Jesus Christ came through David's king line?
Where
The
no,
king line of Judah?
when King David was around, where are you getting that that Jesus was supposed to at that moment Jesus was supposed to be King David's line?
God made a covenant with David. And
When?
let me see. Is it Second Samuel 17? It's in
While you're
Samuel
looking
and
at that,
Chronicles.
I want to read Leviticus chapter 20, verse 10, because I think it's
Let me
interesting
see.
when we put it in context with the conversation. If a man commits adultery with the wife of his neighbor, both the adulterer and the adulteress shall be put to death. That's what God's words were.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, repeat that. I'm sorry. I was looking in my Bible for the
Absolutely.
documentation for her.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's Leviticus 20, chapter 20, verse 10. If a man commits adultery with the wife of his neighbor, both the adulterer and the adulteress shall be put to death.
Okay, and what's your question?
No, he was just
It,
reading the law that I was
yeah.
stating. Reading the law that I was
Yeah.
stating
That
about.
God that
Yeah.
God didn't put to death the adulterer or the
Right.
adulteress.
Okay.
Well,
I
she
mean,
really
technically,
Hey,
she
Dr.
was.
Bathsheba,
Danielle.
Yeah.
she was great because she
She was a
can't
victim,
deny
yeah.
a king. But
Yes.
yeah, she was a
So
victim. But I mean,
so he
still,
didn't
yeah.
put the adulterer to
Right.
death,
Right.
David. He unalived his baby,
Right.
the not adulterer, the baby
Right.
who hadn't done anything at
Right.
all.
So God did go against his own law that he put forth. But you're
No,
saying that's not hypocritical.
David actually had much more punishment than just unaliving the baby.
No, he didn't. That's the only punishment he
but
had for raping Bathsheba. That's it.
Yes,
no,
and,
that's
and,
not
and
the
as a
only
matter
Unalivement
of
of the
fact,
baby.
No,
and as a matter of
no.
fact,
God said that.
no, ma'am, and as a
What?
matter of
No, that's the
fact,
only punishment that David. Well, it's not really a punishment. That's the only punishment that David got for
No,
and
Bathsheba.
as a matter of fact,
no,
That's
that's not
it.
true.
his
God
servants
also
asked
told
him.
David.
Not he didn't even grieve because his servants asked him, "Why aren't you crying now that the baby is dead?" And he's basically like, "I thought, I was really crying before because I thought God would have some mercy on me, but since He didn't, it doesn't make any sense. He went and took a bath, lay with his wife again, and made Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't care at all."
Hold on, Mac. I thought that was another punishment for something else that David
No,
did.
that wasn't the same one. God said that He was going to embarrass David by having 10 of his wives great publicly.
But that was for Bathsheba. I thought that was for something else.
Yeah, the
Oh,
baby and
okay.
the wives.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit. I
and so
thought that's the
he didn't.
My bad. I'm sorry. I misquoted the Bible. Then my apologies for that.
So he didn't suffer at all. The wives did. The baby did. He was just like, I'm
Oh, because
going.
he did it in secret. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that correction.
I'm going to have me another baby, and his name gonna be Solomon.
Mm-hmm. But regardless, no one was David was not put to death. So God's commandment that the adulterer be put to death was not. So God did go back on his law. So this is my whole point. And the only reason I brung up this point is because you brung up the point that humans are not obeying God's law. God didn't even obey his own law. So if God cannot be hypocritical, how can you then say that humans can be hypocritical?
You're on mute, Essence. You're gonna have to hit the microphone button. Hey,
I'm
Lexi.
sorry. Am I speaking now? Oh,
Yeah, you're
okay.
good. I hear you.
Yeah, if God is merciful, He loves us. Okay, and if He wants to forgive somebody for unaliving somebody, I'm glad that He did, because maybe He'll forgive me for my sins when I commit them.
Was that an answer to your question?
But the point is, Jesus Christ came through David, okay, and God made a covenant with him in First Chronicles chapter 17.
Okay.
A promise to David that there will always be a man on the throne of Judah, and through David would come Jesus Christ. Okay, so he couldn't just unalive him when he himself, who was Jesus in the flesh, was going to come through him in the
Who's on the
future.
throne of Judah right now?
King Charles in Great Britain. So that's a whole nother story. Okay. But as far as David getting a punishment, God said that just like you.
It's Essence.
Like me? Well, you want me to explain that?
We got to get into that.
Okay, well, I'll try and explain it to you then. Okay. The children of Israel kept,
you know what?
the 12 tribes of Israel kept falling back and forth into idolatry. So God got fed up with it, and He said, I'm going to scatter you around the world. But He didn't do it during Solomon's time, because Solomon, Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines, and he had a weakness for women and for foreign women, especially. And so he started letting them build idols and worship foreign gods and stuff right in the Holy Land. And then Solomon eventually started doing it too, after he had made this promise to always follow God and walk in His way. And so God just got fed up and said, okay, I'm just going to scatter the tribes all around. But He did not do it during Solomon's reign. He waited until Solomon's son, Rehoboam, took the throne. And then he split the 12 tribes, 10 and 2. 10 became known as the house of Israel, or the 12 northern tribes. And the other 2 became known as the house of Judah, which included Judah and Benjamin. So the 10 northern tribes went into captivity by the Assyrians.
Miss Essence, I I love that you got the lineage down. Have you read the Song of Solomon? It's riveting. It's very
I have, but
it's very
before can
erotic.
I finish, Miss G Spot, please?
Well, it's not
I
really.
really want to know
asked
how she
me.
gets to
Also asked me
England.
a question,
Okay.
and I'm just trying to answer.
I'm sorry.
and
I'm sorry. My
then I'll
bad.
answer your question, okay?
Mhm.
So the 10 northern tribes, also called the House of Israel, went into captivity by the Assyrians in 600 BC. And when they came out of captivity, they went north over the Caucasus Mountains, which is why they call Caucasians, and settled in Europe, and then migrated to Canada and the US. Now,
No, this is just no.
the last king of, pardon me, and well, I might as well also tell you Judah, the house of Judah, the other two tribes also went into captivity 200 years later, about 400 BC, by King Nebuchadnezzar. They were taken to Babylon, and they were there for 70 years. And when they came out, they returned to Israel and reestablished their relationship with God and rebuilt the temple and the wall around Jerusalem and all. And they stayed there to about 70 AD after Christ's crucifixion, because Christ was crucified in 33 AD. So they stayed there to about 70 AD, and then they too scattered around the world. And they are the Jewish people of today. And since then, though, they have been brought home. God brought them back home in 1948, where they reestablished Israel as a nation again. Okay, that's all part of God's plan. And eventually he's going to bring all 12 tribes back, even all of the Caucasians today in Europe and here, the Christian nations are going to go back to Israel and all be one family again of the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay? And that's documented in lots of places like Ezekiel 37, where God
So
has
King
two
Charles
states.
is an Israelite?
Pardon me?
So King Charles is an Israelite?
Yes. Yes.
So how do you
And
get to Jesus from David?
okay. Well, First Chronicles chapter 17 is one of the places where Jesus made a promise to David. I'm sorry, not Jesus, where God made a promise to David
So that can't
that
be.
Jesus would come through the king line.
Yeah, no,
And that there
I
always be a
understand that
man on the
promise. I'm
throne.
saying, how do you get there? How does that lineage get to Jesus?
Oh, from Jesus? Well, it's documented in Luke chapter 3, Jesus' lineage. Okay.
Well, there's a problem there, isn't it?
From
Like,
Yeah, there's a
isn't there a
big problem there.
problem? Like,
God,
don't
God
you see
is
the
Jesus'
problem?
father, but Jesus
So,
came
but I
from
have a question, Miss Essence. Do
Mother
you not
Eve
see the
and
problem
also,
in the lineage there, or
pardon me?
do you not see a problem in the lineage there, or?
Wait, in Luke chapter 3?
Yeah, between that one and the other one listed, I believe there's an issue there.
The other one in Matthew chapter 1, are you speaking of?
Yeah, go read them both. In fact,
Matthew
just
chapter 1
so
is
hold
not
on, Miss
Jesus.
Essence. I'm gonna give you some
Matthew chapter 1 is
I'm
not
gonna give
actually
you some
Jesus' lineage.
instructions. You love talking over people. It's crazy. I'm
But
gonna
you
give
asked me
you
and then you
it,
don't let me answer you.
but I have instructions for you, best friend. 1 second. I need for you to tell me the last 3 fathers in each chapter is what I want you to list for me specifically. There's some other shit that's wrong there, but the last 3 fathers, I want you to list it, okay? That's all.
No.
They go in reverse order, though,
And I'll tell you why.
or in opposite order. But
Because Matthew chapter 1 is the lineage of Joseph, and Joseph was not his biological father. It's not actually Jesus' lineage. Jesus' genealogy is in Luke chapter 3. That's his correct genealogy. Luke
right.
chapter
So
3.
in Luke chapter
From his
3,
mother Mary, because Mary was of the tribe of Judah and also of the tribe of Levi. Through her father.
yeah.
Through her
So
father.
Mary's father. What, you
Mary's
saying Mary?
father's name was Heli. He was of the tribe of Judah, which
No,
is the
Mary's
king
father's
line.
name was
Oh.
Joachim.
They're not going to list the father-in-law in the lineage. That makes no fucking sense. They don't carry the lineage by the mother. They do it by the father. That's a scapegoat. You've done that
No,
before.
except
But also,
Let
it's
the
not
father
even.
list
But
it.
it's not even
Jesus was
true.
special. Jesus was God.
It's not
And he
even
came.
true. Essence.
Hold on, Esther.
Mary's
Hold
father was Joachim.
Where did you get that from? No, Mary's father was not. Mary's father was Heli.
Where do you get that?
In Luke chapter 3.
That doesn't say that. Where is Mary
on.
mentioned there?
Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, son of Heli.
As was supposed means
Yeah, as in Joseph was the supposed father.
no.
That's
As
what
was
that means.
supposed,
I'm sorry.
as was
Words are
supposed,
difficult.
as was
Hold on, hold on.
supposed means by
The
Break
law.
it
only
down.
thing.
It means
Hold
that he
on.
was the
It
in
says
law.
Jesus was about 30 years old when he began his work. He, Jesus, was the son, as was thought, of Joseph, son of Heli.
Wait a minute. Let me get to where you were.
23 and
God,
24.
y'all be lying too much.
Okay.
Y'all
And
don't
Jesus
read
began to
nothing.
be about 30 years old, being as was supposed means as by law, means son-in-law. Joseph was the son-in-law, which
As
was
was
the son
supposed
of
means
Heli.
as by law means son-in-law.
Yeah, as was supposed means by law. It
Where?
means by law.
Where
It
does it say
means
that?
Joseph was the
Where do you get that?
son-in-law.
No, don't move past that. Where do you get that? Because it also says as was thought in other translations. So
No, well,
where does
that's but
somebody's
that but
thought?
that's a
Where does somebody?
mistranslation.
Where
See,
does
that's why
somebody?
you
Where
can't just go by. You
essence?
gotta go by King James
Essence.
Bible.
Essence. You can't talk past the conversation.
Where does somebody's thought or supposition mean the law?
It's not a thought or supposition. That's a mistranslation.
You literally said supposed.
Yes, as was supposed means by law.
If something is supposed, that's a supposition.
No,
I
it's
That's
not.
not even
line of
that's not even
questioning
a
too when you
technical
guys are
legal term. That's
done.
just how
You,
language works.
okay, so I'm using a companion Bible, and in the right-hand column is scholarly notes by a man named Bullinger, who was a
What's his first and last
magnificent
name? Bolger?
biblical scholar.
What's
Now,
his name?
it's not a commentary, but he actually
What
gives you
is his full name, Essence?
his full name. Oh, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Miss Essence, you believe that that Jesus is God or the Son of God? Which one? Or both?
No,
Published in
he
1984. Okay.
he is actually God himself. The whole book of John presents Jesus as God himself.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
And
So
throughout the Bible,
so
actually.
hold
But go ahead.
on. Just walk down this line with me. Just walk down this line with me, Essence. And I just want you to walk down this line. I don't want you to hate me or anything. Just walk down this line with me.
Oh, I don't hate you. I love you.
Okay, I don't want
Hey,
you
G
to.
Spot, do you want her to walk down this line?
Sure.
I want you. You know where I'm going. You know where I'm going. You know I'm
I
going.
don't know where you're going, but
listen. I'm not trying to trap you. I just want you to just
curious.
walk down this line with me. Who instituted marriage? Was it God?
Who instituted marriage?
Who set marriage up?
Well, let's see.
These are not hard questions, Essence. Come on now. Who set up marriage? God ordained marriage?
You just because see, in the old Bible in the Old Testament, a man was allowed to have many wives. Okay, just to procreate, because God said, I will multiply you as the sands of the sea and the stars of heaven, speaking of the 12 tribes of Israel. So he allowed man to have a lot of wives in order to fulfill that prophecy. So are you speaking just of marriage between one man and one woman?
Yes, the concept of marriage.
The concept of marriage was given by God all the way back in Genesis.
Thank you. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Okay, when Eve and Adam became one flesh.
Miss Essence, yes. Okay. What's the definition of a bastard?
A bastard is, I guess, according to our dictionary, I guess would be a child born out of wedlock, but that's different. That's different in biblical terms. A manzor is not a bastard.
What's a bastard in biblical terms?
People confuse the word mamzer and bastard, but a mamzer is just someone that is, I think, is born a person that's born. Half of their heritage is of the tribes of Israel, and the other part of them isn't. I don't think it's somebody born out of wedlock. But
it is someone born.
Is a half Israelite?
What are you getting at?
A bastard is a half Israelite?
What?
I'm a
Yeah,
bastard. Well, no, my
I
parents
think people
were.
misuse the term bastard, but what's your point? Let me see what you're getting at, and then maybe I can explain it
No,
better.
how do you explain? Can we go back? I want to go back to Jesus' daddy too when we get a chance. But how in the hell
Why
Because
did
is
like
G
the word?
this
Spot
is why I'm
split?
So why
walking
is the
down,
word
because these are
bastard
regular
important?
terms, and in the Bible, because I'm walking down, because you have to think about this Jesus thing. When you're saying that Jesus is God
Mm-hmm.
and God's son,
Mm-hmm.
was God married to Mary when she had Jesus?
He overshadowed her, and she conceived.
Was he married to her?
One second, one second, one second. Essence, what version of the Bible are you reading?
What King James?
You knew it was a King James also.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Okay, so I see where you're getting at. Okay, in the Old Testament, when a man spreads his skirt, because men wore tunics and dresses, that kind of thing. When a man spreads his skirt over a woman, it is a biblical marriage.
Can you
Was she not
can you
married
can
to
you
Joseph? Oh, I'm
Essence,
sorry. I'm sorry.
can you pull up Deuteronomy chapter 23 verse 2 in your Bible and read it for me? Deuteronomy 23 verse 2.
Deuteronomy 23, verse 2, you said?
Uh-huh.
Okay, Deuteronomy, these are the words, verse 2. A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Okay, so I will have to look up bastard for you in the Strong's Concordance to give you the correct definition. Okay.
We need another definition. G Spot just landed that shit, bro. And also
No,
the scripture. What are you talking about,
no,
Miss
the word
Essence?
bastard actually means mamzer, I think. And I think it's just a person.
You're trying to take a word that's in the text, push it back over to Hebrew, and then bring it back into English for us.
No, you have to translate. See, a lot of words
It's been translated.
It's okay.
and probably mistranslated.
Oh,
And
Because it doesn't fit.
it said that. Excuse me. Go ahead.
No, you're
So,
fine.
like,
I'm gonna
which
look up
way?
bastard
Like,
for
how
you.
do you want to
Okay?
spin this? How do
I'm
you want
gonna
to
look up
spin this?
bastard for you since you brought it up.
And I got you on the screen, Miss Essence. You don't even have to work that hard. So we got Deuteronomy chapter 23 verses 2 pulled up. We are
I have
in
that pulled
the
up.
KJV. Lovely. So it says a bastard shall not enter, blah blah blah. So we're gonna go ahead and look. This is it in the Hebrew. Let's see. A bastard, right? Strong's H 4464. It is mamzer. Mamzer. Let's see what we talking about though.
Yes, bastard. A bastard.
It's mamzer.
4464. Okay, let me go to 4464.
Bastard, child of incest, illegitimate child, bastard, mixed population, figurative, born of a Jewish father and a heathen mother, or vice versa.
Exactly. That's
That's
what
what
I
you were
was trying
talking
to
about?
tell you. It's
Wait,
born
Mary
of
was
a
a
person of
heathen?
Israel and someone that is not of Israel. That's what a bastard
So,
is.
and
It's
then,
not.
okay,
It doesn't have to do with
I get you.
wedlock.
But when we, hold on. So this is the Brown Driver Briggs lexicon from the Strong's, or you know what I'm saying? It's showing you masculine noun, bastard, specifically child of incest, blah 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 blah. But it's showing you the literal biblical usages of the of these words. And if we look at the first one, it says, and I can't make this up, literally
Literally.
bastard in Deuteronomy 23 verse 3. Literally bastard.
Right. Literally, bastard means
An illegitimate child.
Go back up.
No, it means a born of a Jewish father
No.
and a heathen
No,
mother.
no.
Bastard.
Bastard, child of incest, an illegitimate child. It's not a child of
No,
incest because
No,
they
no,
were
hang
not
on.
related. So it's an illegitimate
G-Spot is
child.
specifically
It's the
referring to the
first.
first
So
one.
she is what she's doing. She's playing like a shell game here.
No.
Right? No.
you have
Hang
to
on,
use a-
hang
you
on,
have to
because you
use
are.
a
Here's what
qual-
you're doing. Here's what you're doing. Okay, you're saying that bastard doesn't mean bastard because it could also mean this born of a Jewish father. But no, these are both definitions of the word mamzer. Mamzer means bastard and or mixed population and or born of a Jewish father or mother. bastard does not also mean born of a Jewish father or mother. Mamzer does. You're trying to switch them around. So when it says literally bastard in this verse, that's what it's saying. It's not. And then mamzer is used in both of these verses, but it doesn't mean the same thing in both verses. That's what the Brown Driver Briggs does. It tells you when it's being used, which definition is being applied to that usage.
So why? So, and if you want to throw that out, Mary was betrothed to Joseph. They even considered Joseph Mary's husband. So either Jesus is a bastard or God committed adultery. Why didn't God stone himself?
He couldn't lift the rock.
That's a great topic for you, G. Because if you don't run that shit, I'm gonna figure out a way.
You know I'm done talking with Christians.
She's done it like before.
I have never that. Like, did God commit adultery is wild. And
I know God did not commit adultery, and you know, bastard.
Mary was betrothed to Joseph.
Ma'am, I'm not talking to you. Be quiet.
Mary was betrothed to Joseph, and in some I forgot what verse it was. She was considered his wife.
She was
considered his wife.
She wasn't married yet.
It's still adultery.
It's still adultery. She was Joseph's property. He actually said he was going to secretly put her away because she was pregnant. An angel came to Joseph and told him, no, don't put her away because she's carrying God's child. Why didn't God stone himself?
Well, why don't you think that's a wonderful thing that Jesus, the Savior of the world,
that God committed adultery, God broke his own law?
Why do you think that's a wonderful thing? Why are you trying to make it a negative thing?
Because God made a law that humans could not do that. God could have literally made Jesus out of dirt like he did Adam. He did not do that. He decided to break his own law.
All flesh is of soil. We're all organic.
And he could have made Jesus that way. Jesus could have just made himself.
Can I speak on that?
Dirt.
No, he wanted Jesus to come born through woman, just like we did.
He didn't have to do that. Because God wanted to do some fuck shit.
God felt like, if he put us, if he made us go through this flesh life, that he wanted to experience it too. So he knows.
So now you know the mind of God.
Like to be human.
So now you know the mind of God. You know the sovereign mind of God.
Yeah,
from reading the Bible, you can feel his emotion. You can read his emotion. If you seek him and you get to know him through his word. Yes. And I can refer you back to Hebrews chapter 2, verse 14, where it says, God didn't just let us come through the flesh. He came through it too.
Did he have to?
Essence, can I help you with that?
No, he did it voluntarily.
I'll let you know when you can talk.
Because he loves us.
It didn't seem like he really loved Mary. He put her in a predicament.
You're going to ask
Made her the top of the town.
Can she help you with that?
But like I said, and the reason why I did that, Miss Essence, like, if you love your Jesus, love your Jesus. I'm not trying to take you away from, but like, it's things like that. I just wanted you to just think about that, because, and the reason why I did that is because it's okay for Jesus to be a bastard, but like the little girl, not the little girl, but the young lady that was brought before the church, and they ridicule her, and the young ladies that are impregnated and not married, those bastards.
So you're blaming.
Hold on, wait, Miss Essence. I'm not done talking. It's okay for Jesus to be a bastard, and Mary is looked upon as, the Virgin Mary, this wonderful woman. I'm not done talking, but there's a whole lot of young women, young ladies that are having babies outside of quote unquote wedlock, and these kids and these young ladies and these women are being called trash. They're being called sluts. They're being called whores. They're being called all of this.
Not by
when
God.
The men are not being called anything. Yes,
not
they
by
are.
God.
Stop it, Miss Essence. Stop. Let's stop the cap. They are being ridiculed. They are being talked down to. They are being called all types of names but we're not calling Jesus a little bastard. We're not calling Jesus a holy bastard. We're not calling Mary a slut. We're not calling Mary a whore. We're not calling her anything or these things, but humans that we can see, we're not giving them baby showers. We're not seeing what we can do to help these mothers. We're not seeing what we can do to the humans that are having children outside of quote unquote wedlock. But this holy bastard, we're giving him all the praise. That's why I bring this topic up. We really need to look inside of ourselves and start treating humans better than we're treating this fictional character. That's why I bring that conversation up.
Well, may I
Dina
respond?
may definitely take this and continue to use it.
May I respond?
Yeah, I'm
Now?
definitely over here like writing those, like, cause that I like the way that you put it. It goes beyond just the simplicity of, oh, he isn't the baby father. No, there's laws that should have been applied to Mary, to God, right? And that baby, Jesus, should have been unalived, as he would have been product of a sin, right? Like, and the firstborn son. Right. So there's a lot of things that I'm like, what the hell? And you're making it clicky clack in my brain with this conversation, G. I love it. So thank you.
May I respond now?
Yeah, go ahead, Miss Esther.
Okay, so I think what you're doing is confusing man's civil laws with God laws. God says that when a man spreads the skirt of a woman, then it is a biblical marriage. Okay, so all these people that you're calling bastard children, actually, once the man impregnated them, he actually really married them. Okay, just because he didn't stay with them. Okay, now you're blaming the church.
No, that's incorrect. They can
No,
break
no,
that
no.
down
I
yesterday.
was
That
quiet and I
no, Miss
let you
Esther's
Hold
finish.
on,
wrong.
So
Essence, calm down. Hold on,
everybody have
hold
to
on.
let me finish.
I don't have to, but here's the thing. You're saying that bastards don't exist when God said he doesn't want bastards in his kingdom. So how does that, you can't, those, they can't both be true. Which one is it?
What's your question?
You said that bastards don't technically exist in the Bible when God says specifically he does not allow for bastards to be in his congregation in
That's a
chapter 23 of
manzar.
Deuteronomy.
You're not translating the word correctly.
It means
That's a child born of
it means
an
bastard.
Israelite and a non-Israelite. Okay, it's
We
not
already
someone
walked
born
you
out of
through that.
wedlock.
We already walked you through this. Stop lying.
Yes, and you're not getting it. But anyway,
No,
can I finish saying
you're
what I
not
was saying?
getting it. The word is literally It's literally bastard.
Mr.
It says it.
Lackluster, I wasn't finished speaking. Okay.
You what?
Now, if you want to call these children born out of wedlock,
you don't get
if
to
you want
continue. You don't get to continue lying, right? If you say something that's not true, we're going to stop you and correct it, and all come to an
just because
understanding.
you don't agree with it doesn't
No,
mean it's
no, no,
not
because
true.
you don't agree with anything that's on the page. All right, you want to make up your own theology, and that's fine. Do that in your own space. We're not going to just sit here and accept your hypotheses. So when it says literally bastard, as used in Deuteronomy 23:2, and then it says whatever it said, mixed heritage or whatever, and the other usage of it, like you don't. It was Zechariah 9, right? A mixed population. That is the other definition for mamzer, but that doesn't mean that you get to then reapply it to Deuteronomy 23. That's not how these work.
May I speak now, Mr. McLuster?
Yeah, go ahead.
Even
I am gonna
looking-
stop you if you lie again.
Even if you're looking at these babies born out of wedlock, even if you call them bastards or whatever you want to call them, and you're saying that the women are sinning and the churches are putting them on the spot and that kind of thing, God brought forth Jesus Christ the Savior so that we could have forgiveness of our sins through repentance. So if you call these women sinful, please let me finish. If you call
guys, tap the screen, share the live, help the host with his gifting goals, and do what we can so that these kind of people don't grow up to be adults like this. Just do what you can, help somebody. You understand what I'm saying? Just do it. If you see somebody that's struggling with reading and reading comprehension, help them. Just help them.
Now, may I finish, Miss?
No. I'm making a mod. um, announcement. Essence, just help them. Help them by tapping the screen, sharing the live, helping the host with their gift and goals. Just help them.
I will if you let me
This
finish
I'm
39
saying what
not
I
seconds
have
talking
to
ago.
to you,
say.
bitch. I am not talking to you.
For 39 likes a minute.
I am making a mod announcement. Do not come off of mute until I am done. Tap the screen, share the live, help the host with his gift and goals. Thank you.
I got a chalet to save up for, guys. Please and thank you.
Yes, the chalet gift and goals. Sorry.
Go ahead, Essence. I don't know why these
I
mod
just want to
announcements
say
they
that
happen randomly.
if you're calling these women sinners and their children's bastards, and you're saying that the church is making them confess their sins and denigrating them in front of the church and everything, if they repent of all their sins, they get wiped out of the book, blotted off. They don't have any more sins, and so the church can't make them confess anything if they don't have any sins. If God has forgiven them. So Jesus forgives. So no matter how you look at it, if you're looking at bastard that's born out of wedlock, or what it actually means in the Bible, mams are born of two different nationalities.
Again. See, now I got to mute you again because you're lying, and I have to correct this. The word manzer has multiple meanings and usages. The one in Deuteronomy 23 is literally bastard. Stop lying to people.
Well, Mr. Matt Lester, I just agree to disagree, okay? And please don't call me a liar.
When you lie,
we're all children of God. We can
when you
disagree.
purposely deceive, we had a
No, I'm
discussion about
going
this
by.
earlier.
We
You are
did.
purposely being deceptive. You had it shown to you in your face on the screen. I'm
I
still
mean, the
looking at it
definition
right
said
now.
literally bastard. I mean, I can't
Like, it's
even make
so
that up. I've
crazy.
never
Like,
seen a definition say literally the definition. That's crazy to dispute that. That shit said
Well, you know
And
literally
it's
what?
really
bastard.
not us that you're disagreeing with. You're
My
disagreeing with
Strong's
your
doesn't
Bible.
say literally bastard.
It's literally not us that you're disagreeing with. You're disagreeing with your Bible.
Show me your Strong's concordance. What's your Strong say?
I don't know how to put it on the screen, but I can read it to you.
You don't have camera access?
Oh yeah, but I don't want to turn my camera on right now. I haven't done my
yeah,
hair yet.
Well,
it says
I'm just gonna tell you. I don't. I'm not gonna take your word for it. You're gonna have
Yes.
to show me.
It says to alienate a
You're gonna have to
mongrel
show me.
born of a Jewish father and a
You're not
heathen
showing me,
mother,
Essence.
bastard.
What
That's
the
what it
fuck are
says.
you showing, babe? Nothing's on the screen. It looks dark and there's a weird ass light.
Let me see if I can pick it up. Let me see.
All right, love bug, you got this.
I don't know how to do it.
Mustard luster. This
Look, I'm new to
crazy.
social media. I'm still learning how to do all this stuff. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
The Holy
just,
Spirit
just
help you right now.
pretend like
Rather
you're an
than
officer
waste
of the
your
law.
time with me
Point
trying
and
to
shoot.
figure it out.
Wow, Osa, you're
You
done.
know, I've even lost myself now. I don't even.
And Miss Essence, I'm trying to be as patient as I can, and it's waning very quickly. Like I said, keep your Jesus, love your Jesus. If it's keeping you up in the morning, excuse me, if it's waking you up in the morning, good. But what I have a hard time tolerating is this utopia that you're trying, this ideal Christianity that you're trying to live in. Like we live in a real world, and I find it hard to believe that you don't know what women go through when they are pregnant and they're not married, and you look like you are a of aged woman, and I find it hard to believe that you don't understand what we're talking about when we say that young ladies that are pregnant and the father is not around, that they don't get scrutinized, whether it's by the church or by society in general. Find it very hard
God
to believe.
for that.
No, ma'am, let me
That's
finish.
society. You can't blame
Let me
God
fucking finish, Miss Essence. A black woman that you see walking down a fucking street, that belly is enlarged, and you don't see a father. I find it very fucking hard to believe that if it's not you, you don't have your gossiping friends fucking talking about her. I find it very fucking hard to believe. Now, if you don't see it, you don't see it. But I find it very hard living in America that you have not experienced someone talking about a woman that don't have a father around or don't know where the baby daddy is at, that you have not heard that young lady being talked about, or those young kids, where the daddy at? Oh, that baby daddy, she shouldn't have spread her legs. She shouldn't have gave it up. Oh, she got 5 kids? She should have kept her legs closed. I find it very difficult you haven't heard those terms. That's
So
what I'm
update your
losing
gift code.
patience on. Keep your Jesus. Keep your Jesus. But stop the lying. That's all I'm saying. And it's that with that bastard that I'm talking about. If y'all can praise Mary for having a bastard child, then y'all can show a little compassion of the young ladies or the mamas that got 5 and 6 kids and may not have a dad around because y'all praise a holy bastard. That's all I'm saying. Show a little compassion with the humans that y'all can see if y'all can show some compassion for a holy bastard that y'all can't see. That's all I'm saying.
Mustard Luster,
Yeah,
forgive me if I'm wrong, but does that say literally bastard?
it does.
Oh, okay.
So what she was appealing to is the thing above it where it says, from an unused root, meaning to alienate, a mongrel, born of a Jewish father and heathen mother, bastard.
Mm.
Right? This tells you all the usages. It's not that helpful. Right? What the Brown Driver Briggs does is it tells you how it's being applied in specific verses. Right? So you can see there where it says literally bastard.
Oh.
And then correspondingly, that's in Deuteronomy 23 too.
But
And it
nowhere
says,
does it say born out of wedlock. Where does that say? Born out of wedlock.
that's the definition of a
That's the
bastard.
definition. Like,
According to whose definition?
Find one
Ma'am,
that
you
doesn't
too
say
old
that.
to pretend like you don't know what a bastard is. You know
If it doesn't say
that.
born out of wedlock,
Listen. You
It
know.
says
You
bastard. It's
know
not
that
going to
the people
explain
in your
every.
generation call people bastards. Stop
Okay,
fucking playing.
let's try this thing. Okay,
Stop playing. You know your
let's try
old
this
ass.
thing.
The
Let's
people
try
in
it.
your generation call people bastards.
Let's try it
Stop
with the
playing
same
Y'all
with
thing.
me.
wrong.
Let's try it with the same thing. What's a father?
You can't go by Webster's
Essence. What's a father?
advanced.
The definition doesn't say father. Essence. What's a father? I mean, what's population? What is a population?
What's the sky?
Listen,
Do you
King Droop
understand
say
how
what is
I'm
fucking
Jewish?
wrong.
dumb that sounds when you do that?
Miss G Spot,
King
to
Droop
address
says that I'm
your
wrong. He says that King Droop says that I'm wrong, but he knows that I am not lying. He knows that people of our generation call people bastards. He know it.
Absolutely.
He knows it. King Droop, you
Bastard is
can
not a
say
new fucking word. Mercy.
yes. You can say
it's a,
that I'm
right,
wrong
but you're
all you
using the
want,
Webster's
but you
definition.
know
That does not.
you're using a Webster's definition. What other
I'm just
definition
waiting on
should we
Damn.
use?
Oso to give me the,
A
the
fucking
green light.
She said.
I'm waiting
illegitimate
on Oso.
child is a
I'll get
bastard.
you
An
in a second, Drew.
illegitimate child, meaning a child that's
What
born
is a
outside
bastard?
of marriage. An illegitimate child
And his
equals
definition does not
bastard.
say illegitimate or born out of marriage. His
It does
definition.
say, it
So
says a
essence.
child of incest
What
or
he read does not
illegitimate
say
child.
that.
It's
But wait a
literally
minute,
after
G.
child of incest. It's illegitimate child.
Yeah.
What
So
who
According to
gives a
essence.
fuck?
Webster.
So,
According to
Essence, can
West,
I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Essence?
you
What does
sure?
God mean when he says bastards can't enter his kingdom? Who does he mean? Who is he talking about?
He's
Who is he
talking about
talking
a
about?
man or one that's born of, and it doesn't mean they can't enter the kingdom. They just can't be like a leader. Of course,
That's not what
God
I asked you.
accepts
See how you
all
don't
his
answer
children.
questions? See how you don't answer questions?
She
I asked you a
saw
question.
the problem with what she was saying
Yeah,
as she
I
was
and,
asked you
and
a
answering.
immediately
question.
flipped. Yeah.
What does it mean? When he says bastards, what does he mean?
He means a mamzar, one born of two different nationalities.
Okay, how can you verify? How can you prove this?
God knows everybody.
No, ma'am, that's not what I asked you. I said prove it. Prove what you're saying. Show us that
I,
Mamzar
I read it
in
to you out of the Strong's Concordance, the definition. It doesn't say born out of wedlock, and it doesn't say
for that scripture. It
Okay,
said that
so
for that
for
scripture.
that specific scripture.
we're just gonna
Okay.
look at
For
like every
Deuteronomy
English
23
language
2.
translation.
But anyway, I just wanted to
No,
say
it's not no
that
but anyway, bitch. You
I
listen.
want you to
We're in the
I'm
find for
in
me.
Amazonian.
America.
I want
So
you
Listen,
to
I know
we're
about
essence. I want you to find for me on here. This is the verse 23:2. This is pretty much every English translation available in the Bible Gateway. Find me one usage here out of this 60 or so that says something about being of mixed heritage.
what is that you're reading from?
This is every English translation that's available on Bible Gateway. There are roughly 60.
Oh, most of the translations in other Bibles are wrong.
Yeah,
There's
find a
so many
translation that
mistranslations.
says that. Find a translation that says what you're saying.
no, go
Because
back to the easy translation, the easy that one. What does it say? If someone was born when his parents were not properly married, he cannot join with the Lord's people.
Hmm.
That doesn't say that.
It literally says that. We just
No, it
read it.
doesn't.
No,
What?
so it doesn't say that. We just read that.
No,
It doesn't say that.
no, not biblical. No. Show me in the
See,
Bible where it says that.
this is why I don't
Show
like
me in the
Christians
Can
Bible
you
because
where
you
it says
reread
Look at
that.
it.
that?
It's right
this is
there.
why I
It's
don't
right
like
there. It's
Christians
right
because
there.
you
Look at
bitches
it.
are liars. I just read that.
If someone was born when his parents were not properly married, he cannot join with the Lord's people.
What do you
It
mean it
literally
doesn't
says
say
that.
that?
Your bunions, bestie.
So you mean like Jesus? Like Jesus can't be a part of the Lord's people?
sounds like Jesus.
Can you show us what the KJV says?
It says bastard.
You know what? I'd just rather move on because we're not progressing anything. I
No,
have
but
things to
this
do.
is
So
what
I
you.
just want to say
This
to
is
all of you, whether
yeah.
you accept Jesus
You're
or
So
not
not,
this
going to
is
do
what
the
you liars
grandstand
do, right?
essence.
that
So
This is not that.
what you do is you definition shop, and you don't actually care how it's applied. You want to find a meaning that's somewhere else in the book and apply it to the verse we're talking about. It's very dishonest. You're a liar
it's
when
not
you do
dishonest. You
it.
want to call Jesus a bastard, okay? He is
I
my
look,
Lord
if
and
the shoe
Savior, and I would
fits,
never call
put the
him that.
bastard in it.
Definitionally, that is what a
Yeah,
bastard is.
bastard. A bastard with a W. Say
Like
bastard again, Miss
y'all can make
Essence.
that word mean something bad. You can make it feel like something bad, but definitionally, his parents were not married. He was not properly married.
Well, I'll
Therefore,
tell
he
you
was a
what, God
bastard.
loves all his bastard children as much as
So then
any
why are
other
you
child.
That's
arguing
fine,
with
but he made a
So
me?
rule
that's
about them getting into the
That's
congregation.
that's
Why are you
great.
pissed
That's
off
great,
about it?
Essence. So next time a girl rolls around with a swollen belly, which is actually a uterus, make sure when your Christian friend starts to talk about her, make sure you say, "Hey, Savior was a bastard, and there's nothing wrong with bastards." Make sure you
Mhm.
say that.
I would never
And make
call
sure you
Jesus a
throw her some
bastard.
coins so that
You said
her little
there's nothing wrong
bastard
with that.
can have the best life ever because there's nothing wrong with
There's
bastards.
Yeah,
nothing
you
wrong
said
with it,
there's
but you
nothing
better
wrong
not
with
say
it.
it about my
There's
Jesus.
nothing wrong with bastards. Say it together, Miss Essence. There's
I would
nothing
never
wrong with
say that, and
bastards.
I'm sorry that you feel that way. That
You
you know,
just said
No,
this
I don't
out
think
loud,
there's
Miss
anything
Essence.
wrong.
Don't
I don't
start
think there's
gaslighting
nothing
us,
wrong
girl.
with little babies being born, whether the father's in the life or not. Because guess what? They're humans. And all humans are worth it because they're here on this earth. I don't think there's nothing wrong with little babies being born. They're innocent. And I hope that you can take this
and
lesson with you to your
God is a God of
congregational
the living.
sisters. And
God is a God of life.
if they're Miss Essence, when you go to church and you bow your head and you swallow Jesus, make sure you say thank you, little bastard. And if you see a woman or a young lady that is pregnant and there may or may not be a father around, you praise God for the little bastard that she has, because there's nothing wrong with bastards. And you make sure that you get your church ladies together and you throw that young lady a baby shower, because there's nothing wrong with bastards. You have you a good day, Miss Essence.
And then when you pray, you say, "Dear Jesus, you magnificent bastard."
Droopy droop droop. What it do?
Leave.
She's no longer here.
Yeah, that's an
Match.
accurate statement.
I'm just giving the facts of the case.
Okay,
The
let me
thing is,
rephrase. Did
she
you
want to
drop her?
pretend like
Oh, I
the
just hold on. I want to know.
60-year-old.
Also, did you drop her?
G was done with her.
I just wanted to know if she dropped
It
or she
was
didn't
yeah, it
drop.
was
Why
G
do
Spot's
y'all act like that's
conversation.
hard? Huh?
She
Yeah, it was G
she
Spot's
want to
conversation.
pretend like people of her age didn't call people
Okay,
bastards.
that's weird.
Yeah, that's crazy.
She wants to pretend like
We called him man's ear.
that she doesn't know what a bastard is. You gotta be 60, ma'am. You probably was a bastard.
All sex is marriage. Drew, go ahead and pick a topic for us, man.
I didn't get a chance to read the type. So I wanted to help her understand that, because that was a topic that I spoke on many years ago. But I think I told y'all that they use words like bastard, and it means something different in the generation we live in now. Now, when you read it and it said like um, something about a Jewish child and a mixed child, like a mixed breed, that's what they called a bastard back then.
No,
Because
that's not. We
I
Stop
just
asked
it.
her,
listen, King
Stop
Droop.
it.
King
Oh,
Droop.
Stop
We
it.
no, we're not gonna hold on
We're not doing
because you're
this
not gonna
fucking
get
loop
up here
again.
and lie. We just read where it
Yeah, we're
says
not gonna do that, Drew.
in Deuteronomy, whatever, it says
23:2.
literally bastard. That's what it says. The meaning doesn't change. The first meaning of that word, mamzir, is bastard. And it says for Deuteronomy, whatever it was, literally bastard. Just read it.
and if you reread it again, it tell you about the blood of a Jewish
No, sir.
something
We are
else, right?
talking about
Drew,
how it is
Drew,
used
Dude,
in
fuck
we're
Deuteronomy.
past it.
off.
We're past
Yes,
it.
we're
Pick a
talking
topic.
about how it's used in that scripture.
Okay, all right. And then you also asked some about marriage. See, what they hate to
Sir,
We're
tell
past
y'all as
that
can you pick
Christians.
a topic?
conversation. Pick a topic.
Oh, so I asked you if I could come and help her with that.
No, but she's
I said
gone. She's
I
gone,
allow
babe.
you to talk.
And
She's gone,
also,
babe.
no.
She's
How's that?
gone. She's gone. You don't have to come help her. Why do you think you need to come help her? Did she sound like she didn't think she knew what she was talking about?
Also, how is
Yeah,
No.
she
saying
was
the
she was
exact
lost. She was lost because she couldn't even answer the marriage
I
question.
mean,
how
as
Because
is
far as
there
saying
we're
was
the
no
same
concerned,
thing she did helping her?
yes, but also King Droop,
no
as far
no
as we're
because
concerned, you all are lost. Like your lost is no different than hers as far as we're concerned. So she's gone, so you can pick a topic.
look, everybody lost. If you want to say that, because
Sir,
non-believers are lost and believers are
sir,
lost.
God
We
sir,
all
damn.
lost.
are you gonna pick a topic, or am I gonna drop you so we can get a Christian up here that's gonna pick a topic?
I told you I didn't come on for that. I came to talk
Oh,
about
okay.
that, but I
Thank you.
can read the topic. Hold
Okay.
on.
No, you said you
Also,
didn't come
I'm
on
gonna
for
read.
that.
Oh, hold on. Also, I'm gonna read your topics and give me a minute. When I come back, I'm gonna speak about the topic.
Sir, it's only two.
I'm driving. I can't read it while I'm driving. I
Oh,
ain't gonna
nigga,
lie.
get off of here.
Fucking dumbass. Let me help her. What she said was,
Let me help her. She said, I'm going
word
to say
for
the
word.
same thing she said. You've been up here all that time. You can't read the topic. Let me help her. She just said the same thing. I'm going to just say the same thing she said, just in a deep voice. Maybe if it comes from a
Right.
man, you'll believe it.
Hey, Lord.
Maybe if you hear it in a baritone, you'll believe it.
It might change it for you.
Maybe if
Oh,
I
you know
come and
what? You know what?
Mhm.
I remember now. Zena, you wanted to do a thing. Go ahead.
How did that come back up? I didn't do that.
God. Zena, you wanted to do something with Essence, no?
No, I just wanted to know if she dropped or not. But then you gave me that
No, I
look,
thought
so
you
I'm gonna
wanted
shut the
to.
fuck up.
No, no, no,
I
no,
ain't
no,
got
no,
nothing
no,
to
no, no,
say.
no.
I'm good.
Shut up!
You gave me that look that told
Do
me
the
to shut the
thing.
fuck up, so I'm gonna shut
Well,
my
yeah,
black
because
ass the fuck up and stay muted.
it's just,
I
you
ain't had
weren't,
nothing for
it's
essence.
fine.
I just
That
sit
moment
back
has
and
passed.
with that moment. That's why I shut the fuck up. You saw my
No,
black
that
ass
moment
go
has
on mute.
passed. It's different.
May I say something then?
I don't know. I'm gonna shut the
Uh,
fuck up though. I'm gonna go on mute.
Zena, this is your rodeo. You wanted to do something with her. I forgot that you wanted to go back. No, I forgot
I
you
did
wanted to go
not.
back to, you wanted to go back to the lineage.
No, it's past. I don't want to.
May I
Y'all,
say
I
something?
don't know. I don't want to talk to Essence. Essence bring out the worst in everybody. I'm gonna leave Essence alone. Essence is delusional as fuck,
Well,
and I don't
I'm
want to
going to
join in that
leave, but may I
delusion.
just say something before I leave?
Essence,
Go ahead,
no.
G Spot.
I want to thank you for all having me on and for
Thank you so much. G Spot, what were you saying?
Oh, before you brought Essence up, I actually wanted to, because I don't know the lineage part, and Zena May was about to touch on that, so I actually wanted to write some notes down what Zena May was touching on. So I actually did want to hear that lineage that Zena May was about to
well,
educate us
I
on.
can tell you that Jesus came from the Judah king line. See, Jacob had 12
I want to
sons.
hear from Zena May, Miss Essence. With all due respect, I want to hear from Zena May.
I think we did touch on it a bit though. It was more so like I was just confused how she was bridging that gap between the father-in-law, and she said that the word, I think we were touching on like acceptable or something. And it was just she was just just breezing past that, you know? And she was saying that the word there meant father-in-law, but it doesn't fucking mean father-in-law.
Oh no,
But
yeah.
I'm trying to understand how she, if the other one, like, okay, I don't have both scriptures in front of me,
You're talking
right? But
about
if
no Mizo.
right,
Hmm.
and I'm
That's
like,
another thing she did. Sorry, I don't mean to jump in, but I already.
no,
I'm
yeah,
saying
that's
it
what I
because
was
I already looked
saying.
into it
Yeah.
while we were talking, right? So it's another definition switch, right? And this I don't know why Bible Gateway or Blue Letter is so fucking slow, but no, it just means like accepted. It doesn't mean the law. Law has a different definition, right? So if you look into there, if yours is actually like operating, great.
Mhm.
Okay, mine just loaded. So if you look at where um, in the Thayer's Greek lexicon, uh, so to hold by customer usage, right? Uh, that is one sub definition. The other one is to deem, think, or suppose, and that is where Luke 3:23 is. So
So,
if you
Essence, where
scroll
are you
down,
getting this from? Like, what are you talking about law? Where did you get that from? 'Cause I've never heard that in my life. Like, what are you saying? Do you see that right there? What he has on the screen? Essence, you interrupt every 2 seconds, but when there's a direct question, you don't want to answer. That's insane.
I was muted.
You were, but then you were given the opportunity to speak, so it's crazy.
As I told you, I use a companion Bible, a KJV companion Bible with scholarly notes written by Bullinger and his definition of as was supposed means according to law, as by law.
What does it say right
See,
there?
that's so weird because like it's already in English.
And we do
Like it's already in English. Why are you retranslating English?
know that's a mistranslation, misdefinition. No, that's what's misleading.
Essence,
Oh,
essence. Wait a
this is
minute.
you running into the wall.
No. Tell us how you know it's a mistranslation. How do you know this?
Because I know the genealogy of Christ. I know that Adam begot Isaac, and
No,
through
no,
the
no,
seed
ma'am.
of.
But you know
See,
that from
you
the
ask me
Bible.
questions and you
No,
never
Adam
let me
no.
answer.
But you
Adam
know
begat
that from the
Isaac?
Bible, right? So how do you know that it's a mistranslation?
How did she know Adam begat Isaac?
That's what I'm trying to like. My
Because I
head is
know the
like I'm scratching
genealogy
my
of
head,
Christ.
bro.
I'm pretty sure Abraham begat Isaac.
That's what I said, Abraham, didn't I?
You said
No.
Adam.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Abraham. I'm sorry.
No, so how do you know it's a mistranslation?
Because I
Have you
know the
no,
truth. I
no, I'm
know
asking
the.
you, have you
Because it
researched
doesn't agree.
that it's a mistranslation? Have you went in there and said, you know what? I think that's a mistranslation. Let me find out how I can um, how I can prove that there's a mistranslation.
Because it doesn't make sense. And I know the genealogy of Christ. It
So,
has.
so how do you know it's a
You don't know it.
mistranslation? Can you translate it the correct way?
Yes,
Okay,
according to
no,
law, meaning
ma'am.
Joseph was a
So then
son in
translate
law. He
it.
was an
So
in-law.
essence, so translate it for us the correct way. Translate it from Hebrew. Do you
From
know
Greek.
Hebrew?
I
I'm
told you it
sorry, Greek.
means.
Do do you know Greek?
I don't know Greek or Hebrew, but I have a concordance that has both Hebrew and Greek dictionary in it, and so I'm able to translate words back to the original language. That helps me with understanding. And also, before I even read, I
So
always
so
pray.
so so essence, I'm asking you, right? How do you know that it's a mistranslation?
Because first of
Yo,
all, I know that my Strong's Concordance is more accurate than most of the stuff
Can
you
you
get off of
pull
the
yours
internet.
up because you keep saying that, but you're not saying anything
and
different
let me
other
ask you a
than
question. How do you know
Um,
yours is more accurate? Because it seems
because
like, listen, it seems, let me finish. It seems like yours is in a book, which doesn't get updated as much as the one online. So how would yours be more accurate?
how do you know yours is accurate?
No,
The
that's not what I'm
one.
asking you. Yours seems like to be in a
Okay, I'll
book.
answer that. I'll
Yes,
answer that.
yours. Okay. So how could it be more accurate than one that is online?
Because in order for me to do any kind of deep study in God's word, I have to include God. So I pray and I ask him for wisdom. And he says in James
So
1 5, if you ask him, he will give
that
it
is
to
what
you.
makes your
And so
Strongs more.
God leads and
No, the
directs.
Strongs, ma'am.
You never let me answer your
No,
question.
no. So what I'm asking you is that makes the Strongs in your book more accurate.
Because
It's
God
because you
directed
talk to
me. And
God.
God is,
It's
yes,
because you talk to
because
God
God
and God
directed me to
tells
that
you,
strong.
you talk to
Yikes.
God and God tells you, Miss Ess Miss Essence, do you have any kids? Do you
Yes, I
have
do. Do
kids?
you? Do you?
Um, do you,
Do you have children?
how many kids do you have, Miss
That's
Essence?
personal. Why do you need to know that?
Do you have more than one?
That's personal. Why do you need to know that?
Well, you said you had kids, so I'm assuming you have more
Do
than one.
you have children?
Have
Do
your
you have
kids ever
children?
been, yes, I have one. Have your kids ever been, like unruly?
Of course, children go, of course, they misbehave. And just
Okay, why
like,
are they still alive?
pardon me?
Why are they still alive? Why are your kids still, why are your unruly kids still alive? Why haven't you brought them to the city gate and stoned them? Because earlier you talked about, following God's law, right? God's law says take those unruly kids to the city gate and stone them. Why are your kids still alive?
in the Old Testament, but Jesus was
No,
pure
no, this is
love.
the law. Remember, you said we don't follow our community, doesn't follow God's law. And that's what's wrong with our community. You were saying that earlier
And it
when you
doesn't
were
say
first up.
unruly
No,
kids.
ma'am, don't. First of all, stop interrupting me. I don't respect elders. 8 to 80. 8 to fucking 80. Cause get it. So stop interrupting me. What I'm asking is, why are your kids still alive? Because God's law, the law that Jesus says he did not come to actually change, right? The law that he upbraided the Pharisees and used that law as an example about the unruly kids, right? He did not abolish the Old Testament law. As a matter of fact, he says, if you love me, you will keep my commandments. So why have you disobeyed the law? Why are your unruly and disrespectful kids still alive?
Okay. So you're totally missing God's love for his children. And God is not, he's not in heaven looking down trying to just zap everybody that does the slightest little thing wrong. That's why he sent the Savior,
No, I'm
Jesus,
talking about
so
what
that we can have
Jesus said.
forgiveness.
I'm talking about what Jesus was talking
I
about
forgive
when he
my
talked about,
children
ma'am,
on a daily
ma'am,
basis.
ma'am, when he talked about the Pharisees. That's what I'm talking about. He used that law specifically as an example of how the Pharisees were making his father's law. They were nullifying the words of his father. He used that law specifically. He said, you guys are taking Corban offerings instead of bringing your children to the city gates and stoning them.
Where's that written?
Matthew 15
All right, let me see.
and Mark 7,
Matthew 15, what?
starting
And
at
Mark
1.
7 is
I'm
there
in
twice
Matthew
because he wants
15.
y'all
You
to
in?
know,
Starts at verse 1.
y'all should stomp them kids into the ground. He said it twice because he don't want y'all to be, he don't want any confusion about it.
For God commanded, saying, honor thy father and thy mother, and he that curses a father and mother, let him die the death. That's written in the Old Testament. Okay, but ye say, whosoever shall say to his father and mother, it is a gift by whatsoever thy mightest be profited by me, and honor not his father and mother, he shall be free. Thus ye have made the commandment of God of none effect by your transition. So Jesus is calling them hypocrites because, okay,
Because they were letting the kids off the hook. They were letting the kids live.
no, it is a gift by Corbin. What Jesus is saying is that he's teaching the people they don't have to take care of their parents. They don't have to honor their parents, but give the money to the church instead
No,
of taking
that's
care of
not
their
what that says.
families.
He's saying you're
The
lying.
word gift.
You're lying. The Pharisees were doing that. Jesus is saying that is not what you are supposed to be doing. You are supposed to be honoring my father's law and stomping your kids into the dirt. That's what Jesus is saying. Read it again. You're not going to lie. Read it again. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read your favorite version, the King James Version. Then came to Jesus scribes and Pharisees, which were of Jerusalem, saying, why do thy disciples transgress the tradition of the elders? For they wash not their hands when they eat bread. But he answered and said unto them, why do ye also transgress the commandment of God by your tradition? For God commanded, saying, honor thy father and mother, and he that curseth father or mother, let him die the death. But ye say, whosoever shall say to his father or his mother, it is a gift, by whatsoever thou mightest be profited by me, and honor not his father or mother, he shall be free. Thus ye have made the commandment of God of none effect by your tradition. He is telling them, you are not doing what my father commanded, and you are making his words of none effect.
By not honoring their
And
mother and
he,
father, instead of taking
no,
care of mom
no,
and dad, they're giving the money to
no,
the church.
it's
The
not,
Pharisees are saying,
no,
bring us the
ma'am,
tithes, bring us the money.
no,
Don't worry
no,
about mom and
the
dad.
Pharisees are saying, The Pharisees are saying, don't stone your unruly kids. Just
That's
give us
not
an
what it's
offering.
saying, ma'am.
Just give us an offering. That's what it says. It says, ye hypocrites. Well did Esaias prophesy of you, saying, the people draweth nigh unto me with their mouth, and honoreth me with their lips, but their
And
heart
see,
is far from me. For
what I
God
think what
commanded,
I think
saying,
you don't
honor.
understand is that to
For
be
God
absent from,
commanded, saying, I don't know, bitch. I don't know what's wrong with you. I ain't one of your kids, so
please don't curse at me.
no, no, bitch. Stop interrupting me, bitch.
That's like
You
the
have a
seventh
fucking
time she
problem.
said that.
You have a fucking problem. I'm convinced that you have a problem.
Hmm.
You don't know how to have a conversation. You don't know how to have a conversation. No one on here is your kids. No one. You interrupt them hoes. Yeah. I thought so.
Yeah, that was entirely disingenuous. And you could hear her formulating the lie, and then as soon as
Yep,
she
yep,
figured
yep.
it out, that like
Why you not stoning them unruly kids? Why you not stoning your unruly kids, ma'am? Why are any of your kids still alive? No, as a matter of fact, none of you Christians' kids should still be alive. Because as soon as they get smart at the mouth, zap. That's what the Bible says. And Jesus used it as an
I will
example.
say, this one thing. Don't stone me. But one thing that I I'm kind of on Essence side with, don't stone me, is, here's the thing. If we're in Narnia, I want to fucking hear a lion talk. So, like, if we're in Christianity, I would expect a Christian to say, I want to see God's power. So for her to say that she prays about it and God reveals things to her, like, I expect to hear that answer. Because when we say, well, where are you getting your information? Or how are you understanding the Bible? I really don't expect Christians to say the Strong Concordance, because who wrote that? If it wasn't a divine inspiration by God, you shouldn't be going there to get the answers. You should be praying about it, and the Holy Spirit should be revealing shit to you. We're in Narnia. They're supposed to be talking lions and witches and warlocks and shit and wardrobes. Like, the Holy Spirit is supposed to be revealing shit to you. So when she said that, I wasn't mad at that answer.
But no, she said the Holy Spirit revealed shit to her and she used the Strongs. So I'm thinking the
Well, I say I
thing she
kind of
doesn't,
wanted to,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm thinking the thing she doesn't agree with, then she asked the Holy Spirit.
Hmm.
She'll look at the
Yeah.
Strongs.
Speaking violence.
Mom
If
says
it
no, ask dad.
if it
Mm-hmm.
right.
confirms, yes, if it confirms her bias, it's fine. But if she goes to the Strongs and it doesn't, then she asks the Holy Spirit for the definition.
Or she'll go to some weird ass scholar and find
So
something
Yes.
she
that she agrees
halfway.
to.
So she's like in between the wardrobe. So she got one foot in Narnia and one foot
Whatever's
out.
clever.
Mm.
Gee,
So
But
that's
gee,
your
you
I
see
heard
theology.
Christians
you.
like that, so it fits.
Gee, I heard you earlier today. Are you gonna be in? Are you going tomorrow?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, me too. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there.
Listen, I don't have nothing. I'm not wearing anything pink.
No, I
But
just
I'm gonna
dyed
be
my
pink in
hair
spirit.
pink. But you know what? I dyed my hair pink, and I'm bringing my pink hairspray paint that's washable, and the stencils I got made. So if you want to, I can spray your hair with just his
Oh,
um
cool.
Oh,
your
Lex will be
hair.
there too.
Yes, and with his stencil, and then you can just wash it out.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Oh, I'll do that.
This is
Okay,
what I
cool,
was
cool,
gonna wear
cool.
to the Met, but they didn't invite me this year. I look
Are you
pretty
doing
dandy.
both days?
No, I'm only doing the ninth
Okay.
uh
You'd have got met by
because
those bouncers.
when is the ninth? That's Friday. I'm not doing both days. I don't even know why I'm not doing both days because it was sold out. That's what happened. I wanted to go on a
Hmm
10th. It was sold out. But then Mama Bash said, I have some seats at my table. And I said, oh, I need one. And then I got one. And then I don't know what I'm gonna be doing on the 10th. So we could get together and tear up Birmingham
Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
while
Well,
we there.
see, I got okay. So I got one for the 10th, but I don't think anybody's going on the 10th.
Can Pressure get a high five from somebody,
I
please?
got
To
one
keep
for the
that
9th and the 10th, so I got a spare ticket floating around if anybody wants to go
on the 10th.
on the 10th. Yeah, but I'm going the
Xena wants
9th.
it.
So meet me in Birmingham, and I got a spare ticket for the 10th.
Yeah,
And
You're
Xena
gonna
wants
be there,
that.
but of course, Selena gonna be there both days. Of course. All right, so just let y'all know. I'm going on
No, I'm
mute
with
now.
it.
I'm like not
I
really
think we
working,
all
kind of
know
working.
that like the real concert's gonna be on the 18th.
Mm.
And I'm not even sure if I'm going because y'all know I gotta get off work. That's a Sunday, so I gotta see what I'm
Look,
doing on Monday.
I saw the
You
build
know,
up to that.
So with your outfit for the 18th, also where? Never mind. You know what? I don't even want to go there. Never
No,
mind.
please do.
No, I don't want to go there. Why you want to
Okay, Chris
go there?
Breezy.
I want to know how it goes there.
Essence, you got to realize by now that that message is a exercise in futility. It
something
means
is
nothing.
beeping in my fucking house, and it's not the what you
He
call it, and
does
I don't
force
know
you
what the
to
fuck it
swallow
is.
him every Sunday.
Mm.
It's your house. It's your house arrest anklet. Um,
It probably is because I forgot to put it
yeah,
back on.
it need a charge. Mhm. Yeah, y'all go have fun tomorrow. That's cool. But the real fun is going to be on the 18th. If for no other reason other than that she's going.
When
Yeah,
am I
World Jury
leaving here?
Members.
When can I leave? I can leave at
Why
10:50.
it look like that baby wants to
What
sleep?
that mean? What that? Oh, that's a red eye. Well, I can leave at 10:50
It looks like he's trying to sleep and you keep bothering him.
or
Well, I
17.
tell you
Maybe
what.
I can.
Tell you what. It is 11:11 in the morning.
What they gotta do
He's
about
got
him going to
he's
sleep?
got more than 12 hours in. He will be all right.
So why is his eyes
Why does it
closing?
cost so much?
Because
Why
he's
does
just
it
being
cost so
like
much
chill.
to go places?
And you did mention that he only lets you do that when he's sleepy.
Uh, so there's a phase in the day where if I don't get up and like get him out and moving, running around, then he's just gonna be kind of like a little lump. But once I get up and get active, then he'll be cool. But also it's raining, so you know how that does.
So it sounds like because
Audio
you up, he
quality
has to be
switch.
up. Y'all erect brothers.
Grand
What
Rising.
happened? The Grand Rising. Fuck.
Did he look erect to you?
At least it was
I can't
sheathed.
stand Osa.
It was she.
I can never give him an inch because he's gonna try to make it
Gina.
stretch.
Speaking of,
What did I do? He didn't like being on this side, so I had to put him on that side.
I'm sure.
That's all.
Mm. He's got a preference to what side. Never mind. Never mind. I'm not gonna do it.
I mean, if you want to do it again, we can do it again.
I'm just
are you
saying.
asking
What?
how he dresses?
How does his bed lean? Which side does his bed lean more
Dress to the left.
To the left. To the...
That way. It's okay. I know that G Spot's picking at you because she's afraid of you. Just like how me and Xena have a special connection, Pressure and Chi Chi have a special
She don't need
connection.
to catch strays. She don't need to catch strays. And no, he will never. He will never taste my chi chi.
G Spot, this is my life. Everyone catches strays, including me. Thank you, Lords. Lord said, I'm not like these other hoes up here.
Hold on.
I'm just
Right.
saying.
Hey,
Not
also
these soft
take
bitches.
your earmuffs off. Pressure needs to hear something real quick. I don't think he did it for real.
I think he
Hey,
turned off his
Pressure.
Bluetooth.
He didn't do it.
No, he turned off his Bluetooth.
Hey, Pressure. Chi Chi don't want you. Chi Chi don't want you, Pressure. Stay a virgin. It's better that way.
You into older women? Pressure.
It's okay, buddy.
I got a 12-year-old.
Accept this. It's called radical acceptance. Chi Chi don't want you. It's all right, buddy. It's okay. That's okay.
She probably needs a
Let
hip
it marinate.
replacement, but
And no matter what they say, you're the bestest boy ever, and you're definitely not a virgin. So I don't know why she even said that shit. She wants you so bad, so bad.
She don't. She don't. It's okay. He'll be all right. Radical acceptance, pal. You got
Who's
this.
your baby? Look at how beautiful my Bubba is. Isn't he so cute, G Spot?
He's cute for another dog, not mine.
I wonder what his kids will look like.
Black and brown don't go together for some reason.
Well, he's
In
white.
that case, black and brown. She
Yeah,
is
he's
too.
white.
She got white on her too. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They're kind of really similar in that sense.
Not really.
You just turned into a Christian on accident or purpose?
Whatever works to keep him off of her. I'll be whatever at this point. She a Bible-toting Christian.
Now, I'm just gonna say, in the face of all that grand, that beautiful, big speech that you gave to Essence, in the midst of that, in the wake of that, for you to sit here and condemn love is crazy.
When it comes to my baby, hell yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I will.
That's crazy. That reminds me of that conversation that Thinker was having with that one guy about people trying to control other people's genitals. It seems weird.
I will control hers.
What you think? She tripping, right?
I mean, if you want a picture and you want to put it on his bedroll, he could live in delusion like his daddy.
First of all, we're both perfectly happy living in delusion. That's not a dig. At all.
Hey, whatever gets you guys going.
The thought of spending the rest of our lives with the ones that we love.
You know, and it's just, she's so small. I can't even imagine. She's so small. I just, not my baby.
How much does she weigh?
Shit, I don't know. I ain't weighed her in a while. I don't know. Too small. Not big enough for any type of those activities. Absolutely. Too small. That's how much she weigh.
G-Spot, I hate to be that guy, but you're being weird.
No. She weighed the non-consensual weight.
Wow.
Whatever weight that
you're being weird about this. Let our dogs fuck, G-Spot. Don't be weird.
You know.
She's at the non-consensual weight. That's what she.
You know, like, look at Pressure. You know he's gonna be laying on his back.
Wow.
I hate you back. Oh god. Oh gosh. Oh. Hey mama. Hey baby girl.
So
I'm gonna make my face hot.
As it should have. I'm pretty sure it's a red bean
That was
being
a good
pointed
one.
at you as we squeak. Um, this was insane. I'm going to pull up some evidence for you guys. Um, yeah. Hey.
Little JD Vance over there.
Yeah, now this is the hold on. We're about to get to the good part right here.
So
Uh-huh.
cute. He's
Yeah.
trying.
Uh, 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 uh.
Oh, well, I thought he was trying. I think he on to something else now.
He's like, wait a minute.
It's like, if I can't jump it, I won't jump it.
New sensation unlocked.
Four good posts is
What?
crazy.
Oh,
Shit. Oh man, my
oh.
stomach hurt. Nah, but yeah, my son is an experienced athlete in terms of doing what he do when he doing what he doing. And I'm gonna need y'all to treat him with respect. You got to realize that was not optimal height for him. Pressure is actually short for Jamarius Pressure Advance.
Oh, that was funny. He was like, fuck this. I'm about to fuck this.
Fuck this shit. Wait, actually. Yeah, I might be on to something. Hold on. Fuck this. Shit. No. That's a word. That's not. That's your right there. Is the couch okay? I honestly have no
I don't
idea.
know.
I've gotten rid of
I
it for
mean,
obvious reasons.
9 months later, we'll see.
Oh shit. Pressure
Well,
got
we'll
kids
have
floating out
a.
there. I wouldn't know.
Yeah. We don't know if Oso is going to be the father or the grandfather. We don't know. We'll see.
Oh wow, that insinuates a lot. But I thought you were a good human. Yeah, you're right. Dragon dogs aren't 9 months. See, G-Spot don't know what she's talking about. Couches aren't 9 months either. Much longer process. I think it
And
takes
then
like
you
what,
want to
3 or 4
say,
years.
how do you know that, Oso?
Huh? You said okay.
But then I'm weird about what I said.
Nah, my great grandma calling me. Hold on. You think they feel forward pressure? No, I hit the mute button. I did. I just can't. I came off screen so they wouldn't be able to tell. No, I hit the mute button. I did. I just can't. I came off screen so they wouldn't be able to tell. What you think? I agree. She being like fucking disrespectful, right? Like you and Chi got something going on. I would say this is Romeo and Juliet, but I actually want to see my son serve like win. You know what I'm saying? I want to see him up on correct. You feel me? So I don't know. I'm gonna get back in there and let her know what's what, but know that I always have your back. I believe in life after love, but I also believe in love. And if that's your woman, you know what I'm saying? You can't let heaven and earth stop y'all from being together. That's real shit. As your dad, I approve of that message. You just good boy. Yeah, that was me and Pressure disagree. And so does Mac.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I think we may or may not be out of Christians. But you know what is funny? We're almost at 11:30 a.m. Which means it's been a good 5.5 hours. Paris, I think we were good to have the like 3 or 4 that we did here. I ain't gonna lie, we didn't make them motherfuckers stretch. But you know, people have been just so anti-conversational these days, and I don't know what it is. Like I try to be.
Your audio's kind of jacked.
Oh, is it? Hold on. Is it
That's
better
better.
now?
Yeah, whatever you
Yeah, I have
choose.
to. It's like a
Oh,
dual
was it
mic
covered?
situation.
Oh.
No, it's like a, so if you have it like off center, like I had it off my ear a little bit, makes it weird. I don't know. But yeah, I try to be nice and kind of let you guys say the weird shit. And we can really dig into the weird shit, but they're scary now. I don't know. It's just live on YouTube. I don't stream to YouTube, but I do upload my lives to YouTube. So if you click the link and go look at my YouTube, you'll be able to see them there. I haven't uploaded one, but I was working on a different project. I'm gonna put some more up today, but I'm working on doing like a compilation video. As you can imagine, it takes a long time to do that, and you've had several tens of hours of footage to go through. You know, but it'd be like that sometime. Um, I don't know what's going on. Hey, Mac Luster, can I ask
Yo.
you a question?
What's up?
Are you particularly busy today?
Nope.
Sounds like it'll be a good day to go live.
Actually, it wouldn't be a bad day. I have a meeting at 3 to 4.
Sounds like that post 4 live would be amazing.
Yeah, I can do that.
Fuck yeah! And make sure it's for at least 10 minutes. Zena, are you carrying us over to 4 p.m.?
Yes. Actually, that's great timing because
Yes, 4 Eastern.
4:30 to 5:30 I'll be busy, but from 1:30 to 4:30 I ain't got jack shit to do.
1:30. It's 11:30.
You asked me and I told you. I don't know what
Jerked
y'all
off
want me
3
to
guys
do.
at one time.
You know, Mac, I don't like that you said that.
Oh, I didn't even see your name in that comment. I read backwards. Like I read kind of in like Hebrew.
Like how you read anime or some fucking shit, manga or some shit. Manga.
Manga.
Manga. You know what the fuck I was trying to say. You know exactly what I was trying to say.
Manga like the I don't even want to
Manga,
say
manga,
sexy.
matcha. You know what the fuck I was trying to say.
No, but that's like the corn, like
No,
No,
it's
straight into
not.
that.
hentai.
No,
Hentai is the corn.
hentai. Yeah.
You guys are sickos.
I'm not a sicko. I didn't even know it.
You're sicko. You're a sicko.
How are we sick?
So, did you hear the last 20 minutes of like bestiality edging conversation that you guys had about your dogs?
Bestiality edging?
You heard it, and you guys were doing it. It was weird. It was weird.
I definitely heard that conversation, and
It was
neither
weird.
of those things came up.
It was weird.
What?
Or
Where was the
pump chick.
bestiality part?
Or pump. What the fuck? Why are y'all talking to them? Dogs are not there to be sexualized, brutalized, or talked about how well they can impregnate each other. They simply want to fucking live. And here y'all are talking about something. Get it, son. Get it, son. Get it,
That's
son.
that's a presupposition.
Well, you know what? I think it's
Preston simply wants to fuck. He could care less about the other shit. Oh, fucking food. My fault. Yeah.
I rest my point. My points have been made, and
he's just at an age, and he's unsnipped. So I don't know. G Spot just is afraid of love, and I get it. Love isn't for everyone, but I wish he'd do better for real. Yahweh Bliss gave you a sub.
What was that?
Hello?
Yeah, I don't know. Audio went weird.
what's funny? Sick. I Sick. I saw
You
you
read the
tag Nikki
reply.
Doggy.
Careful who you reply to, white man.
Like, wait a fucking I was like, wait a minute. Wait.
No, I figured out a new hack. You could say whatever you want as long as you put an at before it.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I'm trying not
No, that was the guy's name.
I know.
No, I'm saying that's the new hack.
Six and it don't count. It don't count.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
That's it, man. Gotta be better. Gotta do better.
Literally hilarious. I'm sorry, Sick. I just noticed it and I just thought it was funny.
I'm back.
Y'all. Okay.
For whatever reason, TikTok acts weird with my normal phone microphone. It works for everywhere else, but on TikTok. So I have to have my headset connected to my phone. It ran out of juice, as it were.
The mic or the phone?
My headset.
TikTok makes my phone, when I'm running the microphone, like the external USB mic, it makes it run so hot. Like the phone is like hot to the touch.
Yeah, I don't know what.
What's being processed like crazy?
Yeah,
I don't know.
because it fries my shit. I don't even know. I guess we can do one more. I'm almost gonna probably let y'all get on out of here, but fuck it. It's not like y'all got anything else going on. Plus, Xena said she's not gonna go for another fucking 2 hours. What the fuck are we supposed to do? Droop, did you have a chance to read the background?
Yeah, I did.
Which one?
We're gonna talk about what does Satan actually do.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What Satan actually do is he give us the opportunity to sin. Like if you go from once they ate from the tree, they got the knowledge of good and bad. So now Satan tempt us with things that God knows that's wrong to see how we gonna choose it. That's how Satan does. He has no power. His power is making us do things that he knows that God don't like.
So, are you saying without Satan there is no sin?
No, without them eating from the tree brought the knowledge of sin in us. That's why when they ate, the tree gave them knowledge, right? The tree of knowledge
Did it bring the sin or the knowledge of sin?
gave us the knowledge of sin, because God did not want them to know.
Meaning there was sin to know about.
Say that again.
Meaning there was sin to know about.
It was sin to know about, but when God created Adam and Eve, he didn't put that in them. It came from the tree of knowledge. That's the sin of man. Like it goes back to that's the reason why Jesus had to come through a person, not created through the mud like Adam and Eve.
Eve wasn't mud.
Well, she came through the rib. But at that time, Adam did not eat from the tree. So he was all pure. That's why when he said in the image, image is good.
Why did Jesus?
God's image is good.
Right, but why did Jesus have to come from a person then?
Say that again because you're breaking up.
Why did Jesus have to come from a person then?
so he can have that tree inside of him. Because all right, remember when God said he was gonna kill everything and start everything over
Wait,
with Noah?
Jesus needed the knowledge of good and evil?
No, God wanted him to have the same thing that we suffer from, the knowledge of good and evil through the blood, because we ate from the tree. See, the tree don't die. The tree didn't die. The tree lives within us of good of good and evil. That's why we know the difference between what's wrong or what's evil or what's not evil.
So it's a tree inside of you?
Of good and, all right, so when he created trees, right? We going off the Bible, right? He had two trees. He had the tree of life and he had the tree of good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
All right? So he asked them not to eat from this tree because he didn't want them to have the knowledge of evil and good. He wanted them to be innocent. Because once he said he created them in his image was good. So with the serpent, which I call the serpent and the devil, he wanted them to have it so they will be able to die by choices of knowing what's right and wrong. Because he the only one that knew God personally.
I'm not gonna
So
lie.
now, yeah, it makes sense, but it don't.
No, I'm really stuck at the fact that you said that we all have wood in us, or trees in us.
Wood
Excuse
in
me.
us? No. See,
I said trees. That was a slip of the tongue.
right.
We
We
have
don't know what
trees.
they ate from the tree that gave them the knowledge. No one never. It just say they ate from the tree. I mean, and we
The
all know.
the fruit
We
on it,
all
right?
know.
No, it says it
Right.
was a. It
Well,
says it was fruit.
right. But whatever this fruit was, it was a magical fruit that gave them the knowledge of a spiritual awakening of good and evil. Because
And you
that's why
said
when
that
they looked
Jesus
at
had
each,
to be born of man to inherit that knowledge.
yes, because that's the see. All right. Remember, see, you got to put all the stories together about Noah, right? See, Noah was a drunk, right? So
Mm-hmm.
Noah
God
got
didn't believe.
drunk.
Yeah, he got drunk, right? He got drunk.
That
He was
doesn't
a
make
drunk.
him. That doesn't make him a drunk.
The first thing
Well,
he did
see,
when he touched down was create a vineyard. I think he's a wino.
Sorry, we have
right.
problem with
See,
antioxidants.
so when Noah, see, God got impressed by Noah and like, you know what? I'm not gonna kill everybody. You build this boat, and I'm gonna make your family be the new lineage because he was impressed by Noah showing that he can do all good. So Jesus' job was to have the same thing that all of
Wait,
us have in us and prove
if
that
he's
he
a
is,
drunk, how is he all good? How is he righteous if he's a drunk?
because like when he get drunk, it was something God said, you can drink the alcohol, but don't overindulge. He already forgave Adam, like he already forgave Adam and
Does a
Eve by
drunk
not killing them in an
does a drunk
instance.
overindulge?
So yeah, to
Yeah, by
get
definition,
too
right?
drunk, right? By
So how
definition,
was
yeah.
he righteous if he was a drunk?
Once he sobered up, he changed.
Stop it.
He changed. Yeah, he did. He changed.
When did he
After the
sober
Noah
up?
flood or
changed
before the flood? He got drunk after the
before.
flood. He got drunk after the flood. That's when he passed out and his kid saw his hog.
And then he cursed his grandson. You remember that?
I don't believe. Okay, was that after was that Noah after
Yes.
the flood or
Yes.
I got a
whatever?
question about that once y'all done with the Droopy King.
Okay.
All right,
But this was after
but
the flood. When did he? If he was deemed righteous before the flood, how
right.
was he a drunk before the flood as well?
See,
I know what
being
that's saying.
righteous means that God seen righteous in him, that he was able to control
Oh,
it. You
now it's
get what
just
I'm saying?
and now it's
Like we,
potential. Do you see what you have to
it
do
is. It
when you
all.
make
It
these
all.
claims?
Hold on.
You
Yeah,
don't have to claim that
like
he was
Lester,
a
it's
drunk.
all
No, I get
potential.
that claiming he was a drunk makes it a more compelling story, but there's nothing in there that says he was a drunk. It's just that's the thing Christians do. They like to embellish to make things more impactful.
So basically, you saying that when they said he was drunk, it don't mean that he was drunk.
No, I'm saying it doesn't make him
That
a
he.
drunk. To get drunk does not getting drunk does not make you a drunk. A drunk is a person who
Okay, I
habitually
can agree with
abuses
that, but
alcohol.
to overindulge and to get drunk, we consider that he considered that as sin. It's like because Jesus had wine, right? But Jesus wasn't getting drunk.
No, I understand that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if he was deemed righteous, he would not be a drunk. You said he was a drunk
That's a good point.
All right, where he was drunk at that bad verbiage. All right, where
after
he
the
was
flood. He
drunk
got
at
drunk,
that moment.
but that
Right,
was after
and
the
I think
flood.
he shamed. And I can't remember when you said about how he. I don't know if it was him that shamed himself, or
His
No, he
all
cursed his
these
his
stories.
grandson.
son uncovered his
Right,
nakedness and he cursed him.
right, something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Even at that time, it wasn't even a
uh huh.
law about drinking. So even if he was drunk, it doesn't say that he broke any laws because there wasn't a law at that time
That's
It
awesome.
was a God
about
law
it.
to
So
not overdose, to
it
not like
doesn't matter
gluttony.
if he overindulged or anything. It wasn't a law about drunkenness.
But that was like one of the seven sins, or some in like that gluttony and lust and
Not
all of
at that
that.
That's not
time.
biblical.
Yeah, and even if it was, it wasn't at that time. So he wasn't. Even if he was drunk or habitual drunk at that time, there's no law about it at that time. So he was righteous regardless.
Not in God, not in God, he wasn't. That's why he wanted to kill it and start it all over, because it was all the people were screwed up. All the people, it was so much stuff that didn't happen. That's why he wanted to start over. And to be honest with you, that's what the heck he should have did. He should have just started
King
it
Droop,
over.
have you read the Bible? Have you read the
Yes,
Bible?
I read the. Yes, I've read the Bible. I read the Bible. Have I read it in its entirely? No.
Can I ask you a
I don't think
question, King?
anyone up here read it entirely because
I
it's
have.
certain
Can I
things
ask you a
that's
question? Okay, King. Yeah. All right, King.
okay.
But
Go
hold on. Let
ahead.
me
You
ask
read
you
the
a
whole Bible.
question. Right. I have several times. But
Right.
now, do I retain all the information? No, definitely not. But I want to ask something based on G's question here. Oh shit. Oh my god. I just lost it.
G, ask your question one more time.
G, you there?
She's beautiful. We love her.
What? Oh man,
Thank you,
you.
Mac. That was a really sweet compliment. Don't say anything. Don't say
Oh,
anything else. Just let it
okay.
lie.
Okay.
Uh,
All right.
just let it lie, Mac. No, I was saying, I was saying at that time there wasn't a law. So whether he only drunk that one time or he habitually drunk, there wasn't a law about drunkenness at that time that Noah lived. That's what I said.
I lost it. Never.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
at,
I think that's fair, but also, I mean, if somebody's being deemed righteous, there's got to be some criteria. It's
all right. When
just
it said he
obviously like
walked
it's
with
not in
God,
Oh,
right?
I
violation of
got it.
laws. It doesn't
I got it.
exist.
Thank you, Mac. Yes, it's okay. So like, how can God be starting over, right? But you, King, are saying that like everybody is sin. Oh, but like, okay, shit, I got it. Like, I don't understand. How is he starting over with like a dirty rag? Like, how is he starting? Oh my gosh, how is he starting over, right? With, you know, Noah, but Noah still has sin in him. He's still contaminated. Is basically what you're saying. I don't understand that.
because he forgave it. You know, he showed that he can. Once he showed that he can control and do right, it was like light to him. Like, you know what? I'm not gonna kill you all. I'm gonna just trust your bloodline. Because you got to remember, when y'all say God chose a certain bloodline,
Stop, King. That doesn't make sense.
right,
Listen to
right.
what you just said. If somebody's righteous, right? We know they're examples of righteous people. We have Elizabeth, we have Zachariah who gave birth to John. So we have an example of people who live sinless lives. So we know what that means, right? So since we have that in the Bible and we go back to Noah, Noah shouldn't have been the solution if his purpose, right? God's purpose was to wipe out sin and to start over. How is it possible that the incorruptible seed that's inside of us, Jesus Christ, is there, right? But then we still have sin abiding in us. This makes no sense what you're saying.
It's making no sense to you because you're not understanding what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the reason why Satan, what he actually does, I'm giving you the reasons to that answer. And you trying to say that we not supposed to have sin anyway. And I'm telling you off of the book,
What was
it's
the purpose
saying
of
the
the
reason why
flood, King Drew? What was the purpose of the flood?
the purpose of the flood was to start over with Noah instead of start over with Adam and Eve. But the problem was, like I said,
to start over with Noah with sin.
With sin, but this time
what is he starting over to do? To curse people again? To like that? You see how that doesn't make sense? To start over with sin instead of just forgiving the people that is already in sin.
No, I said what he did shouldn't been the right thing to do. He should have just really started over, period. Because he couldn't take that power away of us having the tree of knowledge in us.
Wait.
The tree of knowledge is still inside of us.
You know what God
to
should
start
have done?
over.
You know what God should have done?
Why? I don't understand why you battling. She's just saying
why
it don't make sense.
Why didn't he do what he should have done?
Because he was being merciful.
Oh my God!
And said, you know what? I'm not gonna kill you and everybody. I'm gonna save your family.
This might be a first.
Mercy implies that these people had knowledge that they were doing wrong. God didn't give them any laws or anything up at that point. They didn't know what they were doing wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in the time of Noah, they didn't have the 10 Commandments to live by. Mercy is suspension of justice, right? When you know you've done something wrong. They didn't know that. Okay, so what you're saying just isn't true and it doesn't apply.
I got a question. Mine is Noah before or after Moses?
About that, and
are you asking me because
he's in the middle where the tree is.
Really hard, okay?
No, I asked the question. You said you read it from the beginning to the end.
You think about that, and you think really hard, okay?
No, I'm asking.
Like, is this a quiz?
Y'all make me answer questions, and then when I ask,
I know, but why would I waste my breath answering something so silly and juvenile?
Are you asking?
That's not I got you. Like, come on.
You're asking if Genesis is before Exodus?
Like, come on.
All right, so boom. So that means if Moses was before. All right, I asked the question.
Why did you say boom?
I guess.
Like that's what I'm saying. Boom. What?
If you saying that Moses was before or after, that's what I'm trying to say. You saying?
Okay, let's play. Moses is after Noah.
No, let's play that he was before.
Okay, if I think he was after, that's what I'm saying because the laws came through Moses.
You think?
That's why.
Okay, and so those people in Noah's time did not have those laws, did they?
Right. I literally said that Noah didn't have the laws. I literally said that, so he was deemed.
Exodus 20, like this is like 50 chapters later that they get the law.
Like if you had heard, like if you had to actually listen to what I said, you would have already had that answer. You wouldn't have had to even ask it because I said Noah did not have those laws.
But according to the beginning, it said we knew the difference between right and wrong because it came
For
from a tree.
until the law, sin was in the world, but sin is not imputed where there is no law. What does that mean?
Repeat that also.
For until the law, sin was in the world, but sin is not imputed where there is no law.
Basically, it says sin was already here. Then it kind of contradicted itself afterward.
And first of all, sin does not necessarily mean you've done something bad.
I'll read you a different translation. Maybe it'll be more clear. For
Right.
sin was indeed in the world before the law, but sin is not reckoned when there is no law. What do you think that means?
That means that humans are we did not say that this was law yet, but the sin
We
was
did
there.
not.
Well, we as the people or God or whatever.
I thought these were God's laws. That's what sin is talking about.
Right, but once we ate from the tree, became God-like, so we know we have awareness of what the laws could be because we already know right from wrong. I mean,
But if you
you
don't
can't
have
get
a,
mad
but
at
if
me.
you don't
Hold on,
have
hold
a,
on.
did you
But
what? No. What?
hold on. It said
I'm
once you ate
no,
from the
Drew.
tree.
What the fuck? No. I'm asking you a question. You're saying that these people were so wicked and whatever, blah, 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 whatever. But it says that they could not be judged because the law was not there. So how can you say that any of these people were righteous when they didn't have a law to uphold? The book literally Romans 5:13 says that you could not judge them because there was no law to judge them by. Constant, that would be a crazy world, man. And Wakanda would be real as fuck. Droop, you're on mute because you tried to tell me to hold up.
Oh, I thought that was my time to talk. So when I say hold up, I'm from Texas. That's what we just say.
I
But
used to live
anyway,
in Longview. It
Interrupting
ain't.
somebody. What the fuck?
I used to live in Longview. I
what she
still ain't
say?
let no more. I still ain't let nobody do it.
That's just you interrupting somebody. That's all that is. Like he's dead ass talking and you say hold up while he's in the middle of a fucking sentence? That's not a Texas thing. That's an asshole thing. Come on. Don't be weird.
I was saying hold up because he made me remember something.
The why isn't that important either.
Yeah, I'm from Texas. I
Just
jam
let him just
UGK,
let
and
him
we
just
and when we
let him
say
get his
hold
thought
up, that
out.
means you said something accurate. It's slang.
Hmm.
Just like I was trying to tell y'all, the Bible words are different
That's
from now
not how you were
because
using that.
yeah, it was.
You were saying hold up so that you could continue speaking.
Yeah, because I hold up because you made me remember something. It just
That's not you agree. What?
You wanted to interject, so you wanted him to stop talking so you could get your point across in the middle of his fucking statement, King. We're not dumb. We understand exactly what you were trying to do. That's why we're pointing it out and saying, hey, that was wrong, and you were muted for it. We can move on now, but like, is this how y'all
Maya, this is
act?
why I don't live in Texas no more. Can't do it.
Jeez Louise.
Texas public
go ahead and finish with
schooling
you.
really
Let
does
me.
need
You know
to.
what?
They need to
This
pay these
this what I'm
people.
so. Well, go ahead. Oh, so let me know when you finish and you say your turn, Drew. Let's do it like that.
Cool.
Because I thought
Uh,
your pause was it. Go ahead.
cool. Yeah, Texas needs to one have education reform to the highest degree, but also they do need to they need to pay reparations because they fucked up a lot of young minds. I only went there for my senior year of high school, and believe it or not, I became dumber. in that 1 year. I learned less and less and less to the point where I just wasn't learning anything at all. Um, and I know you could say that about a lot of senior years, but that was well beyond the second semester. You know, it was either way. Uh, Go ahead, Drew.
So basically, what I'm saying is, at the beginning, if it said you knew, it gave you knowledge to understand wrong and evil. That means the law is still within inside of you, because now you know. It's like when once they saw each other naked, right? They knew it was wrong. They covered up. Law is still within inside of you, because now you know. It's like when once they saw each other naked, right? They knew it was wrong. They covered up. There was no law then, but they knew
Are
it.
are you saying the laws were all based on morality?
Yes.
Every single one of them?
Yes. It's certain things that we know. We know is if I go steal something from you, we gonna know that shit wrong. I don't need
Okay.
no law to tell me that.
If I'm wearing cotton and silk, is that wrong?
If you create a fire,
Huh?
nah, let me stop playing with you. But yeah,
Wearing
it
cotton and
could
silk
be.
is wrong? That's wrong? That's
I
morally
mean,
wrong?
I I don't think that's morally wrong, bro. You really just took it on. You really took it too far. I'm talking about on common
Well,
stuff that we
that's a
know that's
law.
wrong.
That's a law in the Bible that God gives.
Right. And I said that makes sense why he wiped it out, so he can go ahead and give us what's right and wrong. So now we can be validated. Because like you
What
said,
no, you said every law was moral or based in morality. What's immoral about wearing cotton and silk?
so I don't know if it was wrong about it. Did he put it in there what's wrong about it?
But the tree is inside you. You should know. Why don't you know? The tree is inside you.
Because that's the reason why y'all said, if I agree, if you saying he wiped it out and gave us the law afterwards, maybe because we really didn't understand it. All I'm saying, on certain
So
things being drunk,
now you contradicting yourself. You're saying the tree is inside you, and now you don't know why wearing mixed fabrics is wrong. So is the tree inside you or not?
the tree is inside all of us. If you wake up and you
Okay,
see
then you
somebody
should
naked,
know. Then you should know why wearing mixed fabrics is wrong, because that law has never been abolished. You should know why. Dig into your roots,
we
T.
all should
Drew.
we all should know
Oh,
why.
that's
We all
good.
should know why.
That's good, G Spot. I like that one.
You like that? I know you like
We all
that.
Yeah.
should know why.
G Spot doesn't often give us puns, but when she do, she do.
I mean, but ain't it common that we do know what's right and wrong? Period.
Can you tell me what's right or
Do
wrong about wearing mixed fabrics, please?
I can't give you that because I don't know that one.
I feel you, but can you now see why it's kind of dumb for you to say, can't we all agree that we know what's right and wrong when you can't tell me what's right and wrong about this one law your God gave?
Yeah,
Can't
but
you see how?
y'all won't even agree if. But hold on, see how you can do that to me, but when I do that to y'all gonna say throw something else at me. All you doing is throwing the frisbee back at me
No,
and want
sir.
me to
You made
answer.
a point. No, no, you made a claim. You
But
said that we can
I
all
mean,
agree
right?
that we all know what's right and wrong. I said, okay,
And I said,
let's test that
right?
by asking you about a law, which you agreed that each and every law that God gave was based in morality. I'm asking you what the morality is in wearing two different
Hi,
types of
this message
fabrics at
is
the
for
same time.
David. My name is G, calling on behalf of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee. This is a
Also,
health and wellness call.
I said
Please
I
call
said
back
what
at
you
Are
said.
you
Then I
meaning to be
also
on?
added,
888-834-4660. Thank you and have a great day. Bye-bye.
G Spot, are you meaning to be off mute?
Yeah, I was making a call. Go ahead. What'd you say?
Oh, I was just
also
because I
I
didn't know if
did
we were
say
supposed
that.
to hear what you were saying, is what I was saying.
Yeah.
I wasn't on mute.
No, that's
No.
why I was asking that.
Oh, goddamn. Oops.
Well, now you
Um,
guys know.
y'all know I got a real job. Unlike, oh, she ain't up here no more. King Groot, please.
Y'all funny.
Shit. Words of wisdom. So if you can't give us the mixed fabrics, please. Shellfish. Why can't I
No,
eat shrimp, please?
I was adding my point and also was trying to clean it up, but he didn't clean it up correct. Because I did ask y'all first, and you threw me one.
What did you ask us?
Oh, this all
I asked
started with
y'all.
you
I
talking
said we
baloney
all can
about
agree.
mercy. That's how this started. This all started with us
See,
talking
there we
about
go again.
mercy, and we were talking about Moses and Noah. That's what we were talking about. And now you're talking about, well, maybe they didn't need the laws, and that's what's landed us here. Like, so it all started with you and you not giving us any clarification on why these people are being unalived with quote unquote sin, and you saying, well, it was a mercy killing.
He
Z,
did say it was a mercy kill.
I did say it
In
was
so many
merciful.
words.
He showed mercy a few times before Jesus. This is my argument
I would say
with
he actually
Christians.
showed mercy. The only mercy he showed is to Enoch and Noah and them. Everybody else, it was no mercy. Do you know
Um,
how horrific it is to drown? There's no mercy in that.
Yeah, it's actually the worst way to die.
Hmm.
it
One
is.
of them, besides being buried alive.
I believe it. I believe it.
So
No,
where's
because
the
you just kind
mercy?
of pass out after a while, but with drowning, you actively die over and over again.
Hmm.
I didn't say he showed mercy to everyone. I said he showed mercy to Noah. He showed mercy to Adam and Eve
Said
because they
that this
didn't
was a
die.
mercy killing. Where is the mercy here, right? Because mercy is the
Never.
suspension of justice, right? You said this is a mercy killing, which is an oxymoron in itself. Like you can't have a mercy killer. I don't even understand that shit. But you are saying that the flood, right, was suspending some type of punishment that they were supposed to have. That's the definition of mercy. We're asking you, right, where's the suspension of the punishment if in the next breath you are saying they were unalived because of sin, and sin is the transgression of the law, yet the law had not been given to them yet because Moses wasn't alive.
Mm-hmm.
And when you said that, oh, is it my turn?
No, it's Groot's turn. Go ahead.
Okay. And I said that. I said, good point. Now it makes me understand why he brought Moses in to give the law now. So now that we got the law now, that's what Satan do.
What did Satan do with Noah and them? No. What about them thousands of years?
Apparently, when I said that we knew that stealing and killing was wrong, no one agreed that we know that. Y'all threw the frisbee at me and asked me about wool and silk.
I said cotton.
And I was like, okay, I
Do
can't
you remember why
describe
I
wool
asked
or
you that?
silk being wrong.
Do you remember why I asked you that?
Yes, I remember. And I told you, you forgot the point when I asked y'all outright when I said that we all can agree, or can we, on stealing is wrong. Now one of y'all answered it.
Stealing what?
Anything. Like she said, land.
Hold on 1 second, King Groot. Hold on 1 second, Mezzo. Yes, he's King Groot because he said the tree is in all of us, so he's a tree, so he's Groot.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't necessarily agree that stealing is universally bad. You could steal third base. You could steal from the rich and give to the poor. There's instances where stealing is not necessarily bad or immoral even.
Mm-hmm. And if the oppressors put you in a position to where you don't have and you have to in order to survive, I don't think that's wrong.
You could steal a
I don't
donkey.
think it's
Also, yeah,
morally wrong.
you could steal a basketball. You could have Jesus tell you to steal some donkeys. So yeah, no, I don't think that stealing is blanket bad. Which is why we went to the mixed fabrics thing because I don't think anybody can say that that's like just like actually bad, but this is based on,
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
look, if that's the case, then if that's the case, also that means everything we do ain't don't have no wrong to it.
It's subjective.
That we believe
Morals are
wrong, yeah,
subjective.
it's subjective. It's subjective. Basically saying, oh, I stole this, it's good.
There are nuances. It's
Yeah,
subjective.
if we
Yes.
playing 1-on-1 and I'm whooping ass, belt to ass, and the only way for you to stop that is to win a defensive possession, and you steal the ball from me, is that not good?
Not for you.
Is
But is it
lying
for
For
you?
good?
me.
Is lying good or bad?
Uh-huh.
For me, yeah.
Hold
For
on,
me,
Mac.
yeah.
Is it good for you? Okay, so that would make
For
it
me,
what?
yeah.
That would make it what?
Good for me. Good for me.
Subjective, because depending on
Yeah,
the
subjective.
person.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Mac.
Is lying bad?
It's subjective.
Right. Okay,
It is.
he's catching
Yeah.
on.
I mean, I'm not slow. I'm giving you.
You
I'm
Texas.
no. See, that's our problem, right there.
I grew up in Texas. I could say that.
I also grew up in Texas. I can say that.
I'm just answering your question. What does Satan do? And basically, you trying to say that Satan don't do nothing because whatever we doing ain't no right or wrong to it. It's subjective.
Is that what we
So
said?
if I went and hung some people, that's subjective now. It's not wrong.
If
Ain't no more wrong.
morality
Y'all took it
is,
away.
If you went
what
and
are you
what?
Y'all took it
talking
away.
about? Morality is subjective.
Would that be right to you, Drew? Would you feel good about doing that?
I just said stealing and killing.
No, I'm saying you said that you could go and would you say hang people up?
That's what I said. It's still
Yeah. Would that
killing.
be good for you? Would that be good for you?
Maybe for me, because I want them gone.
I don't need a maybe. I want a yes or no. Would that be good for you?
Yes, yes, it would be good for me because I wanted that person gone.
Okay.
Okay, and then certain
Would it
people
be
will
good for
think it
them?
was wrong, and they will retire, and they will
No,
retaliate. Like, what the fuck?
no, it's
Why do y'all
subjective
do this
now.
weird shit? Why do y'all do this weird
That's
shit? Morality is not
I
objective.
I love that
Reality,
he's recognizing it and getting mad about it.
right? Like
no,
it's subjective.
right, but I recognize what she's saying. I'm not mad about it. I say you're right now. You're right. Everything is subjective. It's how I look at it.
And the majority rules. That's why laws change.
Ain't no laws. It's all subjective.
What are you fucking? Do you not live in America? If are you a black man in America?
Y'all
The
just
fuck?
said.
If you
Y'all
get
just said
pulled over,
rules.
if you get pulled over
Hold
and
on.
you break one of those laws, your ass is going to jail. What the fuck are you talking about?
Absolutely.
And I just
Morality
asked
is
you if I
subject.
steal,
Hold on,
if
Drew.
I
Drew. Drew.
steal, if I.
Drew. Drew. Morality is subjective. Laws are not. Okay. Now, laws can be based on people's moralities. Absolutely.
Right.
But if you do a thing against what the law says, then you face that punishment. It's not going to say, well, let's
Right.
look at this subjectively. There's a
Okay,
difference there.
so
But you said the reason why we're talking about morality in this is because you said that God's laws were based in morality. That is where they came from. So you asked me about stealing. We decided that it's subjective. Not all stealing is bad. I asked you about the mixed fabrics. We can't even figure out a moral determination on that. So it sounds as though the laws are not based in morality,
stealing's not bad, right?
depending on
Like
the
if I
context.
stole this land, right? Y'all doing
I
this,
don't
not
even know
me.
how you can break that down any more simpler than that.
Is AB
Bro,
bad?
y'all, I said stealing, killing. Y'all said it's morality and it's subjective.
Is
So I
is
said two
AB bad?
things.
Terminating a pregnancy,
AB.
is that bad?
I mean, it's bad. If I say it's bad, but somebody might say it's good. I don't know. It's subjective. It's two sides to everything. It's always
That's not what
somebody gonna
subjective.
agree
That's
and
not what
disagree.
subjective means. That's not what subjective means, Drew. Subjective does not mean it's a dichotomy.
All right, so give me the proper definition of subjective if I'm using it wrong now.
Mind
Because
dependent.
you just did that.
Mind dependent.
Mind dependent. Mind dependent, right? So
Hmm.
my mind depending is saying,
Oh boy.
hey, if you want to abort your baby, that's fine with me.
You
She
could
gonna
also
say,
be. You could also
no, it's
say flat
wrong.
out. You could. Well, no. This is the problem that you're making. You're trying to make it a dichotomy when it's not. You could say, I think that that's across the board good. Do what you want. You could say, I think that it's only good in certain situations. You could say it's a flat out no. You could say a whole bunch of different things. It does not have to be one or the other. That's not that's making it a dichotomy when it's not. It just means if you have a mind,
Mm-hmm.
you can have an opinion on
Mm-hmm.
the thing.
Mm-hmm.
But we can do that with everything.
It's not an either or thing. It's just opinion.
Morality is subjective. Yes. You get it now.
That's what so that's what I'm letting you know. Yeah. So nothing's right. Everything is based on what we say.
We took a wrong turn somewhere. I'll have to find out where.
It's based on what somebody says. It all comes from a mind. It's all the product of a mind. Therefore, it's all subjective.
So
I
somebody
have
running
a
something.
question. I have a question. It may I don't know. I don't know. I hope it steers the conversation. But it's I don't know. Can I ask it?
Go ahead. Yeah.
And I hope you be honest, King Groot. What is it about the Bible? Fuck. Hold on, y'all.
Damn. She got that call she was asking for. It's all right.
But
I
yeah.
can't.
Oh,
I
so
can't speak for everyone in the Bible.
I still believe in the tree of knowledge, bro. That's what plays upon us. It makes more sense than anything. It could be just our common thought, our common sense, but the
You hold on, hold on,
explanation
hold
in the
on,
book of
hold
the
on, hold
tree.
on. You think that the tree of knowledge of good and evil makes the most
Makes the
sense?
most sense. That's crazy.
Yes.
You think that one person eating a fruit that has magical properties permeating throughout the entirety of humanity makes the most sense?
Yes, a spiritual awakening.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Of that person.
They're making
It's
me
the
work.
awakening of that person. Go ahead, Jay.
Spiritual awakening. What happened with the fruit? It was a spiritual awakening.
Yeah.
Yes,
He
of
said it makes
knowledge of letting us know
he said it makes the
good and
most
evil.
sense.
A fruit is a spiritual awakening. A psychedelic fruit? What was in it? I would think it would be more of a mushroom than a fruit, right? Shouldn't it be a fungi?
Thank you, guys.
The way it's written, we going off the way it's written, right? We not going off our common, oh, this don't make sense because I don't believe in where's the tree at right now, or magic. I don't believe in magic, but that tree.
Yes, you do.
That's the only magic
Stop
I believe
lying.
in.
You absolutely do. If you believe a magical fruit can spiritually awaken someone, you absolutely believe in magic.
Believe in a virgin birth, you believe in magic.
Do you believe in a talking snake? You believe in magic. Do you believe an
You
ass
believe in
can
a man
talk?
that can walk on water? Like,
I
Do you
what?
believe dirt can make a human?
Sir, you believe in magic?
You believe trees live inside people? You believe in magic. Like, stop it. It's fine.
see. I always dirt don't make people, right?
Did God make people out of dirt?
That's false content. He used dirt, but it was the water. Before he made people, he said it's not
I'm
yet
sorry,
rain.
we
Then
Aquaman.
that's
My
when.
bad.
That's why our body is
My bad.
water. Our body is mostly water.
Okay, so he made it out of water. Okay, magic.
Just like everything on this earth, water, sun, and everything has water
Okay,
combination. Like you said,
that's fine.
I'm Groot
It's still
tree
magic.
Is that true? Everything is made of water?
and the sun.
What are
It's all
So
rocks?
combinations.
we water
What are
trees.
rocks?
If
What are
I
rocks, King Drew?
can you
What are
survive
they made
without
out
can
of?
you survive without water? If you can tell me you can survive off eating
Is that
dirt,
what I asked you, Doss?
Yes, Fee, we
no,
water
she
trees.
she asked me.
I don't
Yeah,
remember
you're a
asking you
tree. You
that.
need
I said,
water
what
to
are rocks?
survive.
What are rocks made out of?
No, G asked that. G brought that up. What's rocks?
Hmm.
I ain't gonna lie. Also, I don't know what rocks is. I mean, I ain't a scientist.
I could tell you it's not water and sunlight.
It comes from it.
They're Jesus' leftover comings.
It comes from it.
Mm-hmm.
I just spent 30 minutes looking for the
Oh,
So
source.
so
my question. King Group, what is it about the Bible? I don't want to use the word hate. But what is it
mhm.
about the Bible that you have a strong disdain for that's making you remix it the way it is? Because it's something in
Make
there that you can't like to where you're coming up with all these different narratives for it. That the way it's writ
oh
the way it's written is not good enough for you.
because I know the true book was lost and rewritten, and everything in it ain't correct
How do you know that? Do you know
as
where
it's
it was?
supposed to be.
Do you know when it was lost? Where it was lost?
I I don't
How it was
know.
lost?
I used to
So
want to
how do you
be
know?
God.
If you don't know when and where, how
Hold
do
on.
you know it was lost?
How do you
Oh, it
know
tell you
what
when
was
it was
in it?
lost in the 1500s. In the 1500s, the British came up with the King James version, and they only wrote the parts that they wanted in there. And then the Romans defeated the Egyptians, and I believe it all came from the Egyptian walls, from
So you believe
the
you're just
temple, the
accepting
pillars
it
of the
as
wall.
fact. Okay, so you're
Egyptian
just
walls.
accepting that
I'm
fact, but you don't actually know. You're just accepting what. Who told you that, or where did you read that?
I which parts
Mm. That it was
about
lost in the
Rome and
1500 and everything that you
well,
just said. Who told you, or where did you read that?
well, I started off in reading I believe what's the name of that book Da Vinci Code, and then did my research on
Mm-hmm.
Queen Elizabeth and
Mm-hmm.
Matthew no her dad
He didn't really say that, did
Mm-hmm.
he?
Yes, he did.
why
That's. I
Well,
mean,
y'all
it's
know
fine
King
if that's.
James is
If
from the line
hey,
of
if that's
David.
what you.
huh
If that's what you choose to. Okay, so I'm just
I'm
trying to
not
figure out your line,
she asked me a
your
question,
reasoning.
right?
Mm-hmm.
All
Go
right,
ahead.
so Henry the Henry the Eighth, I believe that was her dad, when
Henry the Eighth on your
he
mom, yeah.
when he got his wife divorced, and the Pope them did not want him
When
to
he
be
got his
Catholic no
wife.
more.
Okay.
Where
Oh,
he
wait a minute.
got
Hold on, hold
him
on.
and his
Wait, you
wife
said what?
divorced. Divorced.
One second, King Group. When you said when Henry the Eighth divorced his wife, he renounced his Catholicism, correct?
Right.
Okay, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Then years later after that,
Mm-hmm.
I don't even speak about Queen Elizabeth. When Queen Elizabeth got the throne, they lived in the medieval time. In the medieval time,
Mm-hmm.
basically was when whatever the king said, and that was England. So when King James, who became the first heir, because he didn't have no boys, so that's why Elizabeth came. That's why they wanted her to get married, so they can have a male representation.
Why
But
do you
Queen
feel that
Elizabeth
any
wasn't
of these
having it
people have the Bible?
because all right. It started with King James because he went to war with Rome and defeated Rome to
Were
use
they in
their Bible and
Israel?
create
Were they in the Middle East? I'm
no.
confused. They're in England.
All
What
right,
they got to
so
do
if
with the
you
Middle East?
that's why when you read the King James version,
The
they
Da
are
Vinci Code?
battling with the Roman. No, the King James Bible. They are going
Okay.
at it with the Roman Catholics.
Okay. Where's the
That's
Bible
why
at
when
this
I was
point,
trying to
or the
speak,
scriptures and Jesus? And
Jesus
I'm asking for
came.
a reason.
See, I don't. Uh-huh. Where are the
Because
scriptures
you
of
said you
Jesus?
know, and I'm interrupting you because I'm trying to find you. This is what I'm saying because you're talking about King James and all this. Where is the scriptures? Where is the Torah? Where is the fuck? What are the other the Septuagint? Where's all of this? Where's all of this shit? Because you're saying you know that the
It can't.
Bible was lost. Where's all of this? Because you're talking about King James and other people's shit. Where's the original? Where is Judaism? Where are the Jews? Where's the Hebrews? Where are they at? That have the shit.
All that
Where
came.
they at?
It all came. It all came
They all
from.
with King
It
James in
all
them?
came from. No, King James created his own version. That's what I'm saying. You asked me why I got like that. I'm giving you because when I found out this is his version, some things in it is true and some things in it is not. But certain things that make sense made sense to me.
What are the
And
distinctions from
King
the? What are
James,
the
King
distinctions?
James did.
What are the key
Hold on.
differences in the King James and the manuscripts?
That Jesus had magic. That's to my understanding.
You think the miracles were added in the King James version?
Yes.
So where do you get "We Are the Tree" from?
The tree is in the book of that's in the Quran, that's in the King James, that's mostly
But you
in
said the
most of the
King
stories the
James
books
ain't the
are in.
real one. So why would you
I,
even fuck with the King James if
Damn,
they
this is the
what?
fourth time they tried to make me verify the lie. I
You
maybe
gotta
get
do
it
that
once
little
a lot.
spinny thing to verify it. I don't like that one.
Now it's making me do the match the shapes thing, but it always automatically makes me
Oh.
fail the first one.
Yeah, we got
That
the
was just an
Quran
aside.
too. How do you know the Quran is true? Like, no, you know what? I don't even want to jump to the Quran because that okay. But wait a minute. If you know that the King James is not true,
what I said was the New Testament of it was not true. That's his version, the New Testament. He created the New Testament part.
so okay,
That's
so
why
the
it's
New Testament ain't got two. It does have some magic, but the Old Testament really got the magic in it. Like the
right.
Old Testament, as us was talking, the Old Testament, like there
God was
was
calling
there was
down
some
pillars of
flour.
fire.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the Old Testament, like flour was nullifying poison and shit. The Old Testament witches was talking to dead people like
Witch of Endor,
I was about to say necrophilia, but not necrophilia. What's the one where you raise up dead
necromancy.
people?
Necromancy.
Necromancy.
Yes,
There's
necromancy
no
was
way you
happening.
forget
I
that,
mean,
G Spot. That's one of your emotes.
I know
yeah.
it was.
Look, one could follow
Like
the other.
like real magic was happening in the Old Testament. Like they were seeing some shit back then. So I don't see how you can't believe in magic if you following the Old Testament shit. Like Moses had horns and shit in the Old Testament.
That's why I told you I only
But
mess
you
with
say
the
you don't believe
Genesis
in
part because
magic.
I tried to finish. Okay, go ahead. I said the Genesis part makes the most sense. That's where we was at. And Y'all said the tree. I said yes, the tree makes more sense than anything because the punishments that the creator, I don't even like saying God, that the creator gave these three people or these three individuals still reflect on us all to this day. That what makes more sense. And no one can't say that's not a fact. The
You
punishments
believe
that
in
he gave,
Jesus?
I believe that Jesus is a son of God like all of us.
How? You don't, but how? Jesus was never mentioned in the Old Testament.
I
You gotta
gotta
throw out that New Testament, buddy.
now what you saying
That's
is
King
true.
James shit.
What you saying is true, right? But I also believe he was a real prophet. And that's not his real name.
I'm
What's
going
his real
Because
to
name
when
in
I
the
did
Old
the
Testament? Hmm?
he's not in Old Testament. That's why I laugh at some of the Christians that bring that up because they try to use this line that's in Genesis where they say his son's feet would hit that seed head and say he's talking about the coming of Jesus. That's false. He was talking about Cain and Abel.
So wait a minute, why are you laughing at the Christians when you say you believe he's a real prophet, but it was King James and them talking about Jesus? How do you even think he's a real person?
See, King James made us worship him. That's
So
why I
some of
tell
what
people,
King James was talking about is true.
far as worship, what you mean, like worship him? They made us worship him. So that's why, because when you read Old Testament, God said he don't want nobody before him. So that's why all of the chaos and warring. I mean, we living in 2025 right now.
some of us are, yeah.
Some of us, right? We can't say everything that's happened in this book is 100% correct without wars. Because if we have a war today, you're gonna lose something. I mean, look at our people. We had a war. We had a war with slavery, and we don't even have our true identity.
So if I were to
You
read
don't have
you,
your true identity. I know who the fuck I am and where my people came from. If
Matt, can you
you
give me
are
my true identity
considering
back?
yourself, like,
can I read something?
Absolutely.
I
Read a
mean,
passage here.
Zena, she wanted to say, but she told me she just found hers. So once upon a time, she didn't know.
Damn.
I mean, I didn't know who I
That's
was
deep.
until I knew who
for
I
what?
was.
That's deep.
Does every person on
Right, that
earth
doesn't mean.
know their great,
First of
great,
all,
great, great, great? Like, you only know up to like four
right.
something generations usually. What the fuck are you talking about?
That was a weird
Yeah,
shade
really weird.
that you tried to throw. That was weird.
I mean,
I'm sorry, Matt.
she just flat lied. Said she knew who she was. No, we didn't. You had to find it out.
You do know who she is. What the fuck? That wasn't
What are you
lying.
She
You a
just
fucking
said
water tree, dude. Like, don't come for Zena. Like, don't. King Groot.
no. I'm not gonna come for her. I'm gonna tell what she said, what she stated. Don't. It's like
She
how you
know
said
who
I
she
stated.
is.
I stated something, but she told me she had to find it in another what's her name.
Yeah, so I'm gonna read a little passage here. Okay. Let's see. But Jesus said unto them, they have no need to go away. Give ye thee to eat. And he said unto them, they said unto him, we have here but 5 loaves and 2 fishes. And he said, bring them hither to me. And he commanded ye people sit down on ye grass, and took ye 5 loaves and ye 2 fishes, and looked up at heaven, or up to heaven, and blessed and brake, and gave the loaves to his disciples, and his disciples gave them to ye people. Right. So
Hallelujah.
does this sound like the miracle of the loaves and fishes? Is that?
Was that for me, man? Lester?
Yeah.
I'm still caught up with what I was talking about. I don't know
that's
what
okay.
you right. But
So,
put me on what you trying to, so I could be there. I was
okay.
not there with you.
So he said unto them, we have here but 5 loaves and 2 fishes. And he said, he bring them hither to me. And he commanded the people to sit down on the grass, and took the 5 loaves and the 2 fishes, and looked up to heaven, and blessed and brake, and gave the loaves to his disciples, and the disciples gave them to ye people, and they did all eat and were sufficed. And they remained 7 baskets full. So is this talking about the loaves and fishes?
Okay. No, I get what you're saying. You're saying how he fed everybody.
Yeah.
That's magic.
That's a miracle,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I'm the type of person.
So do you think do you think that was added by King James?
I think, yeah, and it was not. Hold on, let me say this. When y'all say King James, King James appointed writers, so it was really.
No, obviously.
Hold on. I can't. Shakespeare.
We know it was commissioned.
That's why it's written. Right.
So you're saying that this was added in for the King James?
Right, Shakespeare. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So no. So what I just read to you was from the Tyndale Bible, which was from 1522, about 80 to 90 years before the King James.
All right, and I never looked
first
at that.
English language
I told
Bibles,
you.
And these miracle stories are in the New Testament. It could not have been added by King James or his contractors.
Fine, but the original question is, how did I get to where I got to?
No, the original question was, were the miracles always in the story?
No, I explained.
And you said King
because
James
the
added
miracle's a
them.
G-spot.
You said King James added them to the story.
I said that's how I felt, because that's when I found out from the Muslims. They when I read, they didn't have magic. So like I said, I never read that one. What you said, whatever book you named, I never read that book.
I'm just gonna
I know
say
you
this,
didn't, but you felt comfortable making a claim about something, without having done any kind of cursory research.
But the original
I'm gonna
question
say
is,
this.
why do I feel about
we
the
are
tree?
at the edge of time that I have allotted for myself to be live today. We've been going strong for a good 6.5 hours. That's right. I've been here for 6.5 hours. And hey, Spicy Phoenix, how you doing? I am so happy to see that my good friend Rhea is live. And if you don't know who that is, Zena Ray has posted her username on TikTok so that you're able to go find her more easily. But we're going to do a great Oso raid. Make sure you fill her comments up with hella salmon emojis. I need that from you guys. It's just one of the things that I like to do. But yeah, it's been fun. Thank you so much for everybody that's been here participating. Droop, I hope you come back the next time. I'll be back around the same
For sure.
time. Saturday morning. I may go live in between then. Depends on what happens with Thinker. But yeah, the salmon emojis. If somebody has them on deck, throw them in there. But yeah, that one. Yeah, that's the only one that really. But anyways, thank you everybody that showed up. Thank you everybody that tapped the screen. Thank you everybody that gifted. Thank you everybody that subscribed. If you are a subscriber and you want access to the Discord, make sure you hit up one of the mods. They'll be able to hook you up. But without further ado, much love to everybody. I will see you on the next iteration of the live. Let's go over to Rhea and show some love, yeah? Bye, guys.
Hi, guys.